provider of agronomy inputs and services across the SEC nation. Now live, this is the Conecuh Sausage Crimson Tide Tailgate Show.
Welcome back to Bryant-Denny Stadium on this gorgeous Saturday in Tuscaloosa. Roger Hoover, glad to welcome you to the Conecuh Sausage Crimson Tide Tailgate Show. And I'm pleased to be joined by today's Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter once again, back-to-back weeks. It is great to say hello and roll tide to former Alabama linebacker Christian Miller. Roll tide, buddy.
Roll tide, Roger.
Well, another week for the Crimson Tide. First of all, let's talk about your role that you have in the broadcast, getting to be on the sidelines. How did you enjoy that last week, and getting to talk to Coach Saban at halftime?
It was a lot of fun. I'm not going to lie. I had a blast down there. It was cool to see everybody. And then everybody was excited to see me with the microphone in my hand. Will Anderson was, giving me a little bit of a hard time down there. But, no, I enjoyed it. It was fun, and I'm glad to be back this week. And it was really cool to interview Coach Saban. It's just so special to kind of go from, playing under him and having him yell at me on the field a little bit, and then now I'm there carrying a mic and hoping that he's not going to yell at me when I interview him at halftime. So I enjoyed it.
Well, you did a great job. And you mentioned Will Anderson, and when Will first came on campus, an immediate comparison for everybody was like, hey, you remember Christian Miller who we just had? Will is a very similar type player. Just what do you enjoy about watching his game and seeing the steps he's taken?
Man, he's special. And I'll even go as far as saying, he definitely – he has a little bit more ability than I had. I have no problem saying that. He is a one-of-a-kind player, and what I mean by that is, he's capable of rushing the passer. He's dominant against the run, and he's athletic enough to drop into coverage. And then, the cherry on top is this guy is a great leader. I mean, this is the kind of guy that he's a coach's dream. So he's very special. I love watching him play. He reminds me of that old-school type of player. He's just physical. He's disruptive. And he's exciting, so I love watching him, and I always enjoy, catching up with him when I see him.
When you're an edge rusher like that, how important is the first step?
Oh, it's important because you're trying to beat that tackle to that spot. So you have to get off the ball. You just want to. That's the first key. You're keying the ball. You're keying your tackle in front of you, and you want to get off as fast as you can and take a big first step to gain ground and beat that tackle to that spot and be ready for the combat. Once you get to that third step with that tackle, and whether you're going to use your hands or try to go to a power move and whatnot. So the first step is very important, and you can't overlook that. Some guys are too busy thinking about what move they're going to use, but you can't overlook that first step.
We're talking football. It's presented by Bojangles. It is tailgate time with the Tide and the new Bojangles app. Bring the flavor to your tailgate with chicken, biscuits, and all the fixins by downloading the Bojangles app to order ahead for tailgates and whenever it's bow time. Bojangles, it is bow time, y'all. Now it's finally time for some SEC football. The Vanderbilt Commodores in the house, and we've been hearing, Christian, this is a much improved Vanderbilt team from even a season ago.
Yeah, they do look a lot better. I've watched them in their few games that they've played. Their offense looks it's an interesting offense. They like to run a lot of zone read and option plays. Their quarterback's mobile, but against Hawaii, they did a really good job forcing turnovers, and they just looked overall a pretty solid team. Now, granted, they still haven't probably played somebody as talented as Alabama, but, overall they look improved. I think their coach is doing a really good job putting them in position to make plays. So I'm excited to see what they have to offer tonight.
What's the challenge of preparing for two quarterbacks? They have A.J. Swan, who threw 4 touchdown passes last week against Northern Illinois, was the SEC Freshman of the Week, and then they also have a really mobile threat in Mike Wright.
It's tough. I mean, I always think back to if you listen to what the Georgia guys were saying when we played them in the SEC Championship when Tua got hurt and Jalen came in. You heard those guys saying, like, hey, we didn't prepare for Jalen Hurts, and that's why we struggled when he came in the game. As a defense, you try to do your best to prepare for your opponent and kind of have an idea on what to expect, but I think that's kind of the challenge. You try to prep for Mike Wright, who's the more mobile guy who likes to run that zone read, and then you have the freshman quarterback here that's been playing really well, airing the ball out. But at the end of the day, you just have to do a good job of doing your assignment, and that's the most important thing. When you play these option teams like that, it's very critical that you do your job. You have to know who has the quarterback, who has the dive, who has the pitch. You just have to make sure you play assignment football because that's what's most important.
How's that communicated on the field? How do you guys make sure you are on the same page, play in, play out?
So basically, pre-snap, you'll know, depending on the call, who's responsible for what. Normally, the edge guy as a standard, he's normally the quarterback player. But there's different things that you can do to mix it up and almost force them to make a decision. An example, we would give force calls, right? The inside linebacker could give you a force call as a defensive end, and what that means is, hey, you go force the quarterback to pull it. So that means the edge guy is going to run it. He's going to crash the dive, forcing the quarterback to pull it. And that inside linebacker knows my edge guy is taking the dive. I'm just going to V-line towards the quarterback. So you're basically forcing them to make a decision, and it normally can set it up for a tackle for loss if you do it right. But generally speaking, one guy will have the quarterback, one guy will have, the dive or the pitch, and you can interchange that, but it's all about communication. You have to communicate.
And I imagine that's really important in practice because we always hear that it's tough practicing for an option team.
Yeah, it is tough. I mean, again, you just have to play assignment football. You just have to go to the basics. It looks a lot trickier than it is, but again, if you have one guy for the dive and one guy for the quarterback, one guy for the pitch, and so be it. Normally things take care of themselves. The issue comes when guys get a little eager, or their eyes aren't disciplined, and they're looking in areas that they shouldn't be looking. And next thing you know, hey, I'm supposed to have the quarterback, but I'm looking at the dive, and he's taking off down the field now. You have to be disciplined when it comes to that type of football.
Well, tonight we get to see some SEC football for the Crimson Tide hosting Vanderbilt here in Tuscaloosa. And we want to say a special thank you to Onward Reserve. They are the official apparel provider of the Crimson Tide Sports Network for all the great gear this year. Visit onwardreserve.com for all of your golf and game day apparel. Live authentically with Onward Reserve. We'll continue our chat with Christian Miller as we get closer to kickoff between Alabama and Vanderbilt. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Finding that missing shin guard, remembering whether it's a home or away game, getting the right kid to the right playing field on the right day. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. We work with independent agents who keep insurance simple so you can worry about more important things, like not being that fan.
Oh, come on, ref!
That's simple human sense.
Visit AutoOwners.com to find a local agent today.
Huddle up, football fans. You undoubtedly show your team spirit every play, touchdown, game, and season. But what about the off-season? Ask Sherwin-Williams how you can make every day feel like game day with over 1,500 colors and a top-tier coaching staff to bring the energy of your team spirit home. Shop online or visit your neighborhood store today.
Hey Tide fans, your new favorite delivery app is here. Download the ASAP app to get all your game day needs delivered right to your door. Be sure to use promo code ROLLTIDE22 to score free delivery on your next order. Also, fans can skip the big lines, not the big plays, this season in Bryant-Denny Stadium with ASAP Concessions mobile ordering. Just scan one of the QR codes around the stadium to place your order and roll through one of the express pickup lines. The ASAP app is a proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
When you're planning your next visit to Tuscaloosa, explore the upscale options available at the new AC Hotel by Marriott. Conveniently located in the heart of downtown Tuscaloosa, surrounding yourself in luxury and comfort in a spacious room with complimentary Wi-Fi, a smart TV, premium toiletries, and a plush bed, while the rooftop bar and lounge provides the best place in town to wind down after cheering the Crimson Tide to victory. AC Hotel Tuscaloosa Downtown is proud to be a preferred hotel partner of the University of Alabama Athletics.
Roll Tide.
Oh my!
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
I found hope in the midst of an overwhelming situation.
Alcoholism is a disease that can affect any family. Everyone suffers, but there is help and hope at Al-Anon Family Groups.
Al-Anon gave me my life back. I'm a better father and husband.
Are you in an overwhelming situation because of someone else's drinking? Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Local and virtual meetings are available. Maybe one could work for you. Call 1-866-200-0033 or visit alanon.org/hope.
Medicaid and CHIP offer free or low-cost health coverage for children and teens. Hospital and doctor visits, prescriptions, shots, and more are covered. That's peace of mind for parents if a child is sick or gets injured. And parents may now be eligible for Medicaid too, even if they've applied in the past. Enrollment is always open. Visit InsureKidsNow.gov or call 1-877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Tonight, it's the Commodores of Vanderbilt against the Crimson Tide of Alabama. Tonight's Built Ford Tough Challenge is presented by the Ford F-150. Tackle hard work and make weekends more fun in a powerful and capable Ford F-150. Proud partner of the Crimson Tide. To find great offers and learn more about the F-150, go to buyfordnow.com or see your local Ford dealer today. Roger Hoover joined once again by today's Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter Christian Miller. And I'll just start here. What is the tough challenge for Alabama against Vanderbilt?
I think the biggest challenge for them is defensively, just doing a good job stopping these quarterbacks. It looks like the freshman's going to get the nod to start, and looks like he's a pretty good thrower. They have a really good receiver in number 14, big, tall, physical receiver, who I think might be leading the SEC right now, as well as a running back, number 2. I think he might be the second leading rusher. So on offense, they seem to have some things going for them. So I think defensively we need to go out there, be physical, stop the run, and then when they do decide to pass on third downs, we need to do a good job, defending the pass and affecting that quarterback. He's a young guy coming into Bryant-Denny Stadium playing Alabama for the first time, so he's probably going to have some nerves in him. So I think it's important to kind of get him a little nervous, and I think we'll be pretty solid on the defensive side of the ball. On offense, I really want to see them kind of get that run game established early on, and I want them to just make that a point of emphasis. That way, it opens up the passing game, because when you run the ball well, it forces the defense to put guys in the box and respect the run, and then it takes guys away in the back end. That way you can try to take the top off the defense. So I think just getting that run game going would be so important for Alabama going forward, because, again, then these teams can't just sit in split safety coverage and try to sit back there and try to take away those deep balls from Bryce.
And at some point there's going to be a game that comes along where Alabama, say, has a 10-point lead, 7-point lead. You need that fourth quarter drive where you really need to churn out the clock as much as possible. That's where the running game has got to take over, and that could be the case tonight. No,
that's a great point, Roger. Yeah, you want to be able to rely on your running game and know, like in special situations like that, hey, we can get it done, which, again, we're Alabama. We can get that done. I just think it's been a little slow early on, but, again, we're still early in the year. I think these guys are still kind of figuring out their role and identity, and I think as we go on, we're going to see that start coming together, and I think a lot of things are going to finally start meshing, and we're going to kind of get back to that standard of, Alabama football, running the ball, being physical and dominant, because I keep hearing Coach Saban talk about it, so I know it's being reflected upon the team. So I think that's definitely something to look forward going forward to seeing them do that.
And in the passing game as well, we continue to see Jahmyr Gibbs be the top receiver for the Crimson Tide, even though he lines up for the most part in the backfield as a running back. Just who needs to emerge among Alabama's wide receiver core?
Honestly, anybody. I feel like right now anybody just needs to step up. I think it'd be great for Bryce to have that one guy to say, hey, like, I got you. I'm here for you. You know where to find me. You know what I mean? You look back, we've always had, whether it was Amari Cooper or if it, Julio Jones, that one kind of guy that asserted his dominance. Even look at like Calvin Ridley or Jerry Jeudy, those guys that really just were like, hey, like, I'm the target. You know where to find me. And I think, it could be Burden, it could be Holden, it could be Brooks, whoever it be. I think it's kind of open. And right now, these guys are playing great. Don't get me wrong. They're doing a lot of good things. But I think it really could help having that one guy kind of step up and emerge as that go-to guy. That way, Bryce knows, like, hey, I'm under pressure. I know who to look for. I have that guy that I can depend on to get open and make a play when I need him to.
So that's going to be important for the wide receivers. We'll go to the other side of the ball for just a moment. You mentioned some of the defensive keys for Alabama. How about in regards to Alabama's cornerbacks? Because that's still a group where we're seeing some different guys get some different playing time and still try to find that consistency early in the year. Yeah, and that's what Coach Saban's going to do. He's going to keep plugging and playing until he finds the right guys in the right roles. And that's just how it normally works out. And it's not a bad problem to have. It just really means you have multiple guys that are able to step in and contribute when you need them to contribute. So you got some young guys that are doing a really nice job, some older guys, some more experienced guys also in the back end. So the DBs have been playing really well, and I expect them to continue that. And I think it's just going to be important going forward because, again, once we get into SEC play, teams are going to get better. There's going to be better talent. The coaches, are going to be better. So everything is just better. So you have to be on your A game going forward. We just saw the Walk of Champions to Bryant-Denny Stadium. Coach Nick Saban is starting to make his way back into the locker room after his pregame walk. For you, when you were playing for the Crimson Tide, what was your pregame routine? Were you very chatty? Were you just locked into your music with the headphones on? What was Christian Miller like once you made that Walk of Champions, once you got in the locker room?
I always kind of had my headphones on. I'd have a conversation here and there, but I like to have my music playing. But my biggest ritual, I guess you could call it, was we used to have bands set up in the locker room. Specifically, they were in like the shower area or the bathroom area of the locker room here. or on away games, we'd have them set up as well, and I'd always get me a little pregame pump. It used to just get me ready to go. I guess it's one of those things where I'm like, when I get out and I get my pads on, I'm feeling, a little big, because I came here as a little skinny little kid. So, once I finally got some muscles on me, I was like, man, I like these. So I used to just get in there and get my pump going. That way I used to go on the field, and I used to feel good about myself. So that was my thing. I used to do some curls and do some lat raises and whatnot.
You had to be Coach Cochran's favorite then.
I was probably one of them. I had to live in the weight room. I don't think I had a choice, Roger. I had to put on weight, man, if I wanted to play here. So I lived in the weight room.
Well, it paid off, certainly. A great Alabama career time in the NFL as well. And now you're going to be on the sidelines again tonight for Alabama against Vanderbilt. Christian Miller, just thank you so much for joining us. Roll Tide. Hopefully we get to chat again after a great Alabama victory. Thank you.
Always a pleasure, Roger. Thank you.
That's Christian Miller. He is today's Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter for us here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. We'll be back with more. Talk some Crimson Tide soccer, winning ways for Westhart and the Crimson Tide soccer team. We'll talk more about that when we return in a moment. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Children's of Alabama reminds you that every child's head injury should be treated like a serious injury until a doctor says it's not. In fact, the CDC estimates some 4 million sports and recreation-related concussions occur each year. Even a minor fall or collision may be a concern. Symptoms typically include headaches, unsteadiness, confusion, or sleepiness. To find out what to do in case of a suspected concussion, visit childrensal.org/concussion and always dial 911 in case of an emergency.
Being number one never gets old. Whether you're buying or selling a home or just curious about moving to the Tuscaloosa market, the RE/MAX Premier Group is dedicated to making your real estate experience enjoyable. Our agents live, work, and serve the Tuscaloosa market and scream Roll Tide every Saturday. To connect with a RE/MAX agent, access rolltide.com/RE/MAX. Proud supporters of Alabama football.
From Bart and Joe Willie to Mac and Tua, this is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
The United States Deputy Sheriff's Association is a national nonprofit and the largest non-governmental provider of services to law enforcement. The USDSA assists city, county, state, and federal agencies with free safety equipment donations and officer survival training, along with cash donations to families of law enforcement officers who perish in the line of duty, college scholarships for the children of law enforcement, a citizen awareness program, and more. For more information on the USDSA and how you can help, visit usdeputy.org.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen.
For late nights writing English papers.
Or your teen's music taste.
For dinners, where they talk more on their phone than with you.
For the first time, they call you mom.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen, and you can't imagine the reward.
To learn more about adopting a teen, visit adoptuskids.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. He sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
For many military veteran caregivers, their caregiving journey starts earlier in life and lasts longer. Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Today's UA Athletics Update is presented by Marathon Petroleum. Marathon Petroleum. Get the most out of your drive. Well, the Alabama soccer team keeps on winning. 5 straight wins for Wes Hart's team, and the Crimson Tide now ranks 6th in the nation. It's the highest ranking in school history. Alabama's also likely to be in the top 5 this week. Alabama won at Tennessee 4-2 on Thursday, beating the preseason pick to win the league. Now the Crimson Tide at home tomorrow against Texas A&M at 6 p.m. at the Alabama Soccer Stadium. The match will be streamed on SEC Network Plus with Haley McDonald and yours truly on the call. Certainly hope you can join us for that broadcast and also make it out to the Alabama Soccer Stadium. A lot of student support has been great to see for a team that really deserves it with their great play over the last few weeks. The Alabama soccer team, if they can take care of business tomorrow, again, likely will be in the top 5 in the nation when the polls are announced on this upcoming Tuesday. I want to remind you as well, the Soup Store is Alabama's home for the best selection of Crimson Tide apparel. You can visit the Soup Store at their 3 convenient locations in Tuscaloosa, at the Ferguson Center, also on University Boulevard on Bryant Drive, and all are very conveniently located near Bryant-Denny Stadium. You can also shop online anytime at supestore.ua.edu. I want to remind you as well to download the Alabama Insider Podcast on the Varsity Network app and all podcast platforms to get all Crimson Tide Sports Network weekly content. Replays of Hey Coach and the Nick Saban Show are there, along with Crimson Tide Rewind, Crimson Drive. Interviews are always there in full from Crimson Drive, driven by NASCAR, plus Crimson Tide Today, as well as This Week on CTSN. Download the Alabama Insider Podcast today and make sure you have that ready to go. Again, the Varsity Network app, a very convenient place to get all of our podcast content. When we come back, we'll hear from our media guest of the week as we continue getting ready for the Alabama Crimson Tide against the Vanderbilt Commodores. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Are you sick of pretending to like boring hard seltzers that leave you feeling bloated? Tired of drinking the same old light beer? No time to make a mixed drink with all those complicated ingredients? Then it's time for you to try something different. Beatbox is now an official sponsor of Alabama and the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Packing an 11.1 APV punch, each Beatbox is bursting with delicious flavors. Beatbox is gluten-free, low sugar, and resealable, so you can always take the party on the go. There ain't no party like a Beatbox party. Roll Tide. Please drink responsibly, must be 21.
How are you the ultimate Bama fan?
You saw my house. That houndstooth paint job cost a pretty penny.
The city tore it down. It was giving people seizures, man. That's not money well spent.
Well, where's your crimson pride, huh?
This folding stadium seat. I had it sewn on to me for the whole season.
Yeah, and you're standing at a right angle. You can't even watch the game.
I don't need to. Roll Tide! Oh, we're back!
Don't be those guys. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Alabama fan. Just go to BamaCards.com.
In 2021, our Crimson Tide won the SEC Championship and went to the Sweet 16. Each year, we aspire to have a championship basketball team at the University of Alabama, and we start our journey by understanding and executing the fundamental principles of the game. Secure voter rolls are a fundamental component of a successful election. I want you to join me this year by registering to vote and obtaining your photo ID. Let's make a difference in Alabama and our great nation. Roll Tide.
Paid for by the Office of the Secretary of State, Montgomery, Alabama.
Fall football is back, and Napa can help to make sure you hit the road on game day with confidence. This month, when you stop by your local Napa Auto Parts store, you can pick up a 5-quart jug of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for only $32.95. Plus, with any in-store purchase, score a University of Alabama 2022 football schedule magnet. Napa, get up and go. Offer good at participating locations while supplies last. Some restrictions apply. Magnet offer ends 10/31/22. Visit alabamafootball.napapromotions.com for participating store. See store for details.
Roll Tide. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
To protect his home and family from disaster, Steve used courage, wisdom, and his camera phone.
That should do it.
Way to go, Steve! By simply taking digital pictures of his family's important documents, Steve can always have them stored safely online, no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force, and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA. It is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families, and one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Today's media guest is presented by Homewood Suites by Hilton in downtown Tuscaloosa. Make yourself at home at the new Homewood Suites in downtown Tuscaloosa. Stay in comfort and enjoy the great options at the on-site 205 bar and restaurant. Homewood Suites Tuscaloosa, proud preferred hotel partner of the Crimson Tide. On Thursday's edition of Crimson Drive, driven by NASCAR, we were joined by Katie Wyndham, Alabama football beat writer for Bama Central. She gave thoughts on this Crimson Tide team through the first 3 games.
An interesting 3 games for Alabama because the first and third game you're going up against teams that you may not learn a lot, but I think we did learn a lot about Alabama in week 2 at Texas. They were tested early on the road. We saw them have their backs up against the wall, and we once again saw Bryce Young come through when he needed to. And I think for me, one of the biggest things I took away from that, just talking to some of the players post-game and since then, I think it was the Monday after or Tuesday after when we talked to Jahmyr Gibbs and we asked kind of what changed for the team in the fourth quarter. He said, well, we were losing, so we had to, turn it on. And so it's kind of interesting to me that Saban talks a lot about not being motivated by external factors like the scoreboard or things like that. But the team, I think, and Saban talked about this after game, that it's important that they showed heart and fight when they needed to. But is that something that they can sustain consistently throughout 60 minutes? And so, we've seen earlier on that they can win when they need to. I think in the 2 games against Utah State and Louisiana Monroe, we've seen them handle business when they needed to in the way they can and get out to early leads so that, some of the younger guys can get experience playing, and which obviously both those games, a lot of the younger guys did, which I think is good. Early on in the season to kind of give them a foundation, a base layer of what it's like to play in those games. And maybe, especially for some of the positions where they're still figuring things out, like along the offensive line, giving a little more guys a chance to prove themselves early on.
Thanks to Katie Wyndham for joining us. Our full conversation can be heard on the Alabama Insider Podcast, available on the Varsity Network app and all podcast platforms. When we come back, we'll get an injury report on the Crimson Tide as we get set for Alabama against Vanderbilt. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Get 1.9% APR for 36 months on a new 2022 Toyota RAV4. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid through October 3rd, 2022. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. 2860 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Hey parents and kids, it's a perfect time for students to read their way to the Iron Bowl, in AEA's Be a Champion and Read contest. AEA wants to help K-6 students to be academic champions, just like the Alabama Crimson Tide. Students who participate in the Be a Champion and Read challenge could win tickets to the Iron Bowl and a chance to take the field on game day. Ask your teacher about contest rules. Encourage your child to be an AEA champion reader and win a trip to the 2022 Iron Bowl.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Dude, I've got this. I've been camping since I was 5 years old.
But I am a camping influencer.
You know what? I'll bet you $5. Assistant Smokey, what is the best way to put out a campfire?
To put out a campfire, drown with water, stir, drown again. Then make sure the fire is out cold by feeling with the back of your hand.
Wait, really?
I'll take the $5.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
It's time for today's STEM tip. Okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Here's a fun fact for you.
The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Tonight in Tuscaloosa, it's Alabama against Vanderbilt to begin SEC play. Let's take a look at who's healthy now. It's presented by ATI Physical Therapy. ATI is a proud partner of the Crimson Tide, built by Bama, rebuilt by ATI. Visit ATIPT.com/Bama for new locations near you. And earlier this week, on Wednesday, it was head coach Nick Saban giving an injury update on freshman wide receiver Aaron Anderson. Anderson has been out since early in camp with what was described at the time as a little knee injury, but coach said he is starting to practice, starting to make some progress, but his status still day-to-day. Of course, JoJo Earl is still going to be out with the injury that he suffered early in camp, and we still haven't seen Tyler Harrell play just yet for the Crimson Tide. So, again, their status very day-to-day, week-to-week as we continue throughout this football season that is now only in week number 4 after the Crimson Tide have been off to a great start, 3-0 already this year. And now today, an SEC opener for the Crimson Tide. Head coach Nick Saban, 18-2 all-time in Southeastern Conference home openers during his time at Alabama and LSU. And if you look across his tenure in the SEC, Saban's teams have outscored the opponent in opening games, especially at home, 36-16 by average. He's also 14-1 at Alabama with the Crimson Tide, outscoring foes by 36 points per game to 15 points per game during his first 15 conference home openers in Tuscaloosa. I mentioned 14 wins, 1 loss for the Crimson Tide under Coach Saban to begin an SEC home schedule. The only loss in an SEC home opener in the Saban era came against the Ole Miss Rebels. That was back on September 19th, 2015 by a score of 43-37. But Coach Saban, of course, a very winning mark here in Tuscaloosa, starting not only SEC play, but at home games in SEC play. Coach Saban is 70-11 all-time when playing in an SEC game at home. He was 16-4 at LSU, and his record at Alabama has been 54-7. And we certainly hope the winning ways continue tonight by taking on the Vanderbilt Commodores in Game 4 of the season, but the first in-conference play, starting a very busy stretch for Alabama. And next week at Arkansas, Texas A&M at home following that on October 8th, and then at Tennessee on October 15th. Mississippi State will be the opponent on October 2nd, and the Crimson Tide will have their open date on October 29th before back-to-back road trips at LSU and Ole Miss. The next non-conference game and the final one of the year will be against the Austin Peay Governors coming up on November 19th before the Crimson Tide close out the regular season with Auburn. So we are starting SEC play tonight in Tuscaloosa, but just know this is a long stretch of SEC play coming up. We will not see another non-conference team until Austin Peay on November 19th. I want to remind you that you can protect your team by getting the COVID-19 vaccine. Tide fans ages 12 and older are eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine in Alabama. For more information, you can visit alcovidvaccine.gov. Before we go any further, why don't we pause 10 seconds for station identification? That's 10 seconds for a station ID. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Back inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth, this is Roger Hoover, and coming up in a moment, we'll be heading back to our studios. Brian Houseworth will be along with another check of our Alabama Power scoreboard on this very busy Saturday, the final Saturday in September coming up, and then we'll have some conversations with John Parker Wilson to get his thoughts on this matchup between Alabama and Vanderbilt. This week's legend will be Ralph Stokes, former Crimson Tide running back, so we'll hear part of that conversation coming up as well, and we also get to hear from a couple of members of this Crimson Tide football team, a former Vanderbilt Commodore, now the left tackle for the Crimson Tide, Tyler Steen. We'll get his thoughts, plus some thoughts as well about Tyler Steen from Will Anderson Jr. And then, of course, later on we will hear Chris Stewart's pregame conversation with Alabama head coach Nick Saban as we get set for this matchup between the Alabama Crimson Tide and the Vanderbilt Commodores. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Stay cool with York Ice Company, the official ice supplier of the Crimson Tide. Whether you need ice in bulk on a construction site, in your restaurant or convenience store, or just at home for your next family event or tailgate, be sure to trust the same exceptional service the Tide does with a locally owned company. York Ice has been keeping Alabama cool since 1990 and can help with your needs across the state, all from their convenient location in downtown Tuscaloosa. York Ice Company is a proud supporter of the Crimson Tide. Visit them at yorkicecompany.com for more information.
Tide fans, flu season is just around the corner, and the Alabama Department of Public Health wants to remind Tide fans that this year it's more important than ever to get your flu shot. Research shows that it's possible to have the flu and COVID-19 at the same time. This flu season, protect yourself and the people around you from flu and help reduce the strain on your local healthcare system, who is still responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. For more information, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/flu.
Excuse me, do you know how long halftime is for a Crimson Tide football game?
15 minutes?
12 minutes?
18 minutes? I'm pretty sure 12 minutes.
Actually, halftime at Alabama lasts 20 minutes. Any idea how long it takes to complete a mortgage application?
An hour and a half.
Probably like 3 hours at least. It takes a couple days.
I'm going to go with 45 minutes.
Actually, at Assurance Financial, you can apply for a mortgage in less time than halftime. Find out more by visiting them at AssuranceMortgage.com. That's AssuranceMortgage.com.
Equal housing opportunity, NMLS 70876.
Yellowhammer Brewing is proud to sponsor the Alabama Crimson Tide. Yellowhammer Brewing has been crafting fine beers for the state of Alabama for 12 years running. Their beers include a variety of classic styles, including their latest release, Yellowhammer Gold, a light, easy-drinking American lager. These guys are local and doing great things for their community. You can find their beers at grocery stores, restaurants, and craft beer shops throughout the state. Check them out at yellowhammerbrewing.com. Make your next pint of Yellowhammer and roll Tide.
Roll Tide. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Adopt U.S. Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And a pleasant good afternoon, my friends, across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. Our time right now is 5:01. I'm Brian Houseworth, live with you here in studio. This is your Alabama Power Scoreboard update with the latest scores from the SEC and around the nation. Alabama football, it's brought to you by Alabama Power. It's better, a power for a better Alabama. We got a good one for you coming up tonight. 6:39 will be the actual kickoff tonight. We got to give Tom Hart and his crew a few minutes to do their stand-up, so we'll kick it off at 6:39 tonight. Number 2, Alabama and Vanderbilt at the Capstone in Tuscaloosa. 85th meeting. Nick Saban's tied right now 3-0. Coach Saban in Alabama, 16 years right now, 15 full years, and of course 3 games going into this one. 186-25, 6 national championships. So they were red hot. They're going to be playing a good game. Vanderbilt is a solid football team indeed. Elsewhere in the conference, let's start with a big game right now. Back and forth. The SEC on CBS. Number 20, Florida. Number 11, Tennessee. The Gators have just scored again. Anthony Richardson with a touchdown throw, his second of the day. He had a touchdown run earlier, and they have cut the Tennessee lead down to 3. It is 24-21. On the other side of the ball, Hendon Hooker continues to impress. He has accounted for 3 Vol touchdowns.
Empty backfield. Now they switch and get the tight ends on each side. 12th play of the drive. Hooker, here's the rollout. There's the throw. There's the touchdown, Tennessee. Brew McCoy on the receiving end of that one.
How it sounded on the SEC on CBS. The great Gary Danielson color, and the play-by-play man there is Brad Nessler. We thank them for that audio. Again, Vols up 24-21. Halftime right now, about ready to start the third quarter at Vaught Hemingway. 16th ranked Ole Miss leading Tulsa 35-17. Quinshawn Judkins, the outstanding Rebel running back, 13 carries, 87 yards. He has 2 touchdowns. 4th all-time meeting, but they have not played since the 1964 Bluebonnet Bowl. That has been a long time ago. Lyndon Baines Johnson was your president back in that era. I was not doing scoreboards that day. I wasn't around then. Mississippi State and Bowling Green today. Boy, is State ever impressive. They are really looking good. 45-14, they win it. Will Rogers on the day, 39-50, 409 yards. He had 6 State touchdowns through the air, getting it done. Several big receivers.
Needs to get it to the 25 right now. It's closer to 26. 3rd and 1. 3 receivers right, 1 left for the Bulldogs. Rogers gets the pass back from Sharp. Throwing. Center of the field. Caught by Ducking. Breaks away at the 5 and scores. Touchdown, Caleb Ducking. His 2nd of the game.
Neil Price there with a call from Learfield. You heard the cowbells there in the background as Mississippi State wins at 45-14. Crazy finish on the Plains. Auburn and Mizzou, I've never quite frankly seen anything like it. Mizzou had a chance to win the game. Nathaniel Pete was trying to take it in, extends the arms, trying to get in, somehow loses the ball. They review it. They determine it was a fumble and a touchback. Auburn holds on, and they beat Mizzou 17-14 in overtime. Both kickers did struggle at times in that game. Number 1 Georgia beating Kent State today 39-22. Arkansas and A&M coming up tonight. Top 25 scores. We've got Miami right now, the 25th team in the land, on the ropes. They trail Middle Tennessee by a score of 31-10. Washington State right now playing in Pullman. Martin Stadium, they lead number 15 Oregon 17-15. And then coming up tonight, Whiskey in number 3 Ohio State. Badgers, Buckeyes, Ohio Stadium. Chris Fowler, Kirk Herbstreit on the call. They'll kick it off 6:35 on ABC. Coming up in our next segment, it's the game plan presented by AL.com. Tide fans, on your next trip to Bryant-Denny, be sure to download the ASAP app to get your game day needs with express pickup. Skip all those big lines, not the big plays. It is the new ASAP concessions mobile ordering. ASAP is also available statewide in the great state of Alabama for convenient home delivery. I'm Brian Houseworth, live with you in studio at 5:05. Roll Tide, my friends. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Angela, an employee at BASF in Alabama. As a chemist, I love working with a company who wins by offering great benefits to its team members. With great chemistry, anything is possible. At BASF, we create chemistry around the world through our people and our products. To join a winning team and a great place to work, visit BASF.US/Alabama. That's BASF.US/Alabama. BASF, we create chemistry.
If you're looking for the best selection in Crimson Tide apparel, look no further than the Soup Store. The Soup Store is every Bama fan's ultimate destination for the hottest gear and accessories, with 3 great locations around campus to serve you: in Tuscaloosa on campus at the Ferguson Center, on the Strip in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and on Bryant Drive. If you can't get to Tuscaloosa, shop the Soup Store online at soupstore.ua.edu. The Soup Store is a proud partner of Alabama Athletics.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
This is Ernie Johnson Jr. Sports is about overcoming obstacles, and college coaches work hard to help young men overcome Duchenne muscular dystrophy. It's called Coach to Cure MD, and you can help. Text the word CURE to 501-501 to donate $25 on your next mobile phone bill, or go online to CoachToCureMD.org. Text the word CURE to 501-501. Help coaches cure MD.
Brought to you by the American Football Coaches Association.
The Crimson Tide plays here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Ready for our little forest adventure?
Yes! So much ready for me. Yeah, I wanna go outside. I wanna be.
We're here.
Whoa, that was fast.
There's a forest closer than you think. Find a park or forest near you and music inspired by nature at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by USDA Forest Service and the Ad Council.
You're not too cool for me. And in return, I reciprocate that sentiment. I'll never be too cool for you. I was a man with a plan, but now I'm a dad with a decree, and you can't take that from me. Please let it be noted that I told my job they can dock my pay. Right now, it's just too important to take you to school every day. I want to be legendary for you. I want you to puff out your chest when you go to school, the same way I do. I walk taller because of you, because I found everything to live for.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
We're getting set for Alabama against Vanderbilt. It's the SEC opener for the Crimson Tide, and it's time to check today's game plan. It's presented by AL.com. Follow the Tide at AL.com, and remember to submit your question for Coach Saban at AL.com. It could be asked during Hey Coach and the Nick Saban Show, presented by Alpha on Thursdays at 6:30 p.m. Central on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Back inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth, Roger Hoover now joined by John Parker Wilson, our color analyst, and JP. SEC football is finally here.
Finally here, and it's, this is a big day. This is starting to get into the meat of the schedule where you've got to win these games, right? The first goal of every team here in the SEC is going to be to get to Atlanta and give yourself a chance to win that SEC championship and then see what happens in the postseason. So it starts here tonight against Vanderbilt, and this is a Vandy team that's been pretty explosive this season, and had a couple road games, and now find themselves coming to Bryant-Denny Stadium, for a big test and a big opener for them. Also getting ready for their SEC schedule to begin. So a big test for Alabama tonight here in the first SEC game of the season.
Tonight's game is presented by Greenpoint Ag, your premier provider of agronomy inputs and services across the SEC nation. Find your local co-op or Greenpoint Ag at greenpointag.com. That's John Parker Wilson with today's game plan. When we come back, we'll get the keys to victory as we get closer to kickoff of Alabama and Vanderbilt. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
At Greenpoint Ag, we know what it takes to help you win on the farm. Whether you're focused on offense or defense, we evaluate the specific needs of your operation through every stage of your growing season to bring you the best in farming. Your success is our passion, so don't settle for a field goal when you can score a touchdown. Greenpoint Ag is game day ready to serve as your trusted agronomic advisor. Learn more about our full array of agronomic and ag technology services at greenpointag.com. Farmer owned, locally focused. We are Greenpoint Ag.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Hey Alabama fans, this is Roger Hoover. Join me each Tuesday and Thursday at 2 p.m. Central on our CTSN Facebook page for Crimson Drive, driven by NASCAR. This live streaming talk show features detailed breakdowns of each Alabama football game, plus conversations with Crimson Tide legends and a Hey Coach preview. Be sure to like the Crimson Tide Sports Network on Facebook, and each Tuesday and Thursday at 2 p.m. Central, join us to Roll Tide with Crimson Drive, driven by NASCAR.
Hey Crimson Tide fans, as our state moves to the next chapter, the Alabama Department of Public Health is shifting strategies from emergency response to one that minimizes daily disruption to our lives. COVID-19 vaccines and boosters are widely available to anyone 6 months of age and older should you decide that you need one. Together, we can help to protect each other moving forward. For more information on COVID vaccines and virus prevention, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/COVID-19.
Alabama football lives here.
Touchdown, Alabama!
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Did you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
As we get ready for the Commodores and the Crimson Tide, it's time to check today's Bama's keys for victory. They're driven by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer or exploretoyota.com today and take advantage of the amazing deals on our full line of vehicles. No matter your destination, Toyota goes with you. Toyota, let's go places. John Parker Wilson, what are the keys to victory for the Crimson Tide?
All right, when we get into these big games, it becomes pretty simple. Gets back to the basics. And tonight it's about limiting explosive plays to start with. This Vanderbilt offense so far has been extremely explosive. Right now, 42 points a game. That's fifth best in the SEC. And this is a team that wants to do it both running and throwing the ball. Right now, about 2-to-1 rushes compared to pass, but the yards are essentially the same, around 200 or 870 yards on the ground, 878 through the air. This week, it's probably going to be second career start for quarterback A.J. Swan, who was named SEC Freshman of the Week last week when they played Northern Illinois. So this team is explosive with Will Shepard right now, who has scored a touchdown in 5 consecutive games, leads the nation with 7 TD catches. Jaden McGowan also a receiver there. Ray Davis, the running back, and Patrick Smith. So a team that wants to hurt you through the ground and through the air. Alabama's got to be able to limit those explosive, and also a team that has scored on every trip so far in the red zone. 17 trips, 15 of those being touchdowns with 2 field goals. So a team that is explosive, but also when they get down to the red zone, it's pretty solid so far this year.
Favorite part of the schedule's here, John Parker. SEC football, Roll Tide.
Roll Tide, Roger. Can't wait. It's going to be a fun night. Hopefully we score a lot of points early and often.
Absolutely. That's John Parker Wilson with today's Bama's Keys for Victory as we continue on the Conecuh Sausage Crimson Tide Tailgate Show. It's brought to you by your favorite smoked sausage, Conecuh Sausage, made fresh in Evergreen, Alabama since 1947, and now the official smoked sausage of the Crimson Tide. When we come back, we'll hear from Crimson Tide legend Ralph Stokes as we keep getting closer to kickoff of Alabama and Vanderbilt. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Papa Murphy's Pizza is a preferred pizza of the Crimson Tide. On game day, stop by any Papa Murphy's Pizza concession stand inside Bryant-Denny Stadium and get the pizza that rolls with the Tide. Papa Murphy's Pizza makes their dough fresh every day and uses 100% real mozzarella cheese. Cheese grated from a block, not poured from a bag. Dough made from scratch and not pulled from a freezer. You'll taste the difference. Enjoy Papa Murphy's at the game or visit papamurphys.com to find a location near you when the Tide is on the road. Papa Murphy's Pizza, an official partner of Crimson Tide Athletics.
Yellowhammer Brewing is proud to sponsor the Alabama Crimson Tide. Yellowhammer Brewing has been crafting fine beers for the state of Alabama for 12 years running. Their beers include a variety of classic styles, including their latest release, Yellowhammer Gold, a light, easy-drinking American lager. These guys are local and doing great things for their community. You can find their beers at grocery stores, restaurants, and craft beer shops throughout the state. Check them out at yellowhammerbrewing.com. Make your next pint of Yellowhammer and Roll Tide.
If you're looking for the best selection in Crimson Tide apparel, look no further than the Soup Store. The Soup Store is every Bama fan's ultimate destination for the hottest gear and accessories, with 3 great locations around campus to serve you: in Tuscaloosa on campus at the Ferguson Center, on the Strip in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and on Bryant Drive. If you can't get to Tuscaloosa, shop the Soup Store online at soupstore.ua.edu. The Soup Store is a proud partner of Alabama Athletics.
Sports matter. They bring us together. That's why we're a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. More fans, families, and friends trust Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama to provide the health insurance coverage and services they depend on. We're proud to support Alabamians. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
Crimson Tide football lives here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
To your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
Alabama Legends are presented by Hibbett and City Gear. Get game day ready from toe to head at Hibbett and City Gear with officially licensed Bama gear. Hibbett and City Gear, proud supporters of Alabama football. Buy online at Hibbett.com. Earlier this week on Crimson Drive, driven by NASCAR, we were joined by one of today's honorary captains, Ralph Stokes. He was a running back for the Crimson Tide in the early 1970s, and he shared what it was like meeting Coach Paul Bear Bryant for the first time.
The first time I met Coach Bryant, it was exciting because you're meeting a legend that you've seen and had such a storied history of winning. And, you know, for you as an African-American kid who never thought you would have this opportunity, especially to meet him with the potential of playing for him, it was exciting. It was, you were awestruck. But, you know, for Coach Bryant and the way he managed his players, he made you feel comfortable from the start. You know, he was still the giant of a coach, but he wanted you to know he would be a personal coach to you. And, you know, you could talk to him, you could communicate with him. And so he knew how to make a player feel comfortable in his presence while still having a little bit of that intimidation, you know, because you're with the legend, but he knew how to make you feel comfortable.
Thanks to Ralph Stokes for joining us. Our full conversation can be heard on the Alabama Insider Podcast, available on the Varsity Network app and all podcast platforms. Catch more Bama legends like Ralph Stokes at the Bryant Museum, located on campus just across from Coleman Coliseum. Open every day, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. except Mondays. See the Bryant Museum on your next Tuscaloosa visit. Access online at bryantmuseum.com. When we come back, we'll hear comments from Tyler Steen and Will Anderson Jr. ahead of tonight's SEC opener against Vanderbilt. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Bama fans, college football is back, so grab your friends and a cold, refreshing Dos Equis lager and make the most of game day. Dos Equis is the one to score for your tailgate, at the bar, or even watching with your friend who went to that other school. So buy a crisp, cold Dos Equis and roll Tide. Dos Equis, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Get a dose! Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2022, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Rates are on the rise, but with Rocket, you get an advantage. You can lock your rate for 90 days while you search for a home. If rates drop within 3 years of buying your home, you'll get exclusive savings from Rocket Mortgage to refinance to a new lower rate. We'll help you lock it and drop it so you can buy today. That's the Rocket Advantage. Call 8337-ROCKET or go to therocketadvantage.com.
Must lock purchase rate between 7/19/22 and 9/30/22. Call 1-8337-ROCKET for credit fees, terms, and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Walk On Sports Bistro puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Dig into their mouth-watering, made-from-scratch Louisiana dishes or fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. All in front of 70-plus TVs with over 40 beers on tap. Watching at home, Walk-Ons is available to go. Order online or through the Walk-Ons mobile app. Visit Walk-Ons in Tuscaloosa, Hoover, Montgomery, and Mobile. Walk-On Sports Bistro, more than a restaurant.
It's football season. Time to take your tailgate tradition to the next level with the Ford F-150 truck. Power up with an available ProPower onboard generator and with an available 3.5-liter EcoBoost engine. You can tow just about anything you need to rule the stadium lot. For great offers on F-150, visit your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide. Auto models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Big Al, Rammer Jammer, and the $1 Million Band. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
This is an important message from the Mine Safety and Health Administration. Mining fatalities, accidents, and injuries are preventable. Taking a minute to approach your task safely can protect you and your fellow miners from injury and death. Staying alert and focused can keep you safe. Do it safe. Do it right. Whether buckling a seatbelt or securing equipment, these quick safety measures can prevent injuries and fatalities. Take time. Save lives. For more resources, visit MSHA.gov.
Farming is dangerous. There's dangers all around us.
We go through safety training and try and do these things to make sure accidents don't happen.
You don't want to hit a gas pipe because that's your life. The other part of it is if you hit certain things, you're liable for it.
Farm Safe 811 starts with you. Always call 811 and wait for any underground lines to be marked.
Always keep safety in the back of your mind. Just stay humble.
For more information, go to farmsafe811.org.
The Alabama Offense Spotlight is presented by Sweet Grown Alabama. Bama fans deserve the best, and that's exactly what they'll find with Sweet Grown Alabama. Find farm fresh produce, meat, honey, jams, and more that are perfect for your next tailgate at sweetgrownalabama.org. Earlier this week on Crimson Drive, driven by NASCAR, we were joined by left tackle Tyler Steen. He started his career at Vanderbilt before transferring to Alabama, and he shared how he earned playing time with his hard work during preseason camp.
Definitely started working with Coach Wolf and, trying to learn the playbook and stuff like that, different schemes and stuff like that. And then, from there it's just, just keep beating every day, trying to get better. And just worked out from there.
The Alabama Defense Spotlight is presented by SportsCollectibles.com. Find authentic, autographed memorabilia from all of your favorite Crimson Tide legends and stars online at SportsCollectibles.com. Going to a game? Find Sports Collectibles game day auction booths at 4 locations in the stadium and take home the ultimate souvenir today. Roll Tide. Linebacker Will Anderson Jr. also joined us this week on Crimson Drive, driven by NASCAR. He talked about what it's like to face Tyler Steen each day in practice.
He's really good for a guy his size. He can move really well, has great feet, great hands. He's very athletic, and, we're excited to have him as a team. Tyler's a great dude, a great player. He's been a great teammate.
Our live booth cam is presented by Royal Furniture. Search Crimson Tide Sports Network on Facebook to watch the booth cam live. Family owned and operated for 75 years. Royal Furniture has locations in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Memphis, and Jackson, Tennessee for your shopping convenience. That's online at royalfurniture.com. Today's quick facts are presented by Rocket Mortgage. Hey Alabama fans, if you want the competitive advantage to score a new home, Rocket can. If you need a home loan to fit your team and budget, Rocket can. Rocket Mortgage, proud mortgage partner of Alabama Athletics. Alabama has won 22 straight games with Vanderbilt entering today's meeting. This is only the 4th time Coach Saban has faced Vanderbilt as Alabama's head coach, winning games against the Commodores in 2007, 2011, and 2017. This wraps up the Conecuh Sausage Crimson Tide Tailgate Show. I'm Roger Hoover. Conecuh Sausage, made fresh every day in Evergreen, Alabama since 1947. Conecuh is the official smoked sausage of the Crimson Tide. Get some Conecuh Sausage now for your next big Bama tailgate. That's online at ConecuhSausage.com. Tonight's game against Vanderbilt is presented by Greenpoint Ag. Find your local co-op or Greenpoint Ag at greenpointag.com. When we come back, you'll hear Chris Stewart's pregame conversation with Alabama head coach Nick Saban. Tonight in Tuscaloosa, it's the Alabama Crimson Tide against the Vanderbilt Commodores. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Chevron with Techron has unbeatable engine cleaning power, and it gives you unbeatable mileage for all kinds of unbeatable destinations, like time in the sun at the beach, or time in the sun riding roller coasters, or a day in the sun hiking mountains. Well, probably just one mountain would be enough for a day, but hiking a mountain is still an unbeatable choice for how to spend time. Download the Chevron app now to get unbeatable mileage at locations near you.
Southern homes are particularly vulnerable to termites. In this climate, you need guaranteed protection. You need Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Termites attack the Centricon stations, exposing themselves to an agent that eliminates their entire colony. Upgrade from old-fashioned liquid service to the proven protection of Centricon and Cook's Pest Control. Call Cook's today for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
At Greenpoint Ag, we know what it takes to help you win on the farm. Whether you're focused on offense or defense, we evaluate the specific needs of your operation through every stage of your growing season to bring you the best in farming. Your success is our passion, so don't settle for a field goal when you can score a touchdown. Greenpoint Ag is game day ready to serve as your trusted agronomic advisor. Learn more about our full array of agronomic and ag technology services at greenpointag.com. Farmer owned, locally focused. We are Greenpoint Ag.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Alabama football all season long. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Question: what will you find on all over-the-counter or OTC medicine packages to help you choose the right drug and use it safely? The answer: the drug facts label. This label lists the medicine's active ingredients and purpose, how much to take, and warnings you should know before using it. Remember, even OTC medicines you buy without a prescription can cause side effects you don't want. So follow the information listed on the drug facts label. For more information, visit fda.gov/drug facts label. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Some of the best sounds you'll ever hear are generic. Safe, effective, even money-saving, just like FDA-approved generic drugs. Even if they don't come in the exact same color or shape as their brand name equivalents, they have the same key ingredients and go through a rigorous review process. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist today and visit fda.gov/generic drugs. Generics are safe, effective, and can save you money. You'll like the sound of that.
This has been the Conecuh Sausage Crimson Tide Tailgate Show. Conecuh Sausage, the official smoked sausage of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Also brought to you by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. And by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. Coming up, Chris Stewart sits down with Alabama head coach Nick Saban. All part of exclusive game day coverage of Alabama football on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Unused prescription opioid pain medicines can spell trouble. They can spell risk if taken by someone they weren't prescribed for, harm if accidentally taken by a child or pet, or overdose if they're not used as directed. Safely dispose of opioids before they can hurt your family. Find a drug take-back option such as medicine drop boxes. You may find these in your community at local pharmacies or police stations. Visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
Are you thinking about buying medicine online? A search for online pharmacies yields more than 20 million results. But which ones can you trust? Medicines bought from unlicensed online pharmacies can be dangerous. You may get a fake drug, your condition may get worse, or you may experience a bad reaction. Don't put your health at risk. To learn how to find an online pharmacy that's safe and legal, visit fda.gov/BeSafeRx. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
Tailgating, Owens screaming, Rammer, Jammer, Yellow Hammer, Eli screaming, touchdown, Bama!
Exclusive coverage of Alabama football game day continues. Welcome to the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff. Now, Chris Stewart sits down with Alabama head coach Nick Saban, presented by CB&S Bank. Bank anywhere at any time with CB&S Bank's digital solutions. Managing your finances has never been so easy.
Welcome back to Tuscaloosa. It's time for our pregame visit with Alabama head coach Nick Saban and the conversation presented by CB&S Bank. Bank anywhere at any time with CB&S Bank's digital solutions. Managing your finances has never been so easy. Coach, back in conference play against the Vanderbilt team that's much improved over last year.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about the fact that these guys are 3-1 and got some significant players on offense. Quarterbacks play pretty good, both of them, whichever one plays. They've got a really good receiver. 14 running back 2 is really a good player. Guys play hard on defense, present a lot of problems to you with the pressures and blitzes, and the punters leading the nation in punt. So these guys have a good team, but it's SEC play for us, and all the things that we've done to this point is to get ready for the SEC games. Not that the first 3 games weren't important, they were, but the things we've talked about that we need to improve on and get better at, now is the time to show that we've made that improvement.
Besides the outcome, obviously, what did you see against Louisiana Monroe that you'd like to see carry over this week?
Well, I mean, there was elements of Alabama football there in terms of how physical we played, the effort the guys gave. The one good thing, we didn't, play down to the competition. We sort of tried to play to our standard, which is, a pattern that you want to create so that you can play with consistency at a high level. So hopefully, that's a standard that we'll continue to build on and try to stack some positive performance with as we get into conference play.
Talk about positive performance, and understand that is the primary objective, but what does it do for team morale to be able to play as many guys as you did last week?
Well, I think it's always good. I think it's good for team building. I think it's good for morale, but I also think it's good for the development of the players and the development of our team, so that we have an opportunity to develop the kind of depth on our team that we need down the road, because at some point in time in the season, some of those guys that got to play, they may be needed to play. So it's important for all those guys, which I was a little more positively encouraged by how those guys played in the game when they got a chance to, so that they understand that if they do get an opportunity to play, they're ready to take advantage of their opportunity.
Coach, Vanderbilt started a couple of different guys at quarterback. Do they play any differently based on who's taking snaps right now under center?
Well, number 5 is really a great athlete, really fast, can run. He's made a lot of plays running. They run some option, so he's been pretty dynamic at that part of it. He's got a strong arm. He's a good passer. He's a good scrambler. Presents a lot of problems for you on defense. They brought number 13 in, who's a freshman, who's a big, strong guy, who's a good runner. They don't change their offense when he's in there. He's probably maybe a little more consistent passing the ball wise, but both these guys are capable of creating lots of problems for the defense.
Besides their quarterback position, give me some guys, Coach, that really kind of jump off the film for them that Tide fans should maybe look out for today that cause concern.
Well, their team causes concern. We want to play team defense. We want to play team offense. Everybody's got to execute and do their job, and regardless of how significant a player you are or you aren't, it's still important for you to be able to focus and do that so that your teammates can respect and trust in what you're going to do, so that you can play together as a group. And I'm sure that's what their team has done better this year from a culture standpoint, and it's important for our team to be able to match that.
Coach, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Head coach Nick Saban with us. We'll continue with more from Tuscaloosa right after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Make sure. Jim.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me.
We're on the air.
I need to try it first.
Hi, this is Coach Nick Saban. They say Coke Zero Sugar is refreshingly delicious. Does that make it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. Roll Tide.
Producing championship quality lumber is not an easy process, but at Everwood Treatment Company, it's our only process. Wood treated right. Everwood is championship quality lumber for decks, outdoor structures, commercial jobs, and more that you can build your reputation on. No rot, no decay, no termites, no problems. Just wood treated right. To locate your local Everwood store, visit EverwoodTreatment.com. Everwood Treatment, official lumber of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Hey Tide fans, do you need to make some extra room in your living space, basement, or garage? Life Storage can help, offering a variety of spaces and sizes, including traditional or climate controlled. Life Storage has the space for you. Prefer to skip the counter? This Life Storage exclusive 100% online rental offers the only true contact-free storage rental solution. Call 844-LIFE-STORE or visit lifestorage.com for more information. Life Storage. It's your life. Store it with care.
Saturdays are made for football, and when the game is on, we're finally off. Off duty, offline, out of office. A cracked Coors Light is our do not disturb message to the world. On game day, we don't think about the 9 to 5, but worry about the 4th and 1. So this Saturday, grab a Coors Light, press play on some pigskin, and pause on everything else. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshment, made to chill. Proud partner of Crimson Tide Sports Network. 2021 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
Crimson Tide football lives here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy, so we show them how. With honest conversations that let them know what we expect. That's especially important when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. And when it comes to pain medications, opioids, they need to know that they should never be shared with friends or family. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. We all make choices about alcohol. Kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad. Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Hey, remind me about that party again?
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations, and they want honest answers in everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path, because when you talk, they hear you. Learn more at underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And a push into good evening, my friends, across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. Our time is 5:40. I'm Brian Houseworth, live with you here from our Learfield studios with your Alabama Power Scoreboard update. The latest scores from the SEC and around the nation. Alabama football. It's brought to you by Alabama Power. It's power for a better Alabama. We got a good one for you coming up tonight. Number 2, Alabama and Vanderbilt at the Capstone tonight. 6:39, the kickoff 85th meeting at Bryant-Denny between these two teams, the Crimson Tide, of course, and Vanderbilt. The Vanderbilt Commodores trying to turn that program around. They're more physical than they've been, as Coach Saban said to Chris Stewart there. Punter technically leads the nation. It's not technically about it. He leads the nation in punting. They certainly have a very good system. Both quarterbacks can play, and we'll find out later which one is going to start tonight. Elsewhere in the SEC, wild one going on right now in Knoxville at the checkerboard. Tennessee is leading number 20 Florida 31-21. They keep showing this guy in the stands. Have you seen this beard? This guy wearing this beard at Tennessee. He's got a beard literally shaped like the checkerboard in the end zone. He's been all over television. I have no idea his name, but he's getting a lot of attention at the game today. Tennessee leading Florida 31-21 in the fourth quarter. The Vols averaging 52 points per game. They're probably not going to get there, but they do answer several times. Hendon Hooker, 3 touchdowns.
Didn't do their reads. Well, he did. Hendon Hooker, touchdown. That's how you answer a Gator March.
You sure do. So really, it's been Tennessee who stopped Tennessee, okay? The great punch-out on third down fumble, and then they get a bad pass on the other third.
That's how it sounded on the SEC on CBS. Brad Nessler, Gary Danielson there on the call. We thank CBS Sports for that audio. Neyland Stadium is rocking right now. There are times you can barely hear Gary Danielson or Brad Nessler calling the game because it's so loud. Number 16, Ole Miss leading Tulsa 35-20 right now in the third quarter. Rebel running back Quinshawn Judkins, 13 carries, 115 yards, and the Rebel quarterback Jackson Dart, 2 touchdowns as well. Missouri and Auburn, what a wild finish. Hard to explain this. Reader's Digest version, both kickers really struggled. Even Carlson, who's one of the best in the country. Mevis has had a great career at Mizzou, but both of them missed some key kicks today. Bottom line, Missouri had a chance to win the game in the end in overtime. Nathaniel Pete was trying to go in, reaches out, basically trying to extend the arms, get that ball across the pylon, but he lost the ball. Mizzou fans were hoping it would have gone out of bounds, but it's ruled a fumble and a touchback, and that basically ends the game. Auburn wins it by a score of 17-14. Number 1, Georgia will be at Faurot Field in Columbia next week. They beat Kent State 39-22, the final there. Stetson Bennett, 18-3, is a starter. Mississippi State beating Bowling Green 45-14, and coming up here in 16 minutes, number 10 Arkansas, number 23 A&M. That is the Southwest Classic Trophy game at AT&T Stadium, and Jerry Jones is in the house tonight. Of course, he has so many ties to the state of Arkansas, but he opens that up and he always enjoys that game. That should be a fantastic football game tonight. A couple of quick scores in the top 25. How about this one right now in Lubbock? Number 22, Texas and Texas Tech. Everybody remembers the Crabtree game. This rivalry game could go away. We're tied at 31 right now, about 8.5 to play in the fourth quarter. Middle Tennessee hanging on. 1 quarter down. They're trying to go into Coral Gables and beat the Hurricanes 38-24. They lead it right now. They have the football. Miami trying to stop them right now. Get the ball back. 14-point lead, Middle Tennessee. Washington State has number 15 Oregon on the ropes. Cougars up 27-15. 1 quarter to go in the fourth. How would you like to continue to be able to listen to the Crimson Tide Sports Network while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your home? You can go to syncmygame.com. Find out how. That is syncmygame.com. Coming up next, it's a scouting report. Chris Stewart and John Parker Wilson. It's presented by Cook's Pest Control. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio at 5:45. Roll Tide, my friends. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Saturdays are made for football, and when the game is on, we're finally off. Off duty, offline, out of office. A cracked Coors Light is our do not disturb message to the world. On game day, we don't think about the 9 to 5, but worry about the 4th and 1. So this Saturday, grab a Coors Light, press play on some pigskin, and pause on everything else. Coors Light, mountain cold refreshments, made to chill. Proud partner of Crimson Tide Sports Network. 2021 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly.
By now, your daily routine is probably a little too routine. Don't you want to change? Don't you want to start playing by your own rules and escape the routine so your fantasy becomes reality? Where every night is an adventure, where new flavors are ready to be tasted, where it feels like you're a winner. Take a chance. Reward yourself. Make your routine anything but routine. Escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and WindCreekCasino.com.
Fall football is back, and Napa can help to make sure you hit the road on game day with confidence. This month, when you stop by your local Napa Auto Parts store, you can pick up a 5-quart jug of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for only $32.95. Plus, with any in-store purchase, score a University of Alabama 2022 football schedule magnet. Napa, get up and go. Offer good at participating locations and while supplies last. Some restrictions apply. Magnet offer ends 10/31/22. Visit alabamafootball.napapromotions.com for participating store. See store for details.
Don't let a bulky glass bottle hold you back from celebrating the Crimson Tide's roll toward another championship season. For the first time ever, the Go Anywhere, Do Anything premium wine, Copa Divino, and new proud sponsor of Alabama Athletics, is available at Bryant-Denny Stadium as well as a retailer near you. Copa is the unbreakable single cup of wine, and its spill-resistant resealable top is perfect for your watch party, tailgate, backyard barbecue, or away game road trips, no matter how wild. With 7 different wines to choose from, there's a Copa Divino just for you and all of your rowdy friends.
Alabama football lives here.
Goodness gracious.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Meet Ed, movie buff, animal lover, safe driver.
5 years of driving an ambulance teaches you a thing or two. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. When I see a car trying to rush past a turning bus, I get concerned. You see, when big vehicles turn right, they have to swing wide to make the turn. And that's a lesson you don't want to learn the hard way. When trucks and buses turn, let's you and I wait.
It's our roads. It's our safety. Visit www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
I've been driving trucks for a long time. Safety is my #1 priority. I know that my truck has huge blind spots. That's why I remember to check my mirrors often for smaller vehicles. Everyone can help keep our roads safe. Next time you're behind the wheel, try to avoid lingering in those blind spots. It can be dangerous. Let's all plan to share the road safely. Learn how at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Exclusive coverage of Alabama football game day continues on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. This is the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff. Everwood Treatment Company, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Also brought to you by Chick-fil-A. All Chick-fil-A locations in Alabama proudly support the Crimson Tide. And by Ford. For great offers on F-150, see your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide.
Welcome back, everybody, to our Everwood Treatment Company Countdown to Kickoff. That is the official treated lumber of Alabama Athletics. Everwood, wood treated right. Chris Stewart alongside John Parker Wilson will be checking in just a bit with our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter, Christian Miller. JP back at Bryant-Denny Stadium and the start of conference play. Always excited to get that part of the slate underway.
Can't wait. I mean, Alabama right now sitting at 3-0, so 4th game of the season. Went on the road to Austin, Texas, but here, starting off against the SEC, this is what it's all about. You got to win your conference first. You got to get to Atlanta, and you got to take care of business in conference. And we're facing a team today, the Vanderbilt Commodores, who haven't beaten Alabama in quite some time. I think it goes back to 1984, but they got some weapons, especially on offense. A couple receivers that can make some plays. So anything can happen. We see it each and every week in college football, and I expect a good game today here in Bryant-Denny.
Let's get into the scouting report real quickly. It's presented by our friends at Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. That's the unbeatable combination for termite protection. On the scout of the opposition, the Vanderbilt Commodores, what have you got for us?
Yeah, this is a Vandy team that's kind of working through some things, especially at quarterback right now. We'll be starting true freshman A.J. Swan. They've seen Mike Wright at quarterback also, but it looks like Swan has taken over the quarterback duties. A team right now that's 5th in the conference in scoring. They're averaging 42 points a game. Pretty good rushing, and this is the thing about this team. 217 yards a game. That's 4th in the SEC. You're going to see a lot of 12 personnel. So we heard Coach Saban last week, I think it was running to halftime, talk about silver package. Silver is what they call 12. So 1 running back, 2 tight ends. They actually will play 3 tight ends in that position, but you'll see 2 tight ends on the field a lot, and that's going to be to try to get the running game going. This is a team under head coach Clark Lee that wants to run the ball and then take shots off of it. And they've got a couple good receivers that can do that and get them going. We'll talk about them later, but expect to see a lot of 12 personnel, a lot of downhill runs. Got two guys that are really good running the ball. And then on defense, it's a it's a struggling unit. They're the last, near the last on just about every stat in the league right now in the SEC. So really a 4 down front. See a lot of 2 high safeties, which you would think Alabama, just on a scouting report, when you see 2 high safeties, you want a major running the ball. So 2 high safeties, want to run the ball and then work play action off that.
Don't mean this disrespectfully towards Vanderbilt, but it's not uncommon to see them at the bottom of the league in some different numbers like you referred to. But what is very different is to see them 3-1. They've built a level of confidence by claiming those 3 victories. Frankly, last week to me speaks volumes, the fact that they were down a couple of scores in that game at Northern Illinois in the second half, and yet managed to find a way to come back and win. Something is different, definitely, in Nashville with Clark Lee as the head coach.
I think you're exactly right. And we talk about it a lot, building confidence, especially during a game. But from a team like Vandy, who's historically, like you said, near the bottom of the pack in just about everything, they were picked at the beginning of the season. Over-under was set at 2.5 wins on the entire season. And here they are at 3-1. Kept it pretty close against Wake. Ended up, Wake ran away from, I think it was 45-26. Is that right?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Wake was 45-25.
Yes.
But Vandy struggled with turnovers in that game, and Wake is a pretty good team. They do have confidence, and that's a dangerous thing, especially early in the season. First SEC game for both of these schools. So Alabama's got to come out. Got to come out of the blocks, right? Track. If you're running track, you got to explode out of the blocks and get those first couple steps. I was really impressed with our team last week, the way we did that. Tough road game against Texas, able to fight for the win, but showed up last week against Louis Monroe and really started as fast as we possibly could from the first snap.
Quick out of the gates is something that has definitely been the case for Alabama. The Tide outscoring the opposition through the first 3 weeks by a total of 55-3. Vanderbilt's been good in the third quarter, outscoring their opponents 71-35. But again, that first quarter start for Alabama, a trend that they definitely hope will continue today here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Next, let's take a look at our star to watch. It's presented by Life Storage, and Life Storage offers convenient storage units to keep your memories, family history, and accomplishments safe and sound. Call 844-LIFE-STORE or visit lifestorage.com. Life Storage, it's your life. Store it with care. Who you got on the stars to watch?
Well, I had a little help with this at the pregame. From my new spotter, Hud. You got your spotter. I got a spotter now, too.
I got Butch. You got Hudson Stewart. There you go.
Hudson Stewart and Jahmyr Gibbs, I think he was spot on. Jahmyr Gibbs is a guy that we know extremely well here for Alabama from the transfer portal, Georgia Tech, but averaging 6.9 right now on the ground, 10.3 catching the ball. He's our second leading wide receiver right now, second leading running back. He's going to go as the offensive line goes. Tyler Steen is another one to keep an eye on at left tackle for Alabama. He's the fifth-year guy out of St. Thomas Aquinas, but transfer from Vanderbilt. Talk about knowing guys intimately. And he's going to know this defensive line better than anybody else that this defensive line is going to face all year. So, he's coaching up the rest of his offensive linemen. Pete Golding's probably pulled him to the side, saying, hey, what do they like to do on offense? What do they like to do on defense? But Gibbs is a guy that's as dynamic as it gets, is a safety blanket for Bryce in the passing game, but runs the ball really well. And this is the Alabama team right now, third in the SEC, 237 yards a game, and definitely helped out last week against ULM, where we've been challenging them all year about being more physical, and they did it last week. So you got to show up and do it again here today.
You do indeed. We got a lot more still to come before we get to the kickoff. It's our Everwood countdown to kickoff, continuing from here in Tuscaloosa. Alabama and Vanderbilt starting Southeastern Conference play on what should be a gorgeous evening here tonight in Tuscaloosa. We're back with more in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
I found hope in the midst of an overwhelming situation.
Alcoholism is a disease that can affect any family. Everyone suffers, but there is help and hope at Al-Anon Family Groups.
Al-Anon gave me my life back. I'm a better father and husband.
Are you in an overwhelming situation because of someone else's drinking? Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Local and virtual meetings are available. Maybe one could work for you. Call 1-866-200-0033 or visit alanon.org/hope.
Medicaid and CHIP offer free or low-cost health coverage for children and teens. Hospital and doctor visits, prescriptions, shots, and more are covered. That's peace of mind for parents if a child is sick or gets injured. And parents may now be eligible for Medicaid too, even if they've applied in the past. Enrollment is always open. Visit InsureKidsNow.gov or call 1-877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The United States Deputy Sheriff's Association is a national nonprofit and the largest non-governmental provider of services to law enforcement. The USDSA assists city, county, state, and federal agencies with free safety equipment donations and officer survival training, along with cash donations to families of law enforcement officers who perish in the line of duty, college scholarships for the children of law enforcement, a citizen awareness program, and more. For more information on the USDSA and how you can help, visit usdeputy.org.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen.
For late nights writing English papers.
For your teen's music taste.
For dinners, where they talk more on their phone than with you.
For the first time, they call you Mom.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen, and you can't imagine the reward.
To learn more about adopting a teen, visit adoptuskids.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. He sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
For many military veteran caregivers, their caregiving journey starts earlier in life and lasts longer. Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back, everybody. Time for us to continue our Everwood countdown to kickoff. Brought to you by Everwood Treatment Company. Everwood, wood treated right. Let's take a look, John Parker Wilson, at the starting lineups presented by Walk-On Sports Bistro. Of course, Walk-Ons puts everything they've got into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Visit a location in Mobile, Montgomery, Hoover, or Tuscaloosa for your next game day experience. Walk-Ons, more than a restaurant. And please do not throw darts at the John Parker Wilson mural that is on the wall at Walk-Ons when you go in there. It's a great look, especially when you're calling Baton Rouge.
The to-go order, it worked out perfect, right? Call in to-go order. All the most orders now are online.
So good. It's one of my absolute favorites. I digress, though. Let's take a look at the starting lineups in this one today, and we will begin with the offensive starters for the visitors from Nashville. A.J. Swan expected to get the start at quarterback. 6'3", 225, the freshman out of Cherokee High School in White, Georgia, coming off of an 18 of 28 performance, 64% completion percentage, 255 yards, 4 touchdowns, just as big, no picks, in leading them to that comeback victory a week ago.
Yeah, named the SEC Freshman of the Week after that. That's the second time this year Vandy has had a freshman of the week to go along with receiver McGowan. But A.J. Swan coming in and right now taking care of the football. Like you said, 6 touchdowns on the season, 0 interceptions. He's leading the SEC right now in quarterback efficiency and pass efficiency. So a team that wants to run the ball first and foremost. If you're going to throw it, he's going to take care of the ball, and he's got to do that. The freshman is getting more and more comfortable, right? You got one star, got a couple throws under your belt. Now you got to face the Crimson Tide, and it's going to be about slowing down the pass rush.
Should we see Mike Wright, the 6'4 junior from Fayetteville, Georgia, what changes for them when he's in there?
Well, I mean, the junior, he's got obviously more experience. Lit it up against Elon. He had accounted for 6 touchdowns in that game. But like I said, the Wake Forest game, turnovers are killers. And this is a defense that we'll talk about that does create turnover opportunities. But if you can't take care of the ball, you really don't give yourself a chance to win. So if he gets in a game, you want to see him take care of the ball a little bit more. But I think A.J. Swan's their guy right now.
In the backfield, who stands out to you? Not that they've got a breakaway guy, but their top rusher is Ray Davis right now.
Yeah, Ray Davis had a career game last week against Northern Illinois. Went 23 rushes, 116 yards, had 3 catches for 38. So we got him. Also, Patrick Smith backed up. He's the backup. Played 10 games last year. Coming off a 4-game suspension to start the season. So a guy that hadn't played, he's got fresh legs. You love to see that. So those are going to be the 2 running backs for them. Rocco Griffin picked up the slack when Patrick Smith was out. So probably major with Ray Davis, and then we'll see Patrick Smith coming off the bench.
Looking at the offensive line, right tackle Jacob Brammer joined on that side by the right guard Bradley Ashmore. That's a senior and a junior, respectively. Some veteran players there, especially when you look at a senior at the center spot in Julian Hernandez, 6'4", 315, out of Davie, Florida.
Yeah, a couple veteran guys at center than that right tackle. But this is an offensive line, Chris. They've only given up 1 sack all year long. Obviously, the best in the SEC. And that's going to be important today is having the 2 tight ends, so helping out those offensive line to slow down the Alabama pass rush. And if you want to give a young guy some success, you got to give him time for quarterback A.J. Swan. It remains to be seen how this offensive line, especially with a guy that they gave up to us, Tyler Steen, that's now starting for us at left tackle. So losing a veteran guy for them, how they're going to be able to handle it. But so far, 217 yards a game, average on the ground, and only giving up 1 sack.
We're going to tell you about the left side of that line, then move to the wideouts. But first, we're going to pause 10 seconds so our local stations can identify themselves to you. Welcome to the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Left tackle Gunnar Hansen is the one that has the task of replacing Tyler Steen, who thankfully is wearing crimson in today's ball game. But Hansen at 6'5", 320. He's a sophomore out of Boca Raton, Florida, and Ben Cox will join him on the left side. He's at the guard, 6'5", 310, and a junior out of Radford, Virginia. Let's go to the wideouts, though. Tell me who jumps off the page among their starters for you.
J.D. McCowan, he was named the SEC Freshman of the Week a few weeks ago, 61 yards per game. Second in the SEC for freshmen at wideouts. This kid's fast. He ran the 100-meter when he was at South Carolina in 10.6, the 221.6. That's pretty fast. If you watch Olympics or you're familiar with those times, that's moving right there. He also has Will Shepard on the other side of him. Pretty, those 2 guys are going to be one catching the ball. Not a lot of depth at wide receiver. Lean a lot on their tight ends. But McGowan and Shepard is going to be who A.J. Swan's going to be looking today to throw the ball and catch some things and try to get some yards after catch.
McGowan, 5'8", 177, the freshman from Lawrence, South Carolina, and Will Shepard from Mandeville, Louisiana. He's 6'3", 200, and a junior, good size from number 14 that we'll see today. And Gavin Schoenfeld, the tight end, was referenced 6'4", 250, a fifth-year senior from Brentwood Academy there in Brentwood, Tennessee. Defensively, he'll be facing a 3-man, really a 4-man Alabama front, as we always talk about. Will Anderson at the jack linebacker walks up as that 4th defensive lineman, really alongside Byron Young, DJ Dale, and Tim Smith.
Yeah, Alabama's playing pretty good up front right now. Byron Young leading all defensive linemen in tackles. He's 7th on the team. He's got 9 tackles on the season. He's got half a sack, 2 tackle for losses, 1 quarterback hurries. We play a lot of guys up front on Alabama for the defensive line. Extremely important to keep them rotating in and out. I mean, we're going 2, even 3 deep at some points on the defensive line, and that frees up your linebackers to make plays. And when they can make plays, then you can drop more guys in coverage, which makes for a pretty stingy defense.
The law firm of Moody, Turner, and To'o at the linebacking core, pretty good for Bama as well.
Not bad. And I tell you what, Jalen Moody, the fifth-year guy out of Conway, South Carolina, leading all Alabama tacklers right now, 22 on the season. He's got 1 sack, 2 tackle for losses. And next to a guy, To'o, who led us last year in tackles, and then Dallas Turner and pass rusher Will Anderson. And you got to give some shout-out right now to Deontay Lawson. Seen more and more of him. He's 6th for Alabama tacklers right now on the team. He's got 10 on the season, but he's getting more playing time. I think just like we rotate a lot of guys at defensive line, linebackers is a position where typically you don't see a lot of rotation. You get out there, the only guys rotating is going to be that weak side, strong side linebacker that a nickel's going to come in for. But we've got the guys right now, Chris Braswell, Kendrick Blackshire, that can play and that can be starters. So we've got depth at defensive line and also at linebacker.
In the secondary, Terrion Arnold is 6 feet, 188, a redshirt freshman from Tallahassee. He's at one corner. Kool-Aid McKinstry at the other, the sophomore out of Birmingham in Pinson Valley High School, goes 6'1", 188. Then you've got the safeties. Strong side in Jordan Battle at 6'1", 205, a senior from Fort Lauderdale. DeMarco Helms, the free, at 6'1", 208, and a senior from Washington, D.C. And they bring the star in, Brian Branch, 6 feet, 195, and a junior out of Fayetteville, Georgia.
Yeah, and star, and that's what Coach Saban calls our nickel position. So when we sub in an extra DB for a linebacker, Brian Branch, also Malachi Moore. But, man, up the middle right now, DeMarco Helms and Jordan Batters playing some football. Helms right now 2nd on the team and tackles with 21. He's got 2 pass breakups to go along with Kool-Aid McKinstry, and it seems like Terrion Arnold has kind of locked down the cornerback position opposite of Kool-Aid. And our defense is right now giving up 8.7 points a game, 78 yards on the ground, and a little bit less than 150 through the air. And, you know, to me, it's continuing to put pressure on the offense. And the more our offense scores points, it allows us to dictate the game. And right now, these guys on defense are playing football.
Speaking of Alabama's offense, Bryce Young, of course, engineers that. Last year's Heisman Trophy winner, 6 feet, 195, and a junior from Pasadena, California, Mater Dei High School. The bar has been set so high that even though he's completed more than 68% of his passes for more than 640 yards, he's thrown 9 TDs. People tend to point to those 2 picks. They're expecting perfection. It's not there. Obviously, he can improve, but what are you seeing from Bryce so far?
Well, I think he's added a lot to his game this year in his ability to rush the ball. On the season, he's got 15 carries, 144 yards. That's 3rd on the team right now behind Gibbs and Jace McClellan. So he's added an extra element. You know, 2 interceptions last week. You don't like to turn over the ball, but we can live with that. He was late on one, a deep ball over the middle, and, you know, that's just finding your timing and getting a feel of it. But Bryce, he's so good, and he makes other guys around him better. You know, he throws people open, throws catchable balls. He is it for our offense, and he's going to be the Heisman Trophy winner. You know, we saw Jalen Milroe last week, and his ability not only to throw it, he's got a quick arm release, quick throw, but man, he can run it. He can pull it down and hurt you with his feet. But Bryce, he's going to continue to press. And in days like this, when you know, the young guys, the new guys look and see the leader, Bryce Young's it for Alabama.
Yes, Jahmyr Gibbs is listed as the starter for Alabama, and yes, he will likely take the first snaps, but it is truly a 1-2 punch in the backfield, both in terms of how we see them and what they're wearing. Jahmyr Gibbs and Jace McClellan behind him, 2 very talented running backs for the Tide, both running it and receiving.
They both are doing it on the ground and through the air. I think it gives us the ability to you know, rest and get ready, rest during the game. You don't have to have one guy carrying the load like we ended up doing last year with so many injuries. So we saw the game against Texas when we pulled away in the 4th quarter, when we seemed to be fresher and had more reserves and more fresh legs. And our running backs right now is a nasty 1-2 punch because they both are starters, right? They're both extremely talented, both extremely disciplined. And you know, Jace McClellan, to me, he's a guy that's came off injuries, and he's really starting to feel his body, can make those cuts, great vision. vision, and that's exactly what Jahmyr Gibbs has also.
Looking at the offensive line, Tyler Steen, again, the former Vanderbilt tackle, thankfully wearing crimson today at 6'5", 315. He is a fifth-year player out of Miami, Florida. Kendall Randolph lines up alongside him, or expected to, at left guard. Darian Dalcourt at center. Emil Ekiyor at right guard. J.C. Latham at right tackle. But seeing a lot of the freshmen out of New Haven, Connecticut, and Tyler Booker, especially at that right guard position.
Yeah, Coach Saban's even said that in his eyes, he's playing for a starting role. We've got 6, and then you throw in Javion Cohen at left guard. Really 7 starters that I think we're going to continue to see Coach Saban tinker with who's going to be out there, who's going to be our 5 guys that we're going to rely on all season. But I tell you what, Darian Dalcourt, the senior, was injured late in the season last year. To me, he's playing mean, and that's what you want as a guy, as a center, as the captain of the offensive line up front. You got somebody that's got physicality. He's got a little mean streak to him. And Darian Dalcourt right now is doing that for us up front.
Cameron Latu, we knew was important to this offense, but I think seeing what he did against Texas, seeing what he has done since his return, missing the first game of the season, coming off injury, obviously the Salt Lake City native, awfully important.
He really is. I mean, and this guy can play ball. 6'5", 244. He's a big tight end. That to me has really improved as a pass catcher last year. Really good in the run game, but became he broke the record for tight end catching touchdowns with 8 last season. Irv Smith held the record before him with 7. We saw Amari Niblack last week catch a touchdown of his first catch of his career for 15 yards. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit more of him today. Playing some 12 personnel with 2 tight ends in the game, but Latu's a guy that Bryce, he likes to go to, and Latu has become really crafty at using his body, especially down in the red zone, catching touchdowns just like he did last year with 8.
At wideout, we'll see a number of guys. Jermaine Burton getting a start, likely to once again alongside Trayshawn Holden, and also the freshman Kobe Prentice. This group, I'm not going to say much maligned because I don't know that that's accurate. I'll just say there's been a lot of conversation about what they're not, but the upside for the unit as a whole, I think, is very strong, JP, especially when you look at what the future will hold in getting a couple of guys back, if not this week, then likely very soon.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Trayshawn Holden right now, leading Alabama right now, 12 catches, 169 yards, 3 touchdowns. Burton right now, he's 6th on the team right now in catches, though. Kobe Prentice is 3rd. Like I said earlier, Jahmyr Gibbs, the running back, is 2nd. I think these guys, we've been really stressing, not we, the coaches have been stressing running the ball, being physical. I think this week we try to open it up, get some shots downfield, but you're exactly right. JoJo Earl, the slot receiver, has been injured all season. Tyler Harrell, one of the fastest guys in all of college football, not just the SEC, but the entire country, has been out. The 5th-year guy, the transfer from Louisville, who, when he gets back, and if he's as fast as he was, changes the offense, because then you got a guy that you've got to respect. The defense has to take a look at running downfield. It just opens up more passing lanes, more intermediate passes, and then you have the chance for downfield. So we are injured. I don't think we talk about that enough, that JoJo Earl, a starting slot, and then Tyler Harrell, a guy that was going to get a lot of playing time, just hadn't seen the field yet this year.
Let's take a look at Vanderbilt's defense, and along the front, pretty good size. They've got a Huntsville native, Lee High School product in Malik Langham, 6'5", 308. He's a 5th-year senior at one defensive tackle slot. Christian James at the other, 6'4", 275, and a senior from Memphis. And defensive end, Nate Clifton, 6'5", 280, and a senior out of Tennessee.
Yeah, Christian James, the nose tackle, really leading all defensive linemen for Vanderbilt right now with 12 tackles. Clifton has 10, but these guys are going to have to find a way today, because right now, coming into this game, they're 11th in the conference. They're giving up 140 yards rushing compared to Alabama's 237. So they're going to have to dig down deep and fight for 4 quarters. And that's what I see Alabama today is pulling away second half, 4th quarter with just the size and the strength that we do have. And this isn't a very deep defensive lineman for Vandy. Just 5 guys, 6 guys with stats all season long, which is not something you want to see if you're coming here playing pretty salty Alabama offense.
Darren Agu is at the star defensively for Vandy. He is 6'6", 240, just a freshman from London, England originally. Ethan Barr is at another linebacker, 6'3", 245, and a junior from Flower Mound, Texas, and from Rockwall, Texas, a senior, Anthony Orji, 6'2", 230 pounds.
Yeah, the thing about this Vandy defense, though, is they got a lot of guys back. They got the top 4 tacklers. 82% of all tackles from last year is back. From a year ago. They've got 7 sacks. And like you said, I think they've got some confidence. They're starting to play with some confidence. They're giving up 28 points a game, which is a lot. Like our goal is to score 30, 35 points a game. We're averaging 46. So something's got to give here. But a team, and we'll talk about it when we get to the secondary, is they really rely on turnovers and interceptions.
In the secondary, they'll go with Tyson Russell at one corner. He's a sophomore, 5'11", 187. He's from St. Thomas Aquinas. Maxwell Worship, a safety, 6'1", 210. He's a fifth-year senior from Coral Springs, Florida. When they go nickel, they'll have Jalen Mahoney there at 5'11", 195, and a senior from Rock Hill, South Carolina. DeRicky Wright is from Gadsden, played at Gadsden City High School, 6'4", 230. He's at one safety. And Jeremy Lucian is at the other corner, 6'2", 200, a fifth-year senior out of Moore 2, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and like I said, they rely on turnovers. Right now, 4 fumbles, 1 interception, but they've had a turnover in 13 consecutive games. That's the longest streak in the SEC. And in games like this, we saw it against Texas. It's about penalties, and it's about turnovers, and then red zone scoring. That's what it's about. And if Vanderbilt can somehow find a way, like Bryce did last week, 2 turnovers. It was against ULM, but today we're playing an SEC opponent. You got to take care of the ball. They're going to be swarming and try to get some turnovers.
Taking a look at the specialists in this one, their punter, Matthew Hayball, is 6'1", 182. He's a fifth-year senior from Australia. Last week, couple of punts, averaging better than 51 yards per kick. But their place kicker, very familiar name, former kicker for the Crimson Tide a few years ago, Joseph Bulovas out of Mandeville, Louisiana, 6 feet, 215. He's a fifth-year senior for the Commodores. He has made a couple of kicks this year, a couple of field goals already on the season. And again, he'll have a lot of former teammates of his wearing crimson today.
Yeah, and just like for Tyler Steen, the transfer from Vanderbilt, it's fun to play your old guys because you spent so much time with them. You know them. Your friends. You know their families. I mean, it's fun to be able to come out here and play them. Hopefully he doesn't have too many opportunities. We can keep him outside of the red zone where he can have too many extra points. If he's going to kick, we'll be okay with field goals, but let's limit the PATs. But Matthew Haybill, I mean, they've got to be watching tape, the special teams unit for Vanderbilt, saying probably not a good idea to kick it inbounds against our punt return unit. So I'm kind of interested to see what their game plan is on special teams. Do you kick it or you give up yards and try to kick it out of bounds?
So I mentioned Hayball, the punter, is from Australia. He's from West Adelaide, Australia.
Oh, yeah.
Mount Macedon, Australia, the home of James Burnett for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Couple of punts last week for an average of 42 yards. I don't know that they are from rival schools or not. The fact that I've told you they're from Australia,
they got to be
exceeds my interest.
It's
sure.
There's not a lot of land out there. It's a pretty small country, so they probably know each other, right?
Who am I to argue with you? Will Reichard, same high school that produced you. Maybe we should ask him the question. 6'1", 190 out of Hoover High School. There is no question. Reichard's one of the best in the country.
No doubt. 4 for 4. So far this season, the game winner against Texas, that was 52 yards, which is his career high. The senior, he's been ice cold since he's got here. He was injured his freshman year, but since then has not looked back. Confidence for Bill O'Brien, for Bryce Young, and the play calling. And knowing when you get in the red zone, you don't have to force it. You know you've got 3 points on the board.
And to clarify, ice cold for a kicker, that's a wonderful thing. You're talking about his veins.
That's it.
Right now. There you have it. The starting lineup's presented by Walk-On's Sports Bistro. We're coming back. We'll take a look at our salute to service honoree, our team captains, our coin toss as we'll welcome in our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter, Christian Miller. We'll take a look at the weather. And what do you know? We're going to kick things off as well. By the way, tonight's game is presented by Greenpoint Ag. Find your local co-op or Greenpoint Ag online at greenpointag.com. ready.gov. Back with more in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This has been the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff Show. Everwood Treatment Company. Everwood. Wood treated right. Also brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Let's go! Kickoff is just moments away on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Finding that missing shin guard. Remembering whether it's a home or away game. Getting the right kid to the right playing field on the right day. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. We work with independent agents who keep insurance simple so you can worry about more important things. Like not being that fan.
Oh, come on, Ref.
That's simple human sense.
Visit AutoOwners.com to find a local agent today.
Convenience is the name of the game at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Tuscaloosa University. Located on Veterans Memorial Parkway, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Tuscaloosa University offers just the right amenities for a relaxing getaway or a productive business trip. The University of Alabama, Bryant-Denny Stadium, Coleman Coliseum, and the Bryant Conference Center are within 2 miles, making any visit to the Capstone convenient. Whatever you're visiting Tuscaloosa for, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Tuscaloosa University is the perfect hotel destination and a proud preferred hotel partner of the Crimson Tide.
Hey there, folks. Head fry cook Bob Baumhauer here, and I just want to say thank you for allowing Baumhauer's Victory Grill to serve you for 40 legendary years. When I first delivered Alabama's first taste of buffalo wings back in 1981, people thought I was crazy. For the first few years, I had to give wings away. Imagine that. 40 years later, I'm still proud to serve the great people and visitors of Alabama, our famous buffalo wings, and much more. Here's to 40 years of legendary fun, legendary food, and many, many more.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wing Creek Casino and wingcreekcasino.com.
To protect his home and family from disaster, Steve used courage, wisdom, and his camera phone.
That should do it.
Way to go, Steve! By simply taking digital pictures of his family's important documents, Steve can always have them stored safely online, no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Chris Jakimick, I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA. It is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families. And one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
On the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Turn it up. It's game time. Brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Now with a call of the game, here's Chris Stewart and John Parker Wilson.
We are 15 minutes to kickoff, and that is presented by Beatbox. Each Beatbox is bursting with delicious flavors, gluten-free, low sugar, and resealable. Look for it in stores across the Southeast for your next tailgate today. So glad to have you with us on a beautiful, beautiful night here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and pleased to welcome in our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter, former Alabama defender Christian Miller. Great to have you with us again, partner.
Hey, Chris, good to see you. I'm excited, man. It's electric out here already. You know, the temperature's nice, about the high 70s. Feels really nice, so looking forward to it.
Excited about conference play getting started. For you as a player, is there really a different feel for a game like this?
You know, we always want to treat our opponents the same, but, you know, it's true, though. SEC opponents, they always are going to be a little bit better, so you got to bring your A game.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it, Christian. We'll be talking with you over the course of our ball game. Again, all of those reports brought to you by Cook's Pest Control and Citricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. We take a look at the forecast right now, and the sun setting here inside Bryant-Denny, where the temperature's in the low 80s, 84 at last check, and feeling very, very nice, very comfortable. John Parker Wilson, the weather will not be an issue tonight. It is going to be fantastic.
Oh, can't get any better. Looking at the uprights on the goalpost, flags aren't moving a bit. I mean, this is a good day to put up 50. Quarterbacks, you come out licking your chops when you get weather like this. Can't get any more ideal for Alabama football.
Ideal indeed, and looking forward to this one here tonight as the Tide gets set to take on a Vanderbilt squad that, as we've talked about, is different. They are better than they have been. Now, does that mean they're good enough to compete with Alabama for 4 quarters or even win the football game? We'll find out a few hours from now. But early on, there's no question whether it's Vanderbilt or whether it's a very highly ranked team. You better not let Alabama get out of the gate, because the Tide, as we talked about earlier, outscoring the opponent 55-3 in the first quarter so far this year.
That's pretty strong, and this is a team that, and we've seen it over the past 4 or 5 years from Coach Saban. When you get up on them, we can really control the clock on defense. You start changing your defensive game plan when you're playing from a lead, because you can be a little more conservative, and we're okay letting them go 10, 12 play drives if it takes 5 or 6 minutes off the clock. It was like last week in ULM, they had the ball for almost the entire second quarter. I think it was 12 or 13 minutes, and that's okay, because we were able to go down there, gave up 1 touchdown, but was able to bend strong in the red zone. So playing from a lead, it changes what Pete Golding's going to do, the defensive coordinator, his play calling. It changes what we do on offense, and it's just much more advantageous when you can get up by 2, 3 scores.
We're going to get into more of our game in a moment. Do want to do a little scoreboard checking for a moment, and look, they got a good one going in Knoxville. It's been back and forth throughout the course of the game, but Tennessee currently leading Florida 38-33. They're down to about 11 seconds remaining in that ball game, and we'll give you a final on that one once it occurs. But do want to recognize our Salute to Service honoree. It's Richard Fletcher, the Salute to Service honoree, presented by Royal Furniture, as Sergeant Fletcher is being recognized out on the field here at Bryant-Denny Stadium. The crowd, which is filling in very nicely on this beautiful Saturday evening, rising to its feet in anticipation of our national anthem here again as the Tide gets set to open up Southeastern Conference play against the Vanderbilt Commodores. A great round of applause for Sergeant Richard Fletcher. And now we listen in to our national anthem.
Join in singing as the $1 Million Band proudly presents our national anthem.
Another beautiful rendition of our national anthem performed by Alabama's $1 Million Band. The matchup taking place in Knoxville has indeed gone final. Tennessee goes to 3-0. They beat Florida by a final of 38-23. 3. Also, a tight one going on in Oxford. Ole Miss trying to hang on against Tulsa. The Rebels leading 35-27. That's with 1:09 to play in that game. After a quarter, Kentucky and Northern Illinois are tied at 7 apiece. And in Dallas, Arkansas has jumped out on top of Texas A&M 7-0. That's midway through the first quarter of play. LSU and New Mexico just underway. Tonight, South Carolina and Charlotte will get started about the same time that we do here in Tuscaloosa. Another couple of finals from today. Mississippi State, no problem with Bowling Green, 45-14. And in overtime, Auburn beat Missouri 17-14. Also, Georgia, after some early struggles, pulled away from Kent State 39-22. The final score. And also, it has gone final now in Lubbock, I believe. Texas Tech beats Texas 37-34. Not exactly what we were hoping to see in that one, but again, it matters about Alabama, and it matters about tonight for the Tide against the Vanderbilt Commodores. Give me something you're looking for early in this one, JP.
Well, I'm keeping that score on this Arkansas game right now. We circled. Everybody had Texas A&M circled before the season, but right now 14-0 on A&M is going to be interesting, especially since we're playing them next week on the road in Fayetteville. But early in this game, I'm interested to see what we do in the pass game, right? I mean, the emphasis so far has been on running, and we've got to run the ball better, and we've done that. I think last week we showed that, and this week get some guys step up, make some plays, want the ball, go get some separation. Offensive line, I think, has been blocking pretty well up front, giving Bryce time. Now it's about making them pay. It's about putting some points up, yards after catch, extending it, and throwing some balls completely downfield.
Christian Miller, when you take a look at Alabama defensively, they've obviously been very, very good. No surprise. Haven't been perfect, but as talented as any group in the country right now. What are you wanting to see, though, from Alabama's defense in this one, especially early on?
Yeah, Chris, I'm looking for them to force a few more turnovers. Overall, they've done a great job stopping the run. They've been dominant up front. They've done a good job, defending the pass as well. But one thing I would like to see is them maybe knock the ball out, force some fumbles, cause some more interceptions. I think that's the only thing that we haven't seen from them. And those will come as long as they keep playing assignment football and keep playing fast and physical. Yeah,
surprising, JP. Only one interception. That's the only takeaway by the Bama defense so far.
Yeah. To me, teams have been... They know how good our defense is and say, okay, look, we're not going to let Will Anderson beat us. We're not going to let DJ Dale and Tim Smith beat us. So they've been bulking it up, and then that's resulting in not a lot of yards. And I wouldn't be surprised if Vanderbilt comes in today with that same kind of mindset. It's their DNA on offense, though, of having two tight ends in the game, which is going to help with pass protection. But you're right. I think the lack of turnovers is because of the conservative nature of the offenses have been playing us. But you got to find a way. Hold them up, go rip the ball out, get a fumble. Not everything's going to be interception, but our defense is playing fast, and it's about swarming to the ball. That's where the turnovers come. Swarming to the ball, getting a rip for a fumble or getting a tip, something. Just get some momentum on defense in the turnover department.
Christian, does frustration set in at all for the defense if you can't get takeaways, or is that a matter of trying to stay disciplined and not get too greedy?
It can start to set in, especially when you have the coaches riding you, because I can tell you one thing. That's one thing that Coach Saban emphasizes, and that's the turnover battle. You're going to hear that day in and day out from the coaches, so they're going to be on you about it. But, again, you just got to keep playing your game and know that those things will come as long as you're doing your job and reading your keys.
Vanderbilt, so far on the season offensively, doing not as good a job as they would like, having turned the ball over 4 times, 3 of those on fumble and 1 of those via interception. I think they have cut down on that number, though, the turnover since A.J. Swan has become their quarterback. JP.
Yeah, A.J. Swan, 452 yards through the air, 6 touchdowns. No interceptions. He had 4 last week in the comeback win last week against Northern Illinois. So a team that was only picked to win less than 3 games at the beginning of the season finds themselves 3-1 after the first 4. Confidence is building for the Commodores. Now it's about Alabama Crimson Tide today coming out and sending a message showing who number 1 in the SEC really is.
Captains just now making their way out of the locker room. Will Anderson, Bryce Young, Henry To'o coming out as well. I got a feeling every week it'll be Bryce Young, Will Anderson Jr. Who's going to be the third captain? That may be the question each time out for the Crimson Tide, because there are a lot of other guys that are certainly capable of leadership roles, but there's also no question that it starts with leadership with Will and with Bryce.
Well, and both guys, grew up as leaders last year. As the season progressed, they took more and more of a leadership role, and then had that opportunity all throughout training camp, all season camp. Everybody's looking at those guys, they're vocal, they're energetic, they're passionate, they love Alabama football, and really, couldn't ask for more better leaders than those two right there.
Captains have come out for Vanderbilt. Anthony Orji and Gavin Schoenwald will be the captains for the Doors, as we are moments away from having them come out on the field. Our officials for today's game, of course, an SEC crew, but Lee Hedrick will be our lead referee for today's ball game, and still waiting on the captains from both sides to make their way out. And as they do, we will remind you that joining Bama captains in our kickoff is our kickoff captain, Kennedy Donshaw from Tuscaloosa. Kennedy's 9 years old, loves the Tide, and joins us today courtesy of Barclay GMC and Make-A-Wish Alabama. Let's send it down to the field. Christian's got the captains and the coin toss.
We'll call the toss. We'll use the SEC coin. The SEC logo is heads. The pinwheel with the 14 teams is tails. It's your choice. What is your call? Tails. I flip the coin, I catch it. If I drop it again, the choice by Vanderbilt is tails. The choice is tails. It is tails. Vanderbilt, you have won the toss. You won the defer. Hold tight right here. Vanderbilt has won the toss, and they will defer their decision until the second half.
You heard the instructions there from Lee Hedrick, and again, we want to welcome Kennedy and her mother Kyla to Bryant-Denny Stadium and wish her the best out at midfield with our game captains for the coin toss tonight. So, again, as we told you earlier, our weather conditions presented by Alpha Insurance, reminding you to protect your cars, home, life, and business with Alpha. Get a quote or find your local agent at alphainsurance.com. Proud supporters of the Crimson Tide. Call Alpha, and you may need to call for a very light windbreaker by the end of the game if you're on blood thinners, because it may indeed be as airish as it's been all season long, but I think it's going to be perfect throughout the course of the night weather-wise.
I'm okay with a little jacket. I'm ready for fall season. First day of fall was a couple days ago, so I'm ready to turn the calendar, bust out the little quarter zips, best weather. Let's go.
Come on, dude.
It's about time.
Come on, dude. You know you're going to look good regardless of what you're wearing. What are you concerned about? Great crowd here again tonight. Alabama taking on Vanderbilt. A little less than capacity, but not at all a bad crowd as Bama and Vandy get set to square off once again. We will have, as the deep men for Alabama in this one, Jahmyr Gibbs along with Ja'Cory Brooks. And set to handle the kickoff, Joseph Bulovas. Again, he has kicked in this stadium before as a member of the Alabama Crimson Tide, but kicking now for the visitors from Nashville, Tennessee. The ball, of course, at the 35-yard line. Gibbs, the deep man, standing on the goal line as Bulovas will kick from the north end zone towards the south, and we are underway. A low line drive that will sail into the end zone and give Alabama possession first and 10 from their own 25-yard line. And Bryce Young will indeed engineer the Alabama offensive attack here tonight.
Yep, and like you said so many times, this is a team that wants to get out fast, wants to come out of the block swinging. 57 career touchdown passes for Bryce. That's third best in Alabama school history in just his third year. Love to see a touchdown right here on the opening drive.
Tide will go with a single setback behind Young, who is in the pistol formation. Jermaine Burton, Trayshawn Holden, and Kobe Prentice are your three wideouts. Two to the right, one to the left. A play action look left side, pass complete. That is caught by Burton. He'll be just shy of that first down mark, I believe. It will be a gain of only 8 on the play. I say only, not being greedy, but I thought it was going to be closer to the mark than it was. Bama going hurry up here.
Again, run pass option for Bryce, first play of the game. So really good soft coverage from Vanderbilt's cornerback. Just throw it to him, let him pick up 8 for the first down, or on the first down.
Bringing a man in motion to the near side. That'll be Gibbs. He will go on the handoff. Jace McClellan, who's checked in, pushes forward, gets to that first down mark. And our first down of the ball game is sponsored by ATIX. Let ATIX be your ticket connection to all the Alabama football games. AAA-TIX is the ticket. 1st and 10 for the Tide, operating from their own 35-yard line. McClellan out. Gibbs the single setback now behind Bryce Young, who looks back to make sure everybody is on the same page. 2 wideouts right, 1 left. Shifting to his left will be Gibbs. The snap will go to Young. Drops back, pushed back, and has to unload it. A flag's going to come in. Now a second. Bama likely guilty of holding, trying to keep the Commodores from getting to Bryce Young.
Holding on the offense, number 71. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay, first down.
Darian Dalcourt, the senior from Maryland, guilty of the hold right there as the pressure was coming right up the middle.
Yeah, and it was a hold, but it was really good pass protection from Jahmyr Gibbs. Vanderbilt sent the middle blitz, so 2 linebackers coming up the A-gap. Picked it up, had good time for Bryce, but 1st and 20 is not where you're going to start.
That is not ideal. 5 wideouts now, empty set for Young, but they'll change that as McClellan will join him in the backfield. To his left, Young waiting, now gets the signal, hands it off McClellan. Draw, gets it ahead, 30, pushes forward to about the 33, maybe the 34-yard line. That's a nice first down pickup. You'll still have 2nd and more than 10, but Emil Ekiyor leading the way on that nice carry for McClellan.
I like the play call for Bill O'Brien. 2 deep right there. Very soft again for Vanderbilt in coverage. So let's just hand the ball off, run the draw, kind of soften the linebackers up with the play action. Bryce pulls it up, hands it off. That's what you want on 1st and 20. Pick up 9.
Call it 9, 2nd and 11 for the Tide. Young looks to his right, dumps it off. McClellan the catch, makes 1 man miss, needed another block though. He'll get forward for about 3.5, maybe 4 yards, but it'll still set up 3rd and long for the Crimson Tide as the senior linebacker Anthony Orji was able to make the stop.
Yeah, Orji can make some plays now. Lead the team right now for Vanderbilt in tackles right there. Saw McClellan come out of the backfield, closed, make a nice open field tackle.
2 wideouts left, 2 right, including the tight end Latu, who is split to the right side. McClellan the single setback alongside quarterback Bryce Young, who directs traffic before the snap. They've got to get to their own 45-yard line to keep the drive going. Waiting on the snap, he gets it. Pressure coming from the right, dumps it off left. Latu, he's going to be brought down shy of that first down mark. It'll be 4th and a long 2.5 yards still to go. So Bama likely will have to punt this one away. And the penalty, not to start the drive, but after the initial first down, the penalty backed him up behind the 6 and not able to overcome.
Yeah, holding penalty on 1st down to back it up 1st and 20. It's a drive killer. Alabama did a good job of getting close right there, just trying to use Christian Miller's size. Vanderbilt once again showed blitzed and bailed out. Bryce just trying to get the ball out of his hands.
James Burnip on to punt for the 10th time this year. Gets a good snap. A wobbly kick that Will Shepard will allow to bounce and will roll sideways to the near boundary and out of bounds. They'll spot it out right around the 16, make it the 17. No, now the 18-yard line. They'll call it. It'll be 1st and 10 for Vanderbilt from there after a 43-yard punt from Burnip. That is right at his season average.
Yeah, pretty good opening drive from Vanderbilt on defense. Excuse me. Now Alabama defense has got to match it. Hold serve right here. Good field position for Alabama's defense, though, inside of Vandy's 20.
So Ray Davis will be the setback. Behind the quarterback, A.J. Swan, who does operate from the pistol formation. They've got someone offset to the right. They'll look to the right. They'll swing it out to Davis, trying to get numbers there. They don't. Branch had a chance and does bring him down. He'll get forward across the 20 to about the 21-yard line. It'll bring up 2nd down, at about 7 yards from there.
Nothing special right there for Vanderbilt. Just swing out of the backfield from the running back. Davis pretty good catching the ball last week. 3 catches, 38 yards, had a touchdown.
Is that a 2022 toss sweep?
That is. That's just an extension of the running game. Let's get to the corner, try to catch an edge.
Man offset to the right side. Running back again will be Davis to the left. Now moving to the right side of Swan. They'll swing it out to the man on the right. He will push forward near the first down mark, but Jaden McGowan, the freshman out of Lawrence, South Carolina, is going to be about a yard and a half shy of that first down mark. It'll be 3rd one from there.
Run pass option from Vandy, so saw Alabama running on their first play of the game, and there Vandy helping A.J. Swan. Too many guys in the box. Running back swings out of the backfield, same release from the right side. Easy throw and catch for Swan. Set up 3rd and very short.
McGowan and Shepard will come to the left side. The quarterback, Swan, will go all the way to the right. They'll go with a wildcat look. They'll dump it off, and being brought down is the running back. It's Henry To'o. Bring it down. The wildcat, Ray Davis, nowhere to go right there. Bama snuffed it out early.
3rd and 1. That's what you got to have. Henry To'o led Alabama tackles last season. Just shoots the gap. Times it perfect on the snap. Gets to the backfield for the loss.
I did as lousy a job describing it as Vandy did blocking it. They could not get the numbers in front of the Crimson Helmets, and Alabama is able to force Vanderbilt to punt it away after a loss of 3.5 on the play. Here's Matthew Hayball on to punt. Kool-Aid McKinstry, the deep man, back around his 35-yard line. It's a low end-under-end kick that'll be fair caught at the 31-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 right there for Alabama when we come back to Tuscaloosa. After the 35-yard punt, we've got 10:05 to play. Opening quarter of action in Tuscaloosa. No score. Alabama and Vanderbilt here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Southern homes are particularly vulnerable to termites. In this climate, you need guaranteed protection. You need Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Termites attack the Centricon stations, exposing themselves to an agent that eliminates their entire colony. Upgrade from old-fashioned liquid service to the proven protection of Centricon and Cook's Pest Control. Call Cook's today for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Game day is full of ifs. Like if Alabama can take home another Iron Bowl victory. Who knows? But if you want the most convenient way to pay in T-Town, get the University of Alabama Regents Visa debit card. Tap to pay contactless card technology and Lock-It card controls give you what you need on game day or any day. To order your card, visit regents.com/GoBama. Regents, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The elephant, powerful, relentless, a beast with brains. When the earth starts to tremble and the distant rumble grows, get ready. The Crimson Tide is coming. This Alabama tradition is brought to you by your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide. Find great offers on Ford F-150 trucks at buyfordnow.com today. Auto models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
No score between Alabama and Vanderbilt with 10:05 left to go in the first quarter as we come to you live from the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth for this matchup between the Crimson Tide and the Commodores that is presented by Greenpoint Ag. Find your local co-op or Greenpoint Ag at greenpointag.com. Crimson Tide just got a huge stop on 3rd down by Henry To'o, and that is tonight's big-time stop, and it's brought to you by Truckworks, the official commercial truck dealer of the Crimson Tide, with 13 locations across the Southeast to keep your business rolling.
Roger Hoover, thank you so much. Christian Miller, that stop came against Vanderbilt as they went with a wildcat look right there. Bama doing a nice job staying disciplined.
Yeah, you're right, Chris. They did a really good job right there to read their keys. Henry To'o shot that gap like JP mentioned, and, man, he made a huge play right there to stop them and give the ball back to the offense.
So Alabama will take over 1st and 10 from their own 32-yard line. A couple of wideouts split to the left for Alabama. Looks like Isaiah Bond has checked into the game. Jahmyr Gibbs, the single setback. Now here comes Latu, the tight end, coming all the way to the left side from the right. He'll set up offset. They will swing it out near side. Catch made Brooks across the 45, bumped out of bounds just shy of the midfield stripe. It'll be enough, though, for a first down for the Crimson Tide. And the first down brought to you by Bank First.
blitz happy right now for Vanderbilt. Should blitz almost every play. And Bill O'Brien, Bryce Young expecting it right there. Blitz is coming from the field. Soft corner once again. Bryce just picks it up, throws it to Brooks.
After a 17-yard pickup, 1st and 10 Bama from their own 47. Handoff, no. Play action near side. Brooks again trying to make a man miss. Does. 40, 35, zigs, zags, bumped out of bounds, right around the 27-yard line. Another bank first down.
Same play, basically the same exact play. When I'm saying soft corners, right there started 5 yards from the wide receiver, and then he's bailing. So there's 10 yards of separation when the ball snapped, and Bryce has recognized it and just getting his guys the ball.
Pair of wideouts each side, tight end, split a little bit left in Latu. Bryce looking that direction, still looking, swings it out right side. Third play in a row to Brooks. Catch made, shy of the 20. They'll spot him out of bounds right after, they will spot him down at the 21-yard line, well inbounds. Clock continues to run, 2nd down and about 4 upcoming with 9:02 and ticking here in quarter number 1.
Feed and Brooks came to the game with 4 catches, 3 right so far on this drive.
From the 21, 2nd and 4, play action again. Bryce looking to his right, has a man, and that is caught at the back of the end zone, but was he in bounds? Yes, touchdown Alabama. Ja'Cory Brooks making the grab. 4th straight play, was it not, in which he was the target?
4 plays for Alabama offense, 4 catches for Ja'Cory Brooks right there. Bryce starts looking to the left, and Vanderbilt's got it covered, and Brooks just finds a way to slip to the very back of the end zone, and Bryce throws a laser to get it right before Brooks can get 1 foot down for the touchdown.
21 yards at the moment on the score, and he just did get that foot down. Boy, it was close. It was almost the foot coming back up as he was heading out of bounds, but thankfully at the moment they have ruled it a touchdown. Kick it quick,
Hurry
Will.
up, let's go. Come on.
Yeah,
we're waiting on.
You don't have to drop back, go through all that stuff. Just kick it. Oh, yeah, he made the catch. He was clearly in bounds. He clearly had the foot down. Now the extra point is up, and it is good. And Alabama able to grab a 7-0 lead. 8:49 remaining in quarter number 1 here in Tuscaloosa. Get a 7-0 score. Good guys on top here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Bancorp South Bank and Cadence Bank have come together to form a new, even better bank. The new Cadence is more than a merger. Together, we offer more convenience, accessibility, and simplicity through an expanded branch network, secure technology, and enhanced products and services. It's the best of both banks from the same financial services experts you know and trust. Cadence Bank, helping opportunity take shape. Visit cadencebank.com/the new Cadence. Member FDIC.
This is Crimson and White Country. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Dude, I've got this. I've been camping since I was 5 years old.
But I am a camping influencer.
You know what? I'll bet you $5. Assistant Smokey, what is the best way to put out a campfire?
To put out a campfire, drown with water, stir, drown again. Then make sure the fire is out cold by feeling with the back of your hand.
Wait, really?
I'll take the $5.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
It's time for today's STEM tip. Okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
8:49 left to go in the first quarter. Alabama with a 7-0 lead against Vanderbilt. The Bromberg scoring drive for the Crimson Tide. 4 plays, 68 yards. All Bryce Young to Ja'Cory Brooks, and it took a minute 16 off of the clock. When we do have official reviews tonight, they will be brought to you by My Eye Doctor. With 20 convenient locations for your busy schedule. Don't miss a single play this year. Eye care and eyewear are better together at My Eye Doctor. Visit myeyedr.com to learn more.
JP, you talk about taking what's available to you. We saw that on a couple of checkdowns on the part of Bryce Young, but also going with a hot hand for Ja'Cory Brooks. 4 consecutive catches, including the touchdown score to cap the drive from 21 yards.
Yeah, if they're going to play off, if they're going to play 2 high safeties and cornerbacks at 8-10 yards, just pick it up, throw to him. Ja'Cory Brooks able to get some yards after catch on the 3rd one, and then Bryce find him in his 4-3, going through his progressions, Brooks stayed with it, had a lot of vision to see the inline, keep his foot in bounds, and secure the catch for the touchdown.
Jaden McGowan, the deep man for Vanderbilt, standing on his own goal line. The kick from Will Reichard will sail to him. The fair catch is called for and made in the end zone. So again, the Doors will start from their own 25-yard line. Bama's defense doing a great job really to turn things into the offense, picking up on that momentum on that last drive.
Yeah, 3rd and 1's not where you want to be on defense, but toe-to-toe, timed it perfect. Got right through the gap. Huge tackle for loss. And then Alabama, who really sputtered on their first drive after the holding call by Dalcourt. I mean, Bryce, 4 for 4, 68 yards. He started the day so far perfect. 7-7, 85 yards and 1 touchdown.
Ray Davis, the single setback alongside A.J. Swan. Schoenfield, the tight end. Wilson Long, Jaden McGowan, the 3 wideouts right side. Now a 4th as Davis will leave an empty set beside the quarterback. They'll swing it out to the right side. Catch is made. 25, 30, up near the 35-yard line. McGowan making the catch and a nice run afterwards for 9.5 yards on that play. It'll be 2nd and less than 1.
Christian, you don't see 4 wides to one side. How does that change the defense?
You just got to be ready to play on the perimeter. I mean, it looks like they're trying to air the ball out right now and obviously going towards the flat. So the DBs need to do a good job of being aggressive and coming up and tackling.
Line of scrimmage just across the 34. First down mark right at the 35. Operating from the pistol formation with Davis, the single setback. Swan looking at his wrist, getting the play, now looking to the sideline. They'll go with a little flip to the receiver coming to the near side. He'll get a first down. He'll get more, but not a lot more. McGowan is the man who picked up the yardage, and Jordan Battle, the strong safety, came up to make the stop right at the 39.
I think Vandy was confused pre-snap. They was trying to send the receiver in motion for a little underneath jet sweep type of flip from the quarterback, and it caught our defense off guard. We were expecting him to come in motion. He just goes about 2 yards, then snaps the ball. I think that's why the first down pickup for Vandy.
First down of the game for the Commodores. It comes on their 2nd series offensively. Davis again in the backfield alongside Swan from the pistol. The tight end Schoenwald will go to the right. They will go play action, slant, and it falls incomplete. They were trying to go with Shepard. The closest man there was Jordan Battle. He also had pressure coming from the star in Brian Branch.
Yeah, I like what Brian Branch did right there on the run pass option. He's coming from the field on a blitz, running straight at the quarterback unblocked, sees the quarterback coming up to throw, and instead of just continuing on his blitz, recognizes that he's not going to get there. He pulls up, causes the errant pass from the quarterback.
Shepard goes wide to the right side. Schoenwald is the tight end of the slot left, and then you've got McGowan also to the left side. Single setback again. Davis as Swan looks to the sideline to get the signal on 2nd down and 10. Play clock down to 4, 3, 2, 1. They just get it off. They go play action. They'll throw the fade right side. Ball underneath. Caught. Grabbed there by Shepard. Makes a man miss. Moves forward down inside the Alabama 40 to the 39-yard line. Christian, what happened there?
Yeah, that's exactly right there as you watch that pass right there to number 14, that big receiver. That's what Coach Saban was mentioning on his show. Those big receivers, they are very good at the back shoulder because they have to be. They don't always create the best separation. So you saw right there they did a good job executing and came up with a big play.
Remember that on Thursday night at Hey Coach from Baumhauer's Victory Grill in Tuscaloosa. That's where we visit with Coach each week, and you never know, Christian Miller may show up there as well. Takes good notes, obviously, from that nugget. Here's ball from the 39 for Vanderbilt. It's fresh set of downs. Play action again. Swan looking, slant, and a big hit delivered by Battle. Thankfully led with his shoulder rather than with his head, as making the grab will be Cameron Carter.
And it looked like Kool-Aid McKittrick came over the ball. Alabama defenders were trying to say that he forced the fumble, but I'm telling you what, it was a slant from the left side. Battle's coming down, recognizes it, but does a really good job of pulling up and, like you said, leading with his shoulder. That's the type of play where as you safety, I mean, you see that guy coming. That's a big hit waiting to happen, but discipline from Battle, pulling up, making the tackle, but not getting a penalty.
2 wide outs to the right. They'll hand it off and go left, and a tackle made by the Crimson Tide, not behind the line of scrimmage, but Justin Aboigbe able to make the hit right there after the carry from Vanderbilt will net a couple of yards.
Yeah, 3rd down coming up for Alabama right now. 3rd, 2, 5:49 here in the first. Big play for Vanderbilt early in this game, finding themselves down 7-0 Alabama. Got to convert this. Got to convert this and put points on the board if you're Vanderbilt.
They had 3rd and a yard earlier They went with the Wildcat look. They'll go with a more traditional look, albeit an empty set for the quarterback, A.J. Swan. They'll shift everybody towards the right side as far as the wideouts. Now they'll shift the tight end to the left. They'll hand it off and run left. They'll try to get to the edge, and they do. That's enough for a first down. Ray Davis able to move the chains, getting, I believe, inside the 25 or right to it of Alabama. Kool-Aid McKinstry stepping up to make the hit, but not until he gets the first down yardage.
Christian, you can tell Vanderbilt practiced that motion, shifts a lot, caught Alabama off guard on their heels, able to pick up the first down.
That's exactly right, JP. That's what they're trying to do with all that pre-snap movement, is to get guys to have that eye discipline and not know where to go. That way they can just have just enough time to sneak in for a first down right there.
Man on an island by himself to the right is Will Shepard. The other three wideouts are to the left for Vanderbilt. They will look to the right, though, throwing the fade and nearly intercepted by Alabama. DeMarco Helms, good coverage on the free safety. Didn't throw it to the receiver's back shoulder. He almost threw it to Helms' back shoulder.
Well, it looked like the receiver that time was anticipating the back shoulder. You can't do that. Arnold was able to recognize it, get his head around, and a receiver, the only way to complete the back shoulder is to take off speed. The quarterback makes the decision if it's going to be thrown to your back or he's going to lead you downfield right there. Quarterback didn't see what the receiver was seeing, almost resulted in an interception.
Good pick up there, partner. That was not Helms, as I said. It was Terry and Arnold, the corner on that side. Now they'll go with a little jet sweep to the right side. McGowan trying to get to the edge, gets back inside the 25, but it'll be third and about 4 coming up there after we pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Vanderbilt, a team that does utilize the huddle. Not very often seen anymore in college football, but they will break the huddle on 3rd and 6. They've got to get to the Alabama 17-yard line. They'll send 3 wideouts to the left side. Single setback is Davis alongside the quarterback, A.J. Swan. Looks for a slant. Catch is made. No. Dropped. Good coverage there for Alabama. It was Kool-Aid who broke up the pass intended for Jaden McGowan. And on 4th down, Vanderbilt will try a field goal here.
This is going to be a long one, but the plays right there. Arnold, open field tackle, getting off of his block. Christian talked about it earlier when they're running these screens and sweeps to the outside. The corners got to take their blocks one-on-one, shed him, and then go make the tackle. That set up the 3rd down. Nice play from Kool-Aid McKinstry. You're seeing the double slants, one from the slot, one from the outside, jumping on the ball, pass breakup.
41-yard try-up coming from Joseph Bulovas, the former Alabama kicker. 53 is his career long. Snap and spot are good. The kick is up. The kick is good as well, and Vanderbilt gets 3 on that possession. 3:49 to go in the opening quarter. Now a 7-3 ball game. Alabama and Vanderbilt in a good one here early on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
There is no substitute for hard work. Just ask the Crimson Tide. At Dex Imaging, they know the meaning of hard work, too. You don't become the best in the office equipment business without it. If you need a copier and printer company that understands hard work, quality, dependability, and customer service, then give Dex Imaging a call or go to DexImaging.com. Dex Imaging, the official copier and printer provider of Alabama Athletics.
Tide fans, it's game day. Time to huddle up with friends and family, take your seat, and open a bag of your favorite Golden Flake snacks. So rip open that bag of Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and settle in, because when you snack with Golden Flake, you're taking part in an Alabama football tradition. Golden Flake, celebrating 65 years as the official chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
7:49 left to go in the first quarter from Tuscaloosa. A 7-0 lead for Alabama. Again, 7-3 now in the last field goal by the Vanderbilt Commodores as they just capped an 11-play, 52-yard drive. Our radio affiliate of the game is WKNU Coyote Country, 106.3 FM in Bruton, Alabama. Follow the Crimson Tide Sports Network on Facebook. Tell us where you're listening from for a chance to win 2 free meals from Jack's. Big thank you to WKNU Coyote Country 106. Coyote Country 106.3 FM in Bruton, Alabama for carrying Alabama football this season. And my East Tennessee accent has mangled.
Brother,
Coyote. There we go.
I'm so glad it wasn't me. Because that sounded so much like me. I think you've been sitting next to me too long.
Wait, baseball's really paid off now. You know,
really
that's the punishment for the last 2 years.
Roger Hoover, I'm so sorry that I have done that to you. Great job. Ja'Cory Brooks checking in for Alabama, one of the return men, alongside Jahmyr Gibbs, who runs like the road runner at times. We know the Coyote used to chase him all the time with them Acme products. Showing my age, I'm sorry. Here is Bulovas on to kick off after making the field goal from 41 yards just moments ago. 40, they say, officially on our stat monitor to make it a 7-3 ball game. 3:49 again left to go in the opening quarter of play. Chris Stewart, John Parker Wilson, Christian Miller, as this one sails into the end zone for a touchback. Of course, Roger Hoover, Tom Stipe, Butch Owens, our studio engineer, Jerry Kelly, and the boss, Jim Carabin, at the controls. So, Alabama coming back. Vanderbilt answers with points, albeit not a touchdown to tie it. But let's see if Bama can keep their offensive momentum going.
Well, passing game's working right now. Bryce 7-7, 85 yards. Ja'Cory Brooks showing up 4 for 68 right now. Basically all through the air, 85 yards through the air of their 95. Let's keep it going right now. Want to work on it before the game started. Pretty good quarter so far.
Jace McClellan in the ball game is the running back. He will get the handoff. He'll go up the middle. He'll get leveled. A flag's going to come in as he got to the 30-yard line. Let's see what they're going to call right there.
Holding on the offense, number 70. 10-yard penalty. Play first down.
Not good to see. Second holding penalty on Alabama. Javion Cohen getting called for that one. The junior out of Phoenix City. 2 penalties, 20 yards. They've been the same variety both times.
That's it. So Dalcourt in the center on the first drive. Then Cohen, who's playing left guard alongside Kendall Randolph, pulling it up right there. So now another drive for Alabama where you find yourself at 1st and 18 right here. But you know, now you got to work to get it back first down. You're not trying to pick it up all in the first play. You got 3 downs to move the chains.
Spot foul, so 1st and 18 will be the signal as McClellan in the backfield alongside Bryce Young, directing traffic before the snap. Claps his hands, gets the snap. Bama will run the same play again. Similar result, 5 yards before getting stacked up and driven back. They'll spot him at the 24. Ethan Barr, the middle linebacker, credited with the first hit on McClellan, who will now exit the ball game, and likely Jahmyr Gibbs coming in. Nope, he's not going to go out. He's just going to go wide left, and now he'll shift back to the backfield, it appears. Or no, he's just going to come all the way to the near side of the field. Bama will have 2 left, 2 right, really 3 to the right, as Latu will split wide slightly, leaving an empty set for quarterback Bryce Young. On 2nd and 10.5, Young gets the snap, looks left, throws across the middle, catch is made across the 45 and down to the 47. Jermaine Burton, the Georgia transfer, picking up 23 on the play, moving the chains for a bank first down.
Yeah, so Bill O'Brien spreads them out 5 wides. Running back was the furthest one on the right, so Bryce knows immediately that it's zone coverage. Kobe Prentice, wide receiver, true freshman underneath. He's the slot guy on the left side, runs a 5-yard in route. Perfect window for Burton, run the post right behind him. Bryce, once again, on a dime for the first down.
DeRicky Wright, the junior from Gadsden, Alabama, a safety who is down for Vanderbilt. Looks like they are attending to one of his legs right now. 6'4", 230. And Andrews Sports Medicine injury timeout. Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center, the official sports medicine provider of the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. Thanks to the assist from Roger Hoover there, is Alabama now getting some momentum offensively, but it gets tempered somewhat as an injury to the Vanderbilt player slows things down.
Yeah, but Alabama's coming out right now, dealing and picking up with that holding on first down by Cohen, able to overcome it. Now you get into the drive and you're going to get back on the offense. So both teams off of their opening 15-play scripts. Usually teams will practice 15 or 20 plays, over and over and over. You know the insides and outs of every one of them. So now we're in the game plan. See Bill O'Brien spreading it out a little bit, letting Bryce diagnose what the defense is, and then go into work. And I really like it. Spread them out, let them play faster. We got athletes all over the field. When you play fast, you can just react. We see what happens in this first quarter so far, putting 7 points on the board.
McClellan and Gibbs in the ball game. You've got Jameer in the slot to the right, joining, I believe, Ja'Cory Brooks on that right side. Now Gibbs will go in motion in the backfield initially, changes direction, goes back right. Snap goes to Young, looking downfield, catches made. Burton first down again, brought to you by Bank First, as they'll spot him at the 38 of Vanderbilt.
Tough right there on defenses. We got Gibbs and McClellan in the backfield. A lot of window dressing for Bill O'Brien, going in motion, coming back. Left side of the defense was solved for Vanderbilt.
Thank you, Butch. 14 on the pickup. Young looking to his right, throws it in the ground. I think that was almost by design. He read that Vanderbilt had that one very well covered.
Yeah, trying to set up to the screen to the right, able to get pressure. He saw him coming. If I didn't see which receiver it was. If he would have caught it, would have been a tackle for a loss. So Bryce, veteran now, in his third year, just throws it away. Throws it right at the dirt, right at his feet. Not going to be intentional grounding. Let's live on to fight another down.
Gibbs will go to the left side along with Burton. 3 wide outs to the right, including Latu, who is split all the way to the right for Alabama. Young will look his direction, and it's tipped in, almost caught after it was almost intercepted. 2 guys upset with themselves. Cameron Latu for Alabama, but for Vanderbilt, it was C.J. Taylor, the sophomore safety, who almost had the pick.
Good defense for Vanderbilt. 3 clouds, so show 2 high safeties. 1 safety goes over the top to become the corner on the deep third. I think it just confused Bryce right there on who was going to be the flat defender. Threw it a little late to the right. You don't want to throw it late on the wide side of the field.
Vanderbilt almost jumped, did not get into the neutral zone. Alabama now setting up their offense. They've got a 3rd down, and we'll call it 10. They're 1 of 2 on 3rd down so far. Pressure coming up the middle. Young will throw. Has a man catch made. First down claim. Brooks making the grab, getting to the 24-yard line of Vanderbilt. Again, a Bank first down for Alabama after another 14-yard pickup.
We had the play exactly we wanted dialed up. Vanderbilt shows blitz on the fake snap from Bryce. We just stay in the play. Brooks once again runs a stop route, creating separation. Plenty of room for Bryce to throw the ball and move the first down.
Just outside that Chick-fil-A red zone, they'll spot him at the 23. Young looking right, catch made. That's McClellan at the 10, brought down finally at about the 8-yard line. Clock continues to run with 1:17 to go in the first quarter. A 15-yard pickup does put the Tide inside that Chick-fil-A red zone. And again, we'll tell you more about the Chick-fil-A red zone in a moment. First, though, Bama first and goal from the Vanderbilt 8, trying to add to a 7-3 lead with a minute remaining here in the first quarter of play. Young, empty set, 3 wideouts left, 2 to his right from the shotgun formation. He'll wait. Now directing traffic, waiting on the snap, still waiting, and now we'll get it. Bryce looking, and is off the hands of the intended receiver, Trayshawn Holden. Boy, when the ball goes in the air off of a receiver's hands, your heart skips a beat because you're afraid it's going to stay up long enough for a DB to grab it and go the other way.
Yeah, lucky right there. Bryce changed that play. He saw something he liked on the right side, had 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. He signaled to both of them, some kind of hand signal to say, okay, this is the play we're going to run, and then just a drop. And like you said, didn't hang up long enough, but man, that ball was floating there a long time.
Kendall Randolph, a tight end to the right side. Latu will join him on that side. Jameer Gibbs, the single setback alongside Bryce Young. Gets the snap, looking left, throwing left, has a man, catch made, touchdown Alabama. Trayshawn Holden on the grab, 8 yards. Alabama extending its lead now to 13-3.
4th touchdown to catch for Trayshawn Holden. Brought in the big personnel with Kendall Randolph, had Latu over there, so Vanderbilt's expecting run. It was man-to-man coverage on the left side, outside slant route, and then just a speed out from Holden. Bryce throws it right on the money. 2 taps for the feet for the touchdown.
Nealon Hibbett on to snap it to James Burnett, the holder. Will Reichert on to try the extra point. All 3 of those assignments handled perfectly, and the Tide leads it now 14-3. 35 seconds remain in the opening quarter of action. John Parker Wilson, Alabama touchdown drives on its last 2 series.
Yeah, that's big time right there. And on this one, overcoming holding call on first down to start the drive. So the first drive of the game, we had to punt after a holding call on first down. And this one going 10 plays, 75 yards, spread the ball around for Alabama. Rushed the ball 1 time for 6 yards, but Bryce 5 of 8, 76 yards through the air, had 4 first downs, and very methodical, spread around. Holden catches the ball, McClellan. But I like what we're doing on offense. We're spreading it out. We're running 5 wides, 5 wide receivers, opening up the field for Bryce, and he's going to work.
Bama just scored from the Chick-fil-A Red Zone, so download the Chick-fil-A app right now to claim your free Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich by midnight tonight. That offer is redeemable at participating Alabama Chick-fil-A locations next week, any day, Monday through Friday. Will Reichert on to kick off. Set to boot it toward the end zone and into it. Another touchback. He's 2 for 2 on those so far on the night. Is the senior from Hoover, Alabama. The Brombergs scoring drive, 10 plays, 75 yards, 3:14 the time of possession, as Alabama is once again able to find the end zone and extend their lead now to 14-3.
And still in the first quarter for us. 35 seconds left to go, but Vandy coming back up, going to get it maybe a couple plays before their quarter is going to turn. But coming off a drive where they did put points on the board, answer Alabama's touchdown, but it was a field goal. Defense stands strong.
Ray Davis in the backfield behind the quarterback A.J. Swan, who operates from the pistol. Play action, swings it out right side, fighting near the original line of scrimmage was Jaden McGowan. He gets a half yard at most. Will Anderson, the man there to greet him.
Yeah, but it was Bryant Branch who was one-on-one, man-to-man with a tight end. Screen to the right. You get a fight through that tight end block. So we got a nickel guy on a tight end. He forces the running back to cut back, and there he is, Will Anderson for the tackle.
Well, Vanderbilt is not going to snap the ball again. The final 6 seconds will tick away, and Alabama has now outscored the opposition.
That is the end of the first quarter.
69-6 in the first quarter through 4 ball games on the 2022 campaign. It is a 14-3 Alabama advantage over Vandy after the first 15 minutes here in Tuscaloosa. We're back with a second quarter of action after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Putting together a winning drive
third and long from the shotgun
takes focus, determination.
There's the snap, dropping back,
and that powerful form of energy
scrambles to his right, looking downfield,
called belief.
launches it toward the end zone.
That belief in a team, in a community of fans, in each other.
Touchdown!
That powerful energy connects us all. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Power for a better Alabama.
Hibbett and City Gear have the hottest footwear from Nike, Jordan, and Adidas, including the latest releases of retro Jordans, KD, Kyrie, LeBron, and more, plus Jordan, Nike, and Adidas apparel to match from toe to head. Bama fans, Hibbett and City Gear are your sources for the latest in Crimson Tide officially licensed gear. Get game day ready with Hibbett and City Gear. Hibbett and City Gear also rewards you for your purchases. Become an MVP today and enjoy exclusive perks for shopping with us. Hibbett and City Gear are proud supporters of Alabama football. Roll Tide, roll.
It's football season. Time to take your tailgate tradition to the next level with the Ford F-150 truck. Power up with an available ProPower onboard generator and with an available 3.5-liter EcoBoost engine. You can tow just about anything you need to rule the stadium lot. For great offers on F-150, visit your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide. Model models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
And our sports and scores are brought to you this hour by the folks at Alabama Power. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio right now. Number 8 Kentucky leading Northern Illinois 14-7. Arkansas and A&M, pretty good game right now at Jerry's World. Arkansas leads at 14-7 second quarter. At LSU, a 10-0 lead over New Mexico right now. in Death Valley. Let's send you back to Brian Denny, Roger Hoover.
Thank you, Brian. The first quarter recap is presented by Auto Owners Insurance. Auto Owners Insurance, proud to support the Crimson Tide this season. Visit RolledTide.com/AutoOwners. Partner with an independent Alabama agent who can provide local, personalized expertise today. Crimson Tide leading 14-3 over Vanderbilt as we get ready to start the second quarter in this game that is presented by Greenpoint Ag. Find your local co-op or Greenpoint Ag at greenpointag.com as we continue live from the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth.
He's Roger Hoover. You heard from Brian Houseworth giving us the update on scores. Jerry Kelly's our studio engineer. Tom Stipe, our producer engineer here on site. Butch Owens, our spotter. I'm Chris Stewart alongside Jim. What's your name? John Parker Wilson.
Willie Park Johnson.
That's it, Willie Park Johnson. Ethan Carabin runs our Facebook Live broadcast here in the booth. His father and our general manager, the birthday boy, Jim Carabin, the vice president, general manager of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. I don't know which anniversary it is, but happy anniversary of your 29th birthday to the boss. Hope the Tide can give you a win, leading at 14-3 as quarter number 2 gets underway. Play action. They'll hand it off. The doors will. Running it left side, Ray Davis trying to get to the edge. He'll get knocked out of bounds. Shy of that first down mark, Brian Branch, the man that got him to the boundary. It'll set up third down and about 2 after an 8-yard gain.
Yeah, this is a big play right here for Vanderbilt. Early here in the second quarter, down 14-3. You got to keep this drive going because we talked about once Alabama gets a lead and starts extending it, it's tough to come back. Big down right here for Vandy.
The Doors will send one wide out to the left, 2 to the right side. Single setback again will be Davis. To the right side of the quarterback, A.J. Swan. The tight end, Schoenwald, will shift in tight. They'll hand it off. They'll get near that first down mark. It's going to be close, but I don't think he got there. He didn't. They tried to get Davis on the ground for a first down once more, or hand it off to him, I should say, for another first down. I don't think they got it there. They didn't. It'll be 4th and about a yard, and Vanderbilt looks like they may be going for it right now from their own 34-yard line.
Yeah, head coach Clark Lee, he knows how big this drive is. Keep it going, to keep Alabama's offense off the field, but inside your own territory. This is a risky move. You got to pick it up if you're Vanderbilt.
Play clock is at 10 seconds. Let's see if they try to draw Alabama off or if they will indeed go for it. Play clock at 5, 4, 3, 2. They're going to snap it. They'll have the quarterback keep. He'll try to get to the first down mark, and he didn't get there. Bama stops him. Will Anderson Jr. making the hit, and Bama will take over on downs deep in Vanderbilt territory.
Yeah, A.J. Swan coming into the game. 4 snaps, 4 rushes for 7 yards, and right there you can tell how inexperienced he was, trying to catch the edge, and then he saw Will Anderson try to cut back, nothing doing. Nice open field tackle for Will Anderson, forcing the turnover and downs. Now Alabama, fantastic field position to start this drive.
That is back-to-back plays. Vanderbilt gaining collectively 1 yard when they just needed 2 for a first down. Kendrick Law into the game, split wide right for Alabama. Jahmyr Gibbs, the single setback with 3 men wide left. Changing that now is Latu as he goes in motion to the right. Bryce Young looking deep, has a man. Brooks is there, catch is made, touchdown Alabama. 34 yards, a perfect strike. Bryce to Jacory, and the Tide rolls now to a 20-3 advantage.
Turnover right there from Vanderbilt. Alabama, hey, let's take a shot. Let's put even more pressure on them. And why not throw to Brooks? 6 catches on the day, 2 touchdowns for Brooks, and he hotter than a pistol right now. And Bryce finding him on the field, keep going to him, make it a play, jump ball, go catch it.
$2 pistol. That's a hot one.
Let's keep it going to him. Why not? Hotter than firecracker.
Here's Will Reichard on to try the extra point. Snap, spot, kick are all good. We'll throw one more. Hotter than Coyote with a firecracker right here as Bama leads it 21-3, 13:22 to go in the opening quarter of play. We are back to Tuscaloosa, second quarter, I should say, right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm your game day face paint, and you just rubbed me right into your eye. Now your vision is super irritated. So is that driver you just hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, these damages will rob you blind. So switch to Allstate, save $744, and get protected from mayhem, like me.
Average auto savings of new customers surveyed in 2021 who reported auto savings when switching to Allstate. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The Crimson Tide plays here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac is a local family-owned dealership in Tuscaloosa. Barkley has an award-winning service department, a state-of-the-art body shop, and a beautiful showroom waiting to welcome you. And BarkleyGMC.com opens our online showroom to you. Do what thousands of satisfied customers have already done. Get your new car, truck, or SUV from Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac, keeping Crimson Tide fans on the road for over 42 years.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Still 13:22 left to go in the second quarter. Alabama with a 21-3 lead against Vanderbilt. That last Bromberg scoring drive, one play, 34 yards. It results in another touchdown pass from Bryce Young to Ja'Cory Brooks, helping Alabama to this 21-3 lead. Also across the conference, presented by T-Mobile, bringing 5G to hometowns across the SEC. Proud partner of the Crimson Tide. Quick look at the scoreboard. It's Arkansas with a 1-point lead against Texas A&M as they only have 3 minutes to go before halftime. But a key SEC West matchup tonight in Arlington between the Razorbacks and Texas A&M.
Roger, thank you so much. We know you and Brian Houseworth will keep us updated on other games going on around the SEC and around the country. Right now, though, here in Tuscaloosa, the Tide looking good. They have scored touchdowns on their last 3 possessions after having to punt at the conclusion of their first. We've got 13:22 to go in quarter number 2. 21-3 our score. Will Reichert on to kickoff. He's 3 for 3 with touchbacks. Make it 4 for 4 as the fair catch is indeed called for in the end zone by the Commodores. That was Jaden McGowan making that fair catch. And once more from the 25, Vanderbilt will start. It's not like they haven't been efficient. A.J. Swan, 8 of 11, but for only 57 yards, JP. Meanwhile, his counterpart, Bryce Young, 13 of 16, 195 and 3 scores.
Yeah, only 9 yards rushing right now for Vanderbilt. And besides that 11-play, 52-yard drive. On their second drive, not a lot doing. And going forward on 4th down in your own territory is very risky. And then Bryce Young goes and makes them pay. So Vanderbilt's got to do something on this drive before it gets out of hand.
Shepard in the slot left. Wide is McGowan. It will be Shepard coming to the right side now as the snap goes to Davis. Throws across the middle. A little too hot to handle for Ben Bresnahan, the senior tight end from Cumming, Georgia. Not able to bring that one in. And that will set up 2nd down and 10. Jalen Moody and Dallas Turner applying the pressure on A.J. Swan.
Yeah, nowhere for him to go with the ball, Swan. He threw it late. That's why he threw it so hard. It was an uncatchable ball from the tight end, but nice coverage from Alabama right there with just locking every receiver down.
Shepard left, McGowan right this time. They'll go on the handoff up the middle to Davis, and he'll bull forward across to the 30-yard line, or maybe they'll spot him just shy of that at the 29, it appears. Justin Aboigbe leading the way defensively for Alabama. It will be 3rd down and about 6 upcoming. Vanderbilt only 1 of 4 on 3rd downs thus far.
Yeah, 3rd and 6, though. Pretty good field position after 1st down, incompletion. Nice pickup on 2nd down to give yourself a chance. But going from the huddle, you know, right now you're just trying to find matchups. Will Shepard and Jaden McGowan got to be the guy that A.J. Swan's looking for.
4-man front for Alabama. As again, they'll go for the pistol on 3rd down and 6. Swan will look to the right, getting the play clock down to 3, down to 2, down to 1, down to 0. They don't get it off in time. They're going to have to burn a timeout, barely ahead of a flag being thrown. 12:29 to go here in quarter number 2, and Alabama's defense presenting a lot of problems for the opposition. That is a consistent theme throughout the early portion of this 2022 campaign.
Yeah, Christian, I saw the dime in there right now. So we had Toto, which is a smaller, faster linebacker, and the rest DBs in the game. Looked like it confused Vandy pretty good.
Yeah, and that's what they want to do right there. They want to change up their personnel and get the right guys in there for these downs, especially on 3rd and long. It was 3rd and 5. They want to have the right personnel in there and have those DBs in there that way they can cover. But you see Braswell in there and you see Dallas Turner. I'm expecting those guys to start applying some pressure right here.
Christian Miller providing our Cooks Pest Control sideline report. It's great to have the former Bama captain here with us on the broadcast tonight, and looking forward to him joining us several more times throughout the course of the year. His 3rd and 6 is upcoming for Vanderbilt, again operating from their own 29. Snap goes to Davis in the shotgun, having to scramble out of the pocket, trying to dump it off downfield and beyond the reach of the intended receiver, Ray Davis. Trying to catch him on a wheel route right there, JP, but Bama had it covered well.
Had it covered great. And talk about the confidence that Pete Golding has in our secondary to put 6 DBs out there. And really no weak point on the field, in my opinion. And it shows right there where Swan has to roll out of the pocket right, because nobody's open, tries to create something, and there's just nowhere to throw the ball right now for Swan and Vanderbilt offense.
Instead of wheel route, he may actually have broken from there and actually went to the right side anyway to join the other wideouts. Not sure if he came from the backfield or not, as they will punt once again. Kool-Aid back there waiting on it and will make the grab from his 26. He drops it, he picks it up, still with the ball, cuts it up 30, still on his feet, breaking one tackle, 35-40, gets spun down. I believe the kicker got him at the 42. If so, boy, is he going to hear about that one, as with 12:06 to play in the second quarter, Alabama's got the ball up 21-3 after a 44-yard punt from the Doors. We're back with more in Tuscaloosa after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, I'm Capri, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Girl Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. They actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce. It's definitely a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Hey, I'm Michelle, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is it's spicy and it's full of flavor. When you pair that with the Kale Crunch Salad, it's just good.
Order a grilled spicy deluxe sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
.12:06 to go in the second quarter. Alabama 21, Vanderbilt 3. If you've recently tested positive for COVID-19 or have COVID symptoms, you might be eligible for a monoclonal antibody treatment that could keep you out of the hospital. Visit crushcovid.com to learn more. Get tested. Get treated. crushcovid.com.
You nailed monoclonal, but you messed up Coyote.
I can't explain it.
That was so good. I'm sorry. That was. Look,
I practiced that one a little more.
You nailed
practice paid off this week.
That was outstanding. And again, our spotter and statistician Butch Owens tells me that's 7 Coyote references we've hammered poor Roger with since the first quarter. All right, 12:06 to play in the second. Alabama trying to add to a 21-3 lead over Vanderbilt. And JP, the Tide, just trying to keep doing what they've been doing on offense.
And why not? Bryce 13 of 16, 195 yards, 3 touchdowns, 12:06 left to go here in the second quarter.
Kobe Prentice split wide right along with Jermaine Burton. Latu, the tight end, will shift to the right side, leaving Trayshawn Holden all alone to the left. Snap goes to Young. Bryce bouncing around in the pocket. Now looks like he wants to run. Instead, he'll throw. He's got a man. Catch made holding across the 35 and down to about the 33-yard line. The Tide moving to 6 again with a bank first down following a 26-yard pickup.
2 high safeties again for Vanderbilt. So Bryce, the play designed to go downfield. Holden sits about 15 yards, and as soon as he sees Bryce, scrambles, connects eyes with him, finds a soft spot.
Quick out right side goes to Prentice, and quickly down is Kobe as well. Boy, Young got it out of his hand in a hurry, but Prentice had nowhere to go after making that grab. A loss of a couple of yards after the hit from C.J. Taylor.
Yeah, C.J. Taylor trying to be blocked by Christian Latu. When you can't be strong at the point of attack on a screen, that's what happens. Tackle for loss, comes through Latu. Lucky it wasn't worse than that, because it was a bang play. Could have been, ball knocked down or even a forced fumble as fast as that play happened.
Bradley Mann over on the near sideline, near Vanderbilt's sideline, I should say, right around the numbers, the 40-yard line. He is down and being attended to. They're working on his leg, I believe his right leg at the moment. I'm not sure what happened, but the training staff got out there in a hurry, as did their head coach, Clark Lee. Did you see what happened?
I didn't. That's unusual, right? It's away from the play. The play went to the right.
Thankfully, he's up and able to walk off on his own power. The way he went down and the way they were looking at him, I was afraid that was not going to end as well as it did, with him able to get to his feet and be helped to the medical tent on the near sideline. But Bama football, 2nd down and 12 after the 2-yard loss. McClellan in the backfield alongside the quarterback Young. Bryce will bring a man behind him and to the left side. That will be Gibbs looking and just dumping it at the feet of the receiver in the area. Jace McClellan was Bryce Young. Kane Patterson provided the pressure up the middle.
Grounding. Number 2 was in the area. 3rd down.
And as you heard our lead official in Lee Hedrick, that is indeed the case. There was a man in the area, but Bryce was clearly just unloading that one, setting up 3rd down and a dozen with 11 to go.
Yeah, Bryce, he was just trying to get a screen to the right. Vandy snipped it out, so trying to force it to the running back in traffic, just throw it to the ground, try to pick up his 3rd down.
3rd and a dozen. They've got to get to the 24 of Vanderbilt. The line of scrimmage right around the 36. Bryce with time, looking right, has a man. That is going to be bobbled and incomplete. He was trying to connect on the far side with Kobe Prentice, and it looked like as he reached up to grab the football, he may have stumbled just a little bit to get out of rhythm.
Yeah, perfect though for Bryce. It was a wheel route, so Prentice was in the slot, sells like he's going to run the flat route, and then whips it up down the sidelines. Couldn't have thrown it any better for Bryce. I think he actually kind of mistimed his jumped a little too soon. And when you do it, when you jump like that as a wide receiver, your eyes are moving, so his eyes are moving coming down since he jumped too early as the ball is rising, just couldn't reel it in.
Bama's going to go for it on 4th down and a dozen right here. Again, operating from the 37. Young with 4 wide outs available, trying to buy some time. Bouncing away from trouble, goes to his right. Looking downfield, throwing downfield. Latu over his head, incomplete. Cameron also may have jumped just a tad too soon right there, as we saw Prentice on the previous play.
He did, and unfortunately, it looks like he's grabbing his right leg.
Came down awkwardly.
As he jumps that ball. Yeah, came down awkwardly, but again, had to jump too soon, didn't time it right. But it was a scramble drill from Bryce, rolling out to the right when nothing was open. And Latu did really exactly what he was supposed to do. The quarterback's running to you. He reverses, goes upfield. Bryce saw him. Hopefully he's not injured too bad.
Lower leg injury in the preseason. And again, medical staff taking a look at him as the injury timeout once more brought to you by Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center, the official sports medicine provider of the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. Only the best for Alabama. That includes the medical care, as the training staff and the orthopedic surgeons, Dr. Lyle Kane, Dr. Norman Waldrop, down there along with Jeff Allen, Jeremy Giselle as well, Ginger Gilmore, all checking on Cameron, and he is not putting any weight Is that his right leg, Christian? Can you tell?
Yeah, Chris, this is right leg. He's not really putting any weight on, and he's visibly in pain right now. So I'll definitely get an update on him coming up shortly.
Thank you so much. That is not a good sign anytime, but especially for a guy who's just coming off of an injury that forced him to miss the opening game.
Yeah, and not a lot of production behind him so far at tight end either.
Vanderbilt taking over on downs, operating from their own 37, and they'll run it with Patrick Smith getting the carry, and they will not pick up any notable yardage. In fact, they may have lost a half yard on that play.
Yeah, once again, that was Deontay Lawson actually on the tackle. So more and more playing time for Lawson, who's out there just a redshirt freshman from down in Mobile, but has really turned it on here. Came into the game 6th in Alabama for tackles, but tonight having a heck of a ball game.
Tim Smith in there on that defensive front. Patrick Smith in the backfield, and don't know who the flag's going to be thrown on, but boy, there was a lot of stuff that happened prior to that snap, and I think it's going to be on the Tide.
Offside on the defense, number 50, 5-yard penalty. It remains second down.
There was no doubt from Tim Smith that it was on him because he leveled the center, Julian Hernandez, and then immediately ran to the Alabama sideline. Knew, yep, I'm in trouble. I'm going to the sideline.
He didn't even have to wait for defensive line coach Freddie Roach to bring in his backup. Just immediately ran up the field. All right, coach, I know that was on me.
So 2nd and 5 now for the Doors from their own 41. Pistol formation again for the quarterback, A.J. Swan, a freshman, getting his 3rd start. They will hand it off left side and nowhere to go. Justin Aboigbe making the hit. Again on Ray Davis, I believe, getting the carry that time.
Yeah, another 3rd down. It's actually a tackle for loss right there. So Vanderbilt coming up 3rd down, Christian. Right now, Vandy 1 of 5 so far on 3rd downs.
Yeah, as you can see, they got both their edge rushers back out there, but I was going to point out that it looks like they went to a regular nickel package for this game, probably to stop the run. Usually you see 2 nickel rabbits. You see Will Anderson and Dallas Turner in there at the ends on 1st and 2nd down, but now they've gone to a bigger body and replaced one of the edge guys. But here we go. The edge guys are back in on 3rd down.
Christian, thank you so much. 3rd down and 6, we'll call it, for Vanderbilt. They'll bring a man in motion left side with a play clock down to 3. They get the snap off in time. Pressure coming, and down goes Swan. A big sack recorded by Alabama. Will Anderson able to get the hit, the first sack of the day for the Crimson Tide.
And that's going to be Will's 3rd sack of the game, and right there, that's nothing but speed. Just lining up on that left tackle, Gunnar Hansen, and just as soon as the ball was snapped, beat him with speed and nowhere for Swan to go. He tried to step up, but there was nowhere he could go when he saw Will Anderson.
44-yard punt average from Matthew Hayball, who also has a tackle so far in this game. Kool-Aid McKinstry will try to avoid him this time as he awaits back inside his own 35-yard line. This is a high-end, under-end kick that will send Kool-Aid back for a fair catch around the 23-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for Alabama from there when we come back. 8:24 to play first half. 21-3. Alabama leading Vanderbilt on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hibbett and City Gear have the hottest footwear from Nike, Jordan, and Adidas, including the latest releases of retro Jordans, KD, Kyrie, LeBron, and more, plus Jordan, Nike, and Adidas apparel to match from toe to head. Bama fans, Hibbett and City Gear are your sources for the latest in Crimson Tide officially licensed gear. Get game day ready with Hibbett and City Gear. Hibbett and City Gear also rewards you for your purchases. Become an MVP today and enjoy exclusive perks for shopping with us. Hibbett and City Gear are proud supporters of Alabama football. Roll Tide, roll.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it. Unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
8:24 left to go in the second quarter. Alabama 21, Vanderbilt 3. I want to remind you to listen to Hey Coach and the Nick Saban Show from Baumhauer's Victory Grill on Thursdays from 6:30 to 8 p.m. across the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Remember to submit your question to Coach Saban at AL.com. It could be asked during the show. Hey Coach and the Nick Saban Show, presented by Alpha Insurance.
Roger, thank you so much. Christian Miller down on the sidelines. What changed for Alabama that you've seen since that first series when and I'm asking you an offensive question this time. What are you seeing differently from Alabama to be able to have the success they've had the last three times?
Yeah, Chris, well, defensively, they're doing a lot better job defending the perimeter, and now Vanderbilt's having to spread the ball out in other places, and they're just doing a really nice job defensively. I think offensively, they've just been clicking and firing on all cylinders, and Bryce has finally found him a nice target in Brooks, so I'm expecting to see some more of that going forward. Positive update with Cam Latu. He's back in the game now, it looks like, so I guess everything has worked out well, so that's good.
Boy, that is huge. Thank you so much for that, Christian. And again, that's a guy you just don't replace. You got other options, but not one as good as 81.
No, with his experience also, and it didn't look good when he was walking off the field. A lot of pain, but good to see him back out there.
And having to be basically helped off, as now the handoff will go to Jace McClellan, fighting his way forward across the 30, near the 31-yard line. He just kind of hit out and then exploded forward to the 31 after a gain of 8.
Yeah, showed some pretty good power, but just the fifth rush of the night for Alabama. So 21 pass attempts and now 5 rush attempts, and that's a good pickup on first down right there to give us 8 yards.
Blew a tire real quick, got it changed, got the shoe back on, and now operates from the left side of Bryce Young in the pistol formation. 3 wideouts to the left side for Alabama on second and short. Handoff again, McClellan right side. 40, 45, still on his feet, across midfield, and finally brought down near the 42 of Vanderbilt. Alabama running it well now. 28 yards on a great carry from Jace McClellan.
Yeah, this is the balance you want to see on offense. We were pass happy earlier in the game, skinning them up, going down the field to Brooks, and now on this drive, 2 handoffs right there to McClellan, making them pay. Beat the blitz up the middle once again for Vanderbilt, able to get to the second level and then get some speed.
26 as they spot him back now at the 43-yard line. 2 wideouts right, 3 left. Young all day throws across the middle. That's a nice catch to the 35 of Vanderbilt, made by the youngster Isaiah Bond, the freshman. That one was coming in hot and a little high, but he was able to catch it.
Yeah, it was. Bryce putting it kind of high and away from that defender, but a nice catch from Alabama. 5 wide, spread them out. We call that spacing. You just go run 5 yards, try to find a soft spot in the defense.
Bond and Law, 2 freshman wideouts to the left side of the formation. Single wideout to the right for Young, who will throw it left side, and that was not expected, at least that quickly, for Bond, who made the nice catch earlier, but that one bounced off his shoulder pads, incomplete to Ricky Wright. Was there in coverage, but it was really about the timing that messed that play up.
Yeah, and I think that was more on the defense affecting our timing than Bond dropping the ball. Not a drop, and that was right, bang, play. Probably faster than Bryce wanted to, just judging what the defense was doing, had to get the ball out of his hands fast.
Oots and Latu, the 2 tight end look for Alabama, with Gibbs the single setback to the left of Young from the pistol. His feet on the 40, just a little toss sweep. Gibbs left side, trying to get to the edge, can't, ran out of real estate, and he's going to be shy of that first down mark. It was 3rd and about 4. He only got 3.5, I believe, as again Ricky Wright was leading the way defensively for Vanderbilt. Now 4th and right at 2 yards upcoming for Alabama, as they'll bring the freshman Amari Nyblack into the game, one of the wideouts. Alabama 0 for 1 on 4th down conversion attempts so far in this game.
Same spot of the field that Alabama's found themselves at in the last drive. Huddling up for Alabama, 4th and short, see what they do out of this huddle.
Randolph, one of the tight ends, along with Latu. Boy, they've got 3 men in the backfield, right around in a triangle shape around Bryce Young. He will hand it off, and McClellan will get the first down to the 32-yard line. That'll move the chains. A bank first down. Kendall Randolph among those running interference for the Crimson Tide there.
So something different for Bill O'Brien, bringing two tight ends in the backfield, and McClellan was, I guess, in a pistol behind Bryce, but window dressing from Bill O'Brien, trying to confuse him. But McClellan downhill, full head of speed, picked that up. Nice to see. Remember the Texas game, had 4th and short, came up short right there, picking it up on the ground.
McClellan out, Gibbs in now for the Crimson Tide. Latu, the tight end, fake left. Now we'll go back to the right side of the formation. The snap to Young, sitting up in the pocket, dumping it off across the middle. Gibbs, 25, Gibbs, 20, Gibbs, zigging, zagging, 15, still on his feet, down to the 10, down to the 7-yard line. Jahmyr Gibbs fighting for extra yardage, setting up 1st and goal, Alabama, a gain of 26.
Man, this kid's good when he's got the ball in his hands. Bryce Young looking left to Kendrick Law, checks it down again to Gibbs. So many times he's done this season, but breaks 3 tackles on juke moves, breaking tackle, running through an arm tackle, picking us up inside the 10-yard line.
Back inside that Chick-fil-A red zone, spotting it at the 7. From the pistol again, Bryce with Gibbs to his left. Fakes it to him, looks to his left, throws it again, an intentional one-hopper at the feet of Kobe Prentice. Check that, Kendrick Law, who he intentionally threw it short of because he was well covered.
Yeah, well covered. You know, you're inside the red zone, inside the 10-yard line. Don't know who's coming at your back, so just get rid of it. Get rid of the ball so you don't lose yardage. Now 2nd down 8 coming up, 2nd down and 7 for Alabama. 2 more chances, try to get a touchdown.
Corey Brooks goes to the right side of the formation. Stacked to the left will again be Bond and Law. Gibbs to the right of the quarterback Young, waiting on the snap. Latu shifting to the right side. Here comes the snap. Young swings it out. Gibbs zigging to his left, cutting inside the 5, into the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama. Jahmyr Gibbs. He earned that one after getting a great block from Cameron Latu along the way.
Got to be the best move of the game right there from Gibbs. Catches it out of the backfield. Spin move. This guy is breaking more tackles on this drive. I think it's 4 in these last 2 plays, but just smelling the end zone, finding a way, breaking tackle, breaking another one at the 2-yard line for the touchdown.
Best move of the game presented by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion works harder to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Here's Will Reichert on the try. Another extra point for the Tide. Snap high. Good job getting it down on the part of James Burnham, and booting it through is Reichert. And Bama now leads it 28-3. 4:43 remaining in the first half. The Tide rolling in T-Town right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Southern homes are particularly vulnerable to termites. In this climate, you need guaranteed protection. You need Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Termites attack the Centricon stations, exposing themselves to an agent that eliminates their entire colony. Upgrade from old-fashioned liquid service to the proven protection of Centricon and Cook's Pest Control. Call Cook's today for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Make sure. Jim.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me.
We're on the air.
I need to try it first.
Hi, this is Coach Nick Saban. They say Coke Zero Sugar is refreshingly delicious. Does that make it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. Roll Tide.
4:43 left to go before halftime. Alabama now in front, 28-3 over Vanderbilt. Taking a look at the Bromberg scoring drive, 9 plays, 77 yards for Alabama. Took 3 minutes, 41 seconds off the clock. I mentioned we still have 4:43 left to go until halftime. And coming up, we will have the Full Moon Barbecue halftime report. And after another Alabama victory, drop by and celebrate at Full Moon Barbecue, now with 16 locations. There's always one near you. The best little pork house in Alabama. Join us for the Full Moon Barbecue halftime report in 4 minutes and 43 seconds with the Tide on top, 28-3.
Roger Hoover, thank you so much. JP, so much fun to watch this offense when they get it clicking on all cylinders, which has not necessarily been the case despite some big numbers earlier in the year.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Running the ball and throwing the ball. Right now, Alabama 313 total yards. Vanderbilt only 16. Bryce 4 touchdowns through the air. Pretty impressive start so far for Alabama. Defense has got to continue to keep pressure on this Vanderbilt offense. Freshman quarterback A.J. Swan.
You and Christian discussed this, what it does when you go ones against ones in practice and when the ones on both sides are as good as Alabama.
I mean, it makes you better every day, right, Christian? When you're going and practicing day in and day out, spring training, training camp during the summer, and then even getting ready for the practice or for the game, Christian, it makes you so much better.
It definitely does, JP, and we both experienced that, and it's one of those things that just makes the games feel that much easier because the guys you're going against in practice are better than almost any guy you're going to play on Saturday. So it overall just has you ready to go out there and do your job.
Jaden McGowan on to possibly return, but it more likely watch Will Reichert's kick sail over his head. Will on to kick off. He is 3 for 3. Touchbacks into the end zone or a fair catch right at the goal line. This kick will indeed sail over his head and on a hop through the back of the end zone. And Reichert now 4 for 4. And again, JP, an invaluable asset to have a guy that can do that with his leg.
No doubt, no doubt. You give your guys a break running down the field, having to try to make a tackle, but knowing you're going to start at 25, get in good field position if you're on defense. Just get back in. This is getting into the flow. And we know with Will Reichert, it's a weapon. Kicking field goals, kicking extra points. And now this year on these touchbacks. But Alabama's defense playing strong right now, only giving up 3 points. Got 1 field goal in the first quarter so far to the Commodores.
Vandy a wide out left, 1 to the right. Single setback Davis to the right of the quarterback. They'll fake the pitch. They'll throw. Try to connect with the tight end across the middle. He one-hops the throw intended for Schoenwald, but it's incomplete. If the pass had been up a little bit, Jordan Battle was there, if necessary, in coverage defensively for Alabama.
Yeah, I think Swan was throwing it low because he saw how good coverage that Battle had. That was the only place that they possibly could have caught it without being broken up by Battle, but great coverage from Alabama to start it. 2nd down and 10 now. This is on schedule for our defense.
So again, from the 25, Andy with 2 wideouts right. Swan will go with a quick toss to the left side. It wasn't quick enough because the Bama defense was quicker. Swarming around Vanderbilt's ball carrier, Chris Braswell leading the charge for the Tide defense.
Christian, got good contain right there for Braswell.
Yeah, that was a great job by Braswell staying at home. They tried to attack the perimeter right there, but he did a good job staying at home, keeping his feet and making the tackle for loss right there. And that's why you keep those speed guys on the edge right there. That's exactly right. That's what they do. They're good in space and they can make those plays behind the line of scrimmage.
Vandy 1 of 6 on 3rd down conversions. They've got 3rd and almost 12. They're not spreading guys very wide. They've got receivers to each side, though. They'll fake the throw right. They'll try to run up the middle, and nothing's working right now because Bama's defense is smelling blood in the water, JP.
Will Anderson, 2nd sack of the night. Just getting back there with speed. Nothing special. No power moves. Nowhere for Swan to go for the ball. After tackle for loss on 2nd down, it was Will Anderson. A couple other Bama guys right there behind him. Justin Uboybe, Brian Branch coming down. Nice play from Alabama. 3rd now, another one for Alabama's defense.
Kool-Aid back, waiting on the punt again for Matthew Hayball, who's averaged 45 yards on 3 punts thus far. McKinstry waiting back inside his own 35. The lefty will kick this one towards the left, but Kool-Aid will have a chance to return it. He'll make a man miss. He'll make another one miss. He's going to come all the way to the near side. He's going to try to get to the edge. 25-30, turning it up 40. Kool-Aid midfield. Kool-Aid makes another one miss, and Kool-Aid finally brought down at the 40, but the ball comes loose late, and Vanderbilt may have fallen on it, and they have. Kool-Aid with a great run, but a spill late. Loses the football, and Vanderbilt, after all of that, wound up gaining about 7 or 8 yards from where they were, but they get possession back.
Yeah, what a return from Kool-Aid McKinstry. Broke a
tackle. Rolling on the field is a fumble recovered by the kicking team. 1st down.
Broke a tackle as soon as he caught the ball, reverses field all the way from the right sideline, comes back to the left. We're going to get a chance at the replay.
That's close. I think it's close enough you got to look at it. And that's what they're going to do. And this will be an official review brought to you by My Eye Doctor with 20 convenient locations for your busy schedule. Don't miss a single play this season as eye care and eyewear are better together at My Eye Doctor. Visit myeyedr.com to learn more. And I was wrong. They are not going to review it. Wow. I thought it looked very, very close to being down, but they're going to say the play stands. Handoff goes to the right side, busting a tackle, picking up a first down across the 40-yard line. First carry of the game for Vanderbilt's Rocco Griffin, the junior from Georgia, 5'9", 203, finally brought down by the corner, Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, Christian, that's the second or third time of the day that Vanderbilt's been able to break contain from Alabama's linebackers.
Yeah, it's important to set that edge. You got to do a good job of setting the edge and not letting those guys get outside. So they need to probably clean that up going forward.
Turns out, by the way, that was a 39-yard return by Kool-Aid, but he ran 112 yards, I think, before he finally lost the football, and Vanderbilt did pick it up. Pressure coming up the middle, and a sack is recorded. DJ Dale, the nose, came right up the gut for the third sack for Alabama in this one. A.J. Swan had no chance there.
No chance at all. When you get pressure up the middle as a quarterback, there's really not a lot you can do. Blitz from Alabama, toe-to-toe, takes the right guard. Should have gone on the outside with DJ Dale because he came unblocked. A.J. Swan, nowhere to go, nothing to do, can't step up, just have to take the sack.
All the way back to the 34-yard line of Vanderbilt. It'll be second and about 16. They'll go on a straight handoff and a little running room initially, but not much more. Griffin again on the carry. Tim Smith this time on the stop for the Alabama defense, a gain of perhaps a yard.
So making up for the offsides earlier from Tim Smith, but Alabama's defense, after a quick change of possession, is making plays here. Forced a three and out. Kool-Aid fumbled on the punt. Now third and super long for Vandy coming up.
With the Tide on top, 28-3, nearing the 1-minute mark of this second quarter. Vanderbilt would love to bleed a little more time off the clock, but they've got third down and 15 yards to go. Ray Davis is the single setback. They will hand it off to him. He'll try to get to the edge. He'll get wrapped up, and help coming. Jalen Moody assisting on that tackle. Couldn't tell who got to him first, but it was a team effort there by the Crimson Tide.
Looked like Dallas Turner and Christian. Just talk about keep and contain. You got to set that edge. Dallas Turner on his defensive end position on that play, able to see what's coming up, stop it, trying to get to the edge right there. Vanderbilt
Timeout, Alabama. That is the first charge timeout of the half.
So
it'll be a 30-second timeout. Please reset the game clock to 42 seconds. 4-2.
If the referee will hush and we can get the ID out of the way, I promise thank you. We'll promise we'll let you get your thought in, JP. First, though, we pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Just say it, JP.
Saban took a timeout. I mean, Vandy trying to run the ball, trying to blitz the clock, but now Bryce with 42 seconds left on the clock. You know, Kool-Aid's got a chance to come back. We're going to have great field position to try to put at least 3 points on the board.
4 punts, 46-yard average for Matthew Hayball so far, the left-footed Australian punter, who does utilize a rugby style. Gets the running start. This will be a short punt. It'll be Brian Branch who will field it and then drop it, and we're lucky to get it back. A break there for Alabama, a scrum ensuing, but the Tide will get the football, and now some pushing and some shoving. I believe that it was Terrion Arnold who got that one for the Crimson Tide. And Bama will have possession of the football at their own 20-yard line.
And what are we doing right there? It was a bad punt. He was trying to. The punt was supposed to go to the left. Branch is setting up the return to the left. He sees it. He sees the ball, tries to catch it, kind of like a center field running to catch one over his shoulder. Should have let it go. Had a great chance for field position. Now Alabama at their own 20-yard line. 33 seconds left to go. Probably try to pick up something here on first down and get this drive started. If not, we'll just get out of the half with the lead.
Still a couple of timeouts in your hip pocket if you can advance it right here. from the 20-yard line. Young with Gibbs, the single setback. Bryce stepping up in the pocket, dumps it off to Jameer. 25-30, that's a first down. That'll move the sticks. Bama will hurry up to the line of scrimmage as they move the chains and stop the clock momentarily as they do so. 26 seconds now left here in the half. They start the clock, and it's already down to 20. It's down to 18. Bama snaps it now. Bryce looking, throwing it downfield. He's got a man. Burton, 40. Burton, 30. Trying to spin away. Gets down to the 23-yard line. First and 10, Alabama from there. 10 seconds remaining in this half, and a timeout used by Alabama there.
Doesn't get any better for Alabama of executing right there. First down. First and 10 for Alabama on their own 20.
Timeout, Alabama.
You just got to get the drive started. Get the drive started, and if you get a first down, okay, now we'll get into it. And then Jermaine Burton able to catch the sidelines. Safety couldn't get over the top. The corner couldn't keep up with him. And another dime by Bryce. Put this one on a rope. Left hash all the way to the right side. I mean, that throw doesn't get any bigger. That's a big-time throw for Bryce Young. But Burton getting involved in the passing game. Big play right there, trying to put points on the board before we go to half.
47 yards on that play. Setting up another bank first down, and Alabama just outside the Chick-fil-A red zone from the 22 of Vanderbilt. One play maybe, and if you don't get a touchdown, kick the extra field goal.
You got one timeout. If you go for the end zone, this is probably going to be it before we kick a field goal. Unless you hit a quick hitter to the out, get out of bounds, you maybe get one more play.
Holden, Prentice, and Burton, the three wideouts, two left, one right. Latu split left now. McClellan in the game. Young looking for the end zone. Ball is up. It's deflected. He was trying to get it to Holden, but knocked away by Vanderbilt. And now Alabama will likely, with 5 seconds left, bring on Will Reichard to attempt a very, very makeable for him field goal, trying to add to Alabama's 28-3 lead.
Definitely makeable for Reichard. 52-yarder is his long, 4 for 4 on the season, but perfect drive from Alabama to be able to get into field goal position. That big explosive play to Burton after picking up the first down.
40 yards from the right hash. The hold from Burton. Snap, spot, kick. All perfect. The half was close for Alabama as well. 31-3. The Tide rolling to the locker room with a big advantage over Vanderbilt. Just a moment, Christian Miller will talk with Alabama head coach Nick Saban. But first, John Parker Wilson, one heck of a half from the Tide that scored on every drive after failing to do so on their first.
Yeah, I mean, in Alabama, you can't ask for much more. Defense only giving up 3 points, 371 yards total offense for Alabama to only 64 for Vanderbilt, 316 yards through the air, and then 57 for Vanderbilt. So defense playing well, and Bryce right now, he's found his guy, Ja'Cory Brooks. He's got 2 touchdowns on the day, but, man, Bryce is playing cool, calm, and collected like he always has.
Reichard, another made field goal, and again, an invaluable weapon. 5 for 5 on field goals so far this year. The 52-yarder against Texas, of course, the long that he has made so far this year. In just a moment, Coach Saban will be talking with Christian Miller, and that conversation with the coach will be brought to you by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Again, 31-3, Alabama leading Vanderbilt at intermission. The Tide failing to score on its first drive, then 4 consecutive touchdowns, followed by the 40-yard field goal from Will Reichard as the first half came to a close. And now Christian Miller talking with his former head coach.
Hey, Coach, overall solid performance in the first half. Could I get your thoughts on that?
Well, we played pretty well. We didn't start out great on offense with a couple penalties, but we moved the ball pretty well. It was our plan to kind of spread these guys out a little bit and throw the ball, try to attack the back end, and guys have done a really good job of that so far. And defensively, after the first drive, we've done a pretty good job. So not bad so far.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Coach.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Christian. And again, thank you to Golden Flake, bringing us Nick Saban at the half. Golden Flake is the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. And with Bama up 31-3, this is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
In SEC Sports, the ifs come at you every minute. What if your QB had released the ball a second earlier? What if the head coach hadn't used his last time out? What if your team goes all the way this season? If you love the tradition, if you live for the rivalry, if you can't wait each week for the absolute edge of your seat action, Regions is right there with you as the official bank of the SEC.
We just can't help you with the ups and sports. Regions helps you embrace the fan life.
Member FDIC.
By now, your daily routine is probably a little too routine. Don't you want to change? Don't you want to start playing by your own rules and escape the routine so your fantasy becomes reality? Where every night is an adventure, where new flavors are ready to be tasted, where it feels like you're a winner. Take a chance. Reward yourself. Make your routine anything but routine. Escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and WindCreekCasino.com.
Conecuh sausage is a true Southern flavor since 1947. Using the finest ingredients, Conecuh sausage has a tradition of making great-tasting hickory-smoked sausage for over 70 years. Visit their new gift shop in Evergreen, Alabama, or shop online at ConecuhSausage.com. Conecuh sausage, the official smoked sausage of the Crimson Tide.
Conecuh sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a grill at your college football party. My full grease trap, that's something you clean? Now you're smoking your car and garage instead of your meats. And if you don't have the right coverage, fixing this could be a trick play. So bundle your home and auto with Allstate to save up to 25% and get protected from mayhem like me.
Bundled savings discounts will vary by state. Saving up to 25% is a countrywide average of savings off the home policy. Combining the multiple policy discount for having auto insurance with Allstate and the welcome discount savings at enrollment.
This is the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little porkhouse in Alabama. Also brought to you by BASF. We create chemistry. And by Sherwin-Williams. Looking for a color change? Ask Sherwin-Williams. Shop online or at your local store.
Halftime score from Bryant-Denny Stadium, the Alabama Crimson Tide 31 and the Vanderbilt Commodores 3. Roger Hoover, glad to welcome you to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. And let's take a look at tonight's Cadence Bank stats and facts. Bancorp South and Cadence have come together to form a new, even better bank to help the people, companies, and communities we serve prosper. Learn more at cadencebank.com/the new Cadence, member FDIC. Well, the Crimson Tide lead 31-3 over Vanderbilt. It was a 14-3 game after the first quarter, and in the second quarter, Alabama outscored the Vanderbilt Commodores 17-0. In terms of total yardage, Alabama 371, Vanderbilt 64. Through the air, Alabama 316 yards passing, Vanderbilt just 57. Then on the ground, Alabama with 55 rushing yards compared to only 7 by Vanderbilt. We have seen the Crimson Tide penalized 3 times for a loss of 25 yards. No penalties so far for Vanderbilt, and also Alabama 1 of 4 on third down. The Vanderbilt Commodores 1 of 8. Bryce Young, solid first half, 20 of 29 passing for 316 yards and 4 touchdowns. The leading rusher is Chase McClellan, 7 carries for 54 yards. And then Ja'Cory Brooks, what a game he's had. 6 catches, 117 yards, 2 touchdowns by Ja'Cory already in this game. Then Jahmyr Gibbs and Trayshawn Holden also with touchdown catches for the Crimson Tide. A quick look at Vanderbilt. A.J. Swan, their quarterback, 8 of 14 for 57 yards so far in this game. You're listening to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. You know, in football, there's always a winner and a loser. But when it comes to Great Southern Barbecue, there is only one winner. Full Moon Barbecue, voted one of America's top 10 barbecue joints, and now with 16 locations to serve you. You're listening to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Brian Houseworth from our studios is next with a check of the Alabama Power scoreboard. Our score in Tuscaloosa at halftime, Alabama 31, Vanderbilt 3. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, I'm Capri, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Girl Spicy Deluxe is the chicken.
They actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce. It's definitely a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Hey, I'm Michelle, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is it's spicy and it's full of flavor. When you pair that with the Kale Crunch Salad, it's just good.
Order a grilled spicy deluxe sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Ready for our little forest adventure?
Yes! So much waiting for me. Yeah, I wanna go outside. I wanna be.
We're here.
Whoa, that was fast.
There's a forest closer than you think. Find a park or forest near you and music inspired by nature. DiscoverTheForest.org. Brought to you by USDA Forest Service and the Ad Council.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Alabama. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university. Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
Good evening, everyone. Brian Houseworth is my name, live with you here tonight across the great state of Alabama. We've got a lot of action going on in college football tonight, both in the SEC and around the nation. We've got a lot of highlights, not just from the Alabama game presented by Made in Alabama, but we also will get you updated on what's happening right now at Jerry's World and have some highlights from that as well. They right now are in the third quarter at Jerry's World, and Texas A&M, of course, has this. They've been going back and forth on the lead. The Aggies are up right now by a score of 20-14 with 7:50 to play in the third quarter. A lot of action going on in the top 25, a lot of action going on as well in the SEC. All of that and more coming up as our halftime show continues right after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, in today's world, companies are looking for business partners, other companies they can depend on to help make their business successful. At the Crimson Tide Sports Network, we have found that partner in Dex Imaging. So when it comes to office solutions and a partner you can depend on, give Dex Imaging a call. For more information, go to DexImaging.com. Dex Imaging, the official copier and printer provider of Alabama Athletics.
Hey Tide fans, do you need to make some extra room in your living space, basement, or garage? Life Storage can help. Offering a variety of spaces and sizes, including traditional or climate controlled. Life Storage has the space for you. Prefer to skip the counter? This Life Storage exclusive 100% online rental offers the only true contact-free storage rental solution. Call 844-LIFE-STORE or visit lifestorage.com for more information. Life Storage. It's your life. Store it with care.
The home of Bear and Saban. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
You're not too cool for me. And in return, I reciprocate that sentiment. I'll never be too cool for you. I was a man with a plan, but now I'm a dad with a decree, and you can't take that from me. Please let it be noted that I told my job they can dock my pay. Right now, it's just too important to take you to school every day. I want to be legendary for you. I want you to puff out your chest when you go to school, the same way I do. I walk taller because of you, because I found everything to live for.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Did you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And a pleasant good evening, my friends, across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. Our time is 8:18. I'm Brian Houseworth, live with you in studio, and our scoreboard tonight is brought to you by Alabama Power. Alabama football is powered by Alabama Power. It's power for a better Alabama. We're at the half right now. Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. It's a hot night. It's a good night for football, though, and the Tide looked pretty impressive. Number 2 Alabama leading Vanderbilt by a score of 31-3. Some halftime highlights presented by Made in Alabama. Welcome to the land of opportunity. It is Alabama. Career opportunities in the fields of tomorrow that include aerospace and bioscience. Bryce Young continues to impress. That's why it's always good to have a reigning Heisman Trophy winner returning at quarterback. 20 of 29 at halftime, 316 yards. He has 4 Alabama touchdowns.
Bryce Young gets the snap, looking left, throwing left, has a man, catch made, touchdown Alabama. Trayshawn Holden on the grab, 8 yards. Alabama extending its lead now to 13-3.
The great Chris Stewart there on the call, and again, very impressed all the way around. Defense looks really good. The only offense the Vanderbilt Commodores have been able to get going is 1 field goal. Now we go to the Arlington AT&T Stadium, a game many of you are watching on ESPN. Joe Tessitore has that call. Number 10 Arkansas, number 23 A&M, and Jimbo and the Aggies up right now 20-14. Midway through the third quarter, Devin A-Chain, who's very dangerous, 13 carries, 112 yards. It's really a breakout game for him. He is that good. We've seen how good he is returning kicks in the backfield, good as well against a tough Arkansas defense. He has a touchdown, and the Aggies up 20-14. They have the ball. 8:52 to play right now. Make that 7:52 to play in the third quarter. Number 1 Georgia leading Kent State, and they led them all game and win it by a score of 39-22. Florida and Tennessee, a big rivalry game. Tennessee hasn't started 4-0 to begin a year since 2016. They were partying tonight in Rocky Top and on Rocky Top. Tennessee wins it over Florida 38-33. Richardson tried to throw a ball deep as he could. He really got hit as he delivered the ball. It was picked off about the 5-10 yard line, and Tennessee ends up winning the game 38-33. Auburn over Mizzou today, 17-14 that game in overtime. Other games going on right now. LSU is all over New Mexico in the third quarter right now in Death Valley, 17-0. Got a good win in this ball game. The running back for LSU, 8 carries. He has 24 yards and 2 scores for LSU.
Line handoff, Goodwin. This time he'll find his way in. A Fighting Tiger touchdown, and Goodwin, his second score of the night, his 5th on the year. And LSU, with 23 seconds remaining here in the second quarter, extend the lead 16-0.
That's how it sounded on the LSU radio network tonight. That's Chris Blair, and we thank Gordy Rush and their crew for that audio. Other games going on as we speak right now include the Kentucky game. They lead Northern Illinois at the end of the third. Wildcats up by a score of 24-14. Don't forget, Tide fans, you can take it to the house this football season with Alabama Manufacturing Housing Association. If Alabama returns their first kickoff received in the second half for a touchdown during tonight's game, Roy Meeks from Northport will win $75,000 toward the purchase of a manufactured home from an authorized AMHA dealer. Register at rolltide.com/take it to the house. Certain terms and conditions may apply. For a complete set of the rules, visit rolltide.com. Take it to the house. Roy Meeks, we're rooting for you tonight. I'm Brian Houseworth, live with you in studio. And Roll Tide, my friends, coming up next, our second half kickoff. Chris, JP, and Roger right after this. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey there, folks. Bob Baumhauer here. We're celebrating 40 legendary years here at Baumhauer's Victory Grill. And to kick this off, we're coming in hot with our all-new Alabama hot chicken. Fresh southern fried chicken breast smothered in a blend of tangy, immune-boosting herbs and spices with a spicy finish. Served up with a side of homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits, Miss Mary's southern greens, and garlic bread. And there's plenty more where that came from. Stop in today and celebrate with us. Baumhauer's Victory Grill. Legendary fun, legendary food.
Tide fans, it's game day. Time to huddle up with friends and family, take your seat, and open a bag of your favorite Golden Flake snacks. So rip open that bag of Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and settle in, because when you snack with Golden Flake, you're taking part in an Alabama football tradition. Golden Flake, celebrating 65 years as the official chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Hey Alabama fans, Chris Stewart with big news about Shoe Station, proud sponsor of the Alabama Crimson Tide. With 22 stores across Alabama and the Southeast, Shoe Station is everyone's family footwear destination. It's the brand you love at the prices you need. Mark your calendars to be at the new Shoe Station opening at Vestavia City Center in Birmingham in November. Shop the biggest and best Shoe Station yet. Visit shoestation.com and find a store near you. Roll Tide.
This has been the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Also brought to you in part by Chevron with Techron. Unbeatable fans deserve unbeatable mileage. Choose Chevron with Techron. And by Allstate. Get protected from mayhem this year when you switch and save with Allstate. Now, with the call of the second half, here's Chris Stewart.
Alabama trying to play half number 2 the way they did half number 1 as we look at the prescription for success presented by Payless Drugs, locally owned family pharmacy. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Payless can handle your prescriptions, over-the-counter solutions, and home delivery. Visit mynewpharmacy.com to pay less. What do we got to do to keep things rolling, JP?
I think we need to do more of what we did in the first half. I mean, really strong performance from Alabama. Offensively scored every drive except the one time we had turnovers on downs. The good thing about that drive is we followed up with a touchdown the following drive and converted a fourth down where we failed the drive before. And then defense had one blemish, 11 plays on 52 yards on the second drive of the game that resulted in a field goal for Vanderbilt. Besides that, it has been all Will Anderson, all defense, shut down freshman quarterback A.J. Swan.
31-3 Bama as we begin the second half. The Tide will kick off. Will Reichert kicking from the north into the field towards the south. He's 4 for 4 on kickoffs that have gone into the end zone so far. Make it 5 for 5 as that one sails through, and another touchback giving Vanderbilt field position. 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line.
And, you know, something Alabama's defense has got to keep an eye on is we've seen A.J. Swan this whole game, but Mike Wright, the backup quarterback, he started the first 3 games, 426 yards, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception. So, you know, at what point does Vandy try to make a switch and change things up on offense?
See if they will alter things with Swan as the quarterback. Davis again the single setback. They've gone tighter and tighter with their looks. Only one true wideout to the left side. They will go play action. They'll throw a little fade that way, and the pass is caught and out of bounds. McKinstry in coverage on Will Shepard, but not until he is able to make that back shoulder catch and pick up 15, make it 20 now as they keep moving forward on the play.
Second time that Vandy has had success doing that. The back shoulder throw, man-to-man coverage, tight press from McKinstry. Nice throw from Swan to thread it in the needle and pick up a first down for Vandy.
16 officially on the pickup. After figure out all the math, play action right, left side. They throw it right. Catch is made there, and they will work for it or attempt to. Will Shepard again making the catch, and this is a little more of what we expected from Vanderbilt offensively.
Yeah, they got a couple good wideouts, and that was a quick game back shoulder throw, so not down the field as far as the one before, but the same concept of trying to get the cornerback running on a go route. If he's got soft coverage, throw it on the back shoulder. Vandy's found a little punch right there with the back shoulder throws.
Terry Arnold was the man in coverage that time. Another first down, back-to-back plays resulting in first downs for Vandy. First time all night that has occurred. The tight end, Gavin Schoenwald, shifts to the left side. They'll hand it off and try to run that direction, but nowhere to go for Ray Davis on the carries. Coming off of a performance, 23 carries, 116 yards, and a touchdown in their victory 1 week ago at Northern Illinois, but this is a different defense than running against today.
Yeah, and that play ran into Jaheim Otis, 6'5", 346-pound freshman, and not a lot doing right now for Vandy in the rush game. Only 8 yards on the night on the ground, and it's tough defense up front for Alabama.
In Alabama territory, though, on second down and about 10 from inside the Bama 45-yard line. They will go with an option to the right side, juggling it and escaping a tackle initially and working forward, getting back to the 45-yard line on the play was Jaden McGowan. He's lucky, though, he didn't lose about 5 or 6 yards. Byron Young almost got him.
Oh, should have had him. There was a speed option off the right. Byron Young had him in the backfield, dead to rights, and somehow able to pop off and get back past the line of scrimmage. But that was going to be a big tackle for loss for Young. And Christian, sometimes you just gotta finish the play.
You got to make sure you finish those plays. Those are big plays right there. You can't let them slip right here. So now we got 3rd and long. We got to get off the field right here.
Butch Owens, the best spotter on the planet, helping me on that one with Byron Young. Is now it's 3rd down and 10 for Vanderbilt from the Bama 44, and a nice job defensively on the part of the Crimson Tide's corner there. Terry and Arnold knocking that one away from Ben Bresnahan, the intended receiver.
Yeah, great coverage from Arnold on the tight end, but guess what they tried to do? It was the back shoulder once again. It's tough to make a living on nothing but the back shoulder throws, and good coverage from Arnold. Had him blanketed, nowhere for the quarterback to go for the ball. Tight end gets one hand up and forces a punt from Alabama. After a couple first downs, nice to see Alabama tackle for loss and then stand strong on 3rd down.
K-ball on to punt for the 5th time. He's averaging 44 yards per kick so far. Kool-Aid standing with his heels on the 10-yard line, awaiting this in-under-end kick. He's going to let that one bounce. It'll check up like a JPW wedge all the way back out to the 12-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10, Alabama from there when we come back to Tuscaloosa. 12:13 to go, 3rd quarter, 31-3. Alabama leading Vanderbilt on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Sports matter. They bring us together. That's why we're a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. More fans, families, and friends trust Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama to provide the health insurance coverage and services they depend on. We're proud to support Alabamians. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Lace a new 2022 Toyota RAV4 LE for $299 a month for 36 months. Toyota, let's go places. Offer valid October 3rd, 2022. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. $35.98 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Just like the Crimson Tide, ServPro is honored to be the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. With more than 2,000 locations nationwide and over 50 years of experience, ServPro is faster to any disaster. To find an Alabama ServPro service location near you, simply click on ServPro.com. ServPro is a proud supporter of Alabama football.
Alabama in front of Vanderbilt 31-3. 12-13 still to go in the third quarter. The Crimson Tide have the football, and the Domino's Drive for Dough is presented by your locally owned and operated Domino's in Tuscaloosa. If Bama scores on the first drive of the second half, Kathy Cassidy will win a gift card for the amount of yards in the scoring drive. Enter to win on the Crimson Tide Sports Network's Facebook page to be the next Domino's Drive for Dough winner as we continue from the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth for this game between Alabama and Vanderbilt that is presented by Greenpoint Ag. Find your local co-op or Greenpoint Ag at greenpointag.com.
Roger, thank you so much. Christian, that Bama defense gave up a couple of throws early on the drive, but really buckled down afterwards.
Yeah, they did, Chris, but they did a good job responding and getting off the field on third down. Now Alabama has the ball back right now and has a chance to go down and score.
I got a feeling Nick Saban loves this. You're up 31-3, but now you're operating inside your own 15. A little tough adversity. Let's see how they handle it. Gibbs joining McClellan in the backfield. Actually, that will be Brooks, but they will throw the slant instead to Latu. Nice catch there, and I'll get it right eventually. If I say enough names, one of them will be right. Roydale Williams was the man in the backfield that they went play action to. Also having Jahmyr Gibbs back there as an option.
Yeah, first time we've seen Roydale, I think, tonight. But Cameron Latu looks good. A little injury scare earlier, but catching that right there for the first down.
Handoff does go to Williams. Nice cutback, getting across the 25. They'll spot him, I believe, at the 26 if his knee didn't hit on the 25 before C.J. Taylor brought him down. That is where they'll spot it, the nose of the ball, right on the 25. It'll be second down and 8, we'll call it. Holden in the game, Latu as well to the left side. A pair of wideouts to the right. Empty set now. Young will throw it, and Latu couldn't reel it in. Was trying to make that grab as he got his body turned around, and it falls incomplete. And the Tide will go 3 and out for the first time, I believe. No, third down upcoming. Forgive me.
Yeah, and a little bit of miscommunication right there for Bryce. Latu runs a little stop route. Bryce leads him upfield as Latu's coming back towards the ball. So really just threw his arm up, got a fingertip on it, but really didn't have a chance to catch it. Now third down and 7 for Alabama.
Operating from right on the 25-yard line. It'll be Burton going to the right side. Gets in the slot now. Young claps his hands, now steps back, looks, sets up the formation for Alabama with a play clock at 3, at 2, at 1. They snap it ahead of the 0. Now Young flushed out of the pocket, throws, catches made. That's the freshman Prentice up to the 40-yard line. A bank first down for the Crimson Tide as Bama moves the chains on the 15-yard pickup.
Yeah, so good for Bryce right there, working in the pocket, pressure up the middle. He just takes a couple steps to the right, able to keep his eyes downfield to find Prentice, who's running a 10-yard curl route for the first down. 2 right, 2 left, tight end split left as well in Latu. Young looking, pressure coming, so he works to the left, throws back across the middle, catch is made across midfield. Holden making the grab, another bank first down into Vanderbilt territory at the Commodores 47. Vanderbilt sent the blitz up the middle, and once again, Price just subtle movements in the pocket, able to scramble to the left, and Holden friendly coming back to the quarterback.
13-yard pickup for Alabama. Play action. Young steps through 2 defenders. Now will zig and zag and go down just shy of the 40-yard line. They'll spot him at the 41. Nice job of avoiding major contact there from Bryce Young as Jeremy Lucien is able to make the stop, the corner, but after a gain of 7 on the play.
Yeah, pressure again this time, but it was really a run-pass option. Bryce didn't like the look. Somebody's in the throwing lane, so he pulls it down, picks it up with his feet.
Second and 3.5. Play action. Bryce, plenty of time all day long. Could read a book. Still looking. Throws. Man is there. Catch is made. Knocked out of bounds. That'll be a first down. Kobe Prentice, the freshman from Calera, making the grab, and another bank first down for the Tide.
So the pressure from Vandy early on this down, but right there, plenty of time for Bryce to diagnose what's going on. It's Prentice coming from the left side all the way across the field, catching the ball at the right sideline.
Plenty of time from a magazine to a book to War and Peace by the time it was said and done. And now Alabama with Williams in the game will hand it off to him. Roydell works through the front line of defense, works his way inside the 15, back inside that Chick-fil-A red zone, and now to the 11-yard line. Emil Ekiyor leading the charge on the right side of that line for Alabama.
Roydell coming in here in the second half with some fresh legs. He looks quick. I mean, cuts inside the tackle box, get up. Nice production on first down.
It is a first down for the Crimson Tide. Again, the line of scrimmage right at the 12, and a couple of flags will come in.
Illegal snap on the offense, number 71. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Another hiccup from the offense. We had a couple of holding penalties earlier, but that's only the fourth now of the day. It's been a while since we've seen a flag come in on Alabama. 4 total for 40 yards, I believe, officially for Alabama on the day. Thank you, Butch, as the Tide will have first and now 15.
Dalcourt saw the left guard Cohen reaching his hand up, pointing at the middle linebacker. That's what caused a fake snap.
Latu comes in tight to the right side. 2 wide outs are to the left. Williams, the running back. He'll get the handoff. 15, 10, keeps his feet. 5 and down to the 4-yard line. Roydell Williams, a nice pickup right there. The junior from Hueytown, Alabama. 5'10", 212 pounds, and all of it rock solid.
Plenty of room that time on the left side. It's left tackle Tyler Steen, right guard Cohen blocking down. Huge hole for Roydell to run through, get inside the 5-yard line, running hard, running fast is Roydell Williams.
11-yard pickup on the play. Another close to a first down, Williams inside the 5, keeps the legs churning down to about the 3-yard line. And that's going to be close to that first down marker. May not have gotten there. Apparently he didn't. 3rd and about a yard, they'll call it. Bama bringing another tight end and Robbie Utes into the ball game. Also Danny Lewis, the 6'5 freshman from New Iberia, Louisiana, in at tight end. Alabama 2 of 5 on 3rd down conversions today. Utes at fullback with 2 tight ends to the right. Now it'll be 3 as Utes goes to the right, leaving Williams in the backfield by himself. Strong side right, handoff goes to McClellan. McClellan is the man who fought forward and did not get to that first down mark. Vanderbilt able to do its job, clogging things up. Ethan Barr, the linebacker, credited with the stop there for the Doors.
So it's just blown up at the point of attack. Commodores able to get pressure on Alabama's right side. Right tackle J.C. Latham is in the backfield, and nowhere for McClellan to go with the ball. It seems to be he's our short yardage goal line type of running back, and right there just nothing doing for Alabama.
And in fact, they'll lose a yard on the play, and that's why Will Reichert is going to come on and try what will be a 21-yard field goal from just inside the right hash. The snap and spot are good. The kick, a short one, plenty of leg, and perfectly accurate as well. And Alabama extends its lead. It's now 34-3. A moderate victory there for Vanderbilt, keeping Alabama from getting a touchdown, but the Tide able to go basically the length of the field, getting 3. And we have come to immediate timeout with 6:55 remaining here in the third. Tide up 34-3 over Vanderbilt on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Game day is full of ifs. Like if Alabama can take home another Iron Bowl victory. Who knows? But if you want the most convenient way to pay in T-Town, get the University of Alabama Regents Visa debit card. Tap to pay contactless card technology and Lock-It card controls give you what you need on game day or any day. To order your card, visit regents.com/GoBama. Regents, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
To your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Alabama now in front 34-3 over Vanderbilt, 6:55 to go. The Bromberg scoring drive, 12 plays, 84 yards. It took 5 minutes, 18 seconds off the clock, and that was the Domino's Drive for Dough. It's presented by your locally owned and operated Domino's in Tuscaloosa. So the Crimson Tide scored on that drive. Kathy Cassidy is going to win a gift card for 84 yards in that last scoring drive to enter next week. Go to the Crimson Tide Sports Network Facebook page to be the next Domino's Drive for Dough winner like Kathy Cassidy.
Happy for Ms. Cassidy, happy for the Crimson Tide as Alabama extends their lead to 34-3, although, you know, the coach wanted to pay that off with a touchdown.
Yeah, and we were just talking about the break of how when we get down there, we still had a chance to get a first down inside the 5-yard line.
Right.
Could have picked up a first down. We'll have to be able to get it on the ground. Win under center. Let's get these tough couple yards for the first down, then a touchdown.
Reichard's kick will be fair caught right at the goal line, and that'll give them the ball back at the 25. And it was a little bit odd because
the receiving team player did not complete the fair catch. The ball hit the ground and was recovered by the receiving team player. First down from the 1-yard line.
Wow. A break for Alabama as McGowan drops the catch and then picked it up, and it's at the 1-yard line. So a mistake and then some for the Commodores, already down 34-3.
Yeah, he was at the goal line. All you got to let it do is just go into the end zone, and they would have brought it out to the 25-yard line. Now a long way to go for Vanderbilt. Now you just try to get this ball out, try to get it a couple yards where you can get some breathing room and get some kind of offense going, but then he's going to go with a shotgun here.
Single set back Davis as they do operate from the pistol. They'll hand it off to Davis, and he will make his way to the goal line and barely out of it. May have even lost a half yard on the play. DeMarco Helms, the free safety, coming up to help on the stop.
Helms, good tackle coming up, knowing that Vandy's going to do something, running the ball right there, able to come from his safety spot. Close to being a safety right there for Alabama.
You got anything to lose? Why do you not go play action right here and just see if you can hit a home run?
That's what I always like to do when it's backed up like this. Hey, let's take a shot.
See what Vandy opts to go with. There's play action. They will take a shot. Back shoulder look, and that one's going to be incomplete. And a couple of flags come in extremely late. Will Shepard was the intended receiver. Eli Ricks, I believe, is the man in coverage who'll get called for the foul.
Pass interference on the defense, number 7. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot, and that carries an automatic first down.
He kind of got turned around right there and just couldn't make the play cleanly.
He did, but it's the only play that Vandy's had success of today, and it's that back shoulder throw. Yeah. He's got perfect coverage. I mean, get the receiver at the sideline, and the receiver jumps up, and there's really nothing Eli Ricks can do. So kind of wrong place, wrong time right there for Ricks.
I know people are waiting on me to do basketball calls thinking I'm going to mess up, but I thought it was block charge as well. I mean,
no question, yes.
He was keeping verticality right there. Here comes the tight end in tight. They will hand it off, and there's nowhere to go. Henry To'o on Ray Davis making the stop. Got back to the line of scrimmage, but no more.
Right at the line of scrimmage. Christian right there. To'o able to basically man-to-man bring him down. And it was the defensive line. That's what I was getting to, being able to get back in there, taking their offensive lineman one-on-one. Can't even, the OL for Vandy can't even get a chance to get to the second level, and their To'o is there to make the tackle.
So second down and 10. They'll go 3 wide outs to the left, 1 to the right. Single set back again is Davis to the right of A.J. Swan, the freshman quarterback out of White, Georgia. Looking, gets the snap, throws, and it is going to be knocked away. That's a great job by Kool-Aid McKinstry. I didn't think he had separated McGowan from the football initially, but kept the hand in there and knocked it away.
Yeah, just a quick slant on the outside. So quarterback to the right hash, trying to throw it to the left. And Kool-Aid McKinstry is playing right now. Really can't get better coverage from that. Perfect timing coming over with his right hand to knock it down and force a third along here for Vandy.
1 of 9 is Vanderbilt on third down conversion attempts so far in this ball game. Third down and 10. Operating from their own 16-yard line. Strive started at their own 1. Spinning away from trouble is Swan. Now trying to spin again. A flag on the play as that ball sails out of bounds. And they just threw another flag And not only did the official throw it late, but he hit Eli Ricks with it. And that's a weighted flag, by the way, and Eli was grabbing his arm like it hurt. Gunnar Hansen, the left tackle, will get called for one penalty, but I think they'll get Ricks for pass interference, and he got tagged by the flag as well.
There are 2 fouls on the play. Personal foul, face mask on the offense, number 55. Holding on the defense. Those penalties will offset. We will replay third down.
Somebody snatch that flag away from the official and fling it back at him and see how that feels.
The hold was on number 2 of the defense.
Eli Ricks got hit. He didn't even hit the penalty.
Talk about taking one for the team right there.
And bad
That's
news
tough right there.
Byron Young limping off the field.
Sure is.
Can't tell what foot it is, but he's got both arms draped over trainers just trying to get off the field.
So they'll replay third down after the penalty's offset. Another 3rd and almost 10. Once more Swan from the pistol. Davis to his right. They look to the sideline. Get the signal call. Swan walks up to the line, barks instructions over the loud crowd on the student section end of the field, the south end zone. Slant nearly picked off by Malachi. The defensive back stepped in front of Devin Body, the intended receiver, and Malachi Moore almost got another interception.
Yeah, Christian, what did you see right there? I think that was that nickel rabbit package again on 3rd and long.
Yeah, JP, that's exactly right. The nickel rabbit package. It looked like they were running a form of fire zone pressure right there. They did a really good job pressuring the quarterback, forcing a quick throw of Malachi. Did an awesome job right there breaking up the pass.
47-yard punt average so far tonight for Matthew Hayball on 5 punts. 2 men will be back for Alabama. It'll be Kool-Aid McKinstry and Brian Branch. Branch will call for a fair catch and watch it sail out of bounds. And they will spot this one out all the way up at the 45 of Alabama. So great starting field position for the Tide when we come back to Tuscaloosa. 5:10 remaining third quarter. It's 34-3, a commanding Alabama lead over Vanderbilt here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Alabama football all season long. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is an important message from the Mine Safety and Health Administration. Mining fatalities, accidents, and injuries are preventable. Taking a minute to approach your task safely can protect you and your fellow miners from injury and death. Staying alert and focused can keep you safe. Do it safe. Do it right. Whether buckling a seatbelt or securing equipment, these quick safety measures can prevent injuries and fatalities. Take time. Save lives. For more resources, visit MSHA.gov.
Still 5:10 to go in the third quarter. Alabama leading Vanderbilt by a 34-3 score. For every Crimson Tide interception this season, Chick-fil-A restaurants in Alabama donate $2,000 to Children's of Alabama as our Picks for Kids partner. So far, Alabama's had 1 interception this season. That means $2,000 being donated by Chick-fil-A to Children's of Alabama. Thank you to Chick-fil-A locations throughout Alabama for their wonderful support of Children's of Alabama.
Roger Hoover, thank you so much, partner. John Parker Wilson to my right. Christian Miller down on the field, our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter. Butch Owens, our spotter. Of course, Tom Stipe, our producer engineer, and Jerry Kelly running the show back in our CTSN studios. All of this under the leadership of the Vice President, General Manager of the Crimson Tide Sports Network, the birthday boy, Jim Carabin. So glad that you have joined us here tonight. Brian Houseworth will update us on scores at the end of the third quarter from other games going on around the country. It's now 34-3 Bama, 5:10 remaining here in the third. Bryce Young, 3 wideouts to his right, single setback to his right as well. Engineer Gibbs, he will hand it off to him, and he will bull his way forward, keeping the legs churning before he finally gets spun around and brought down after a gain of about 3. Kane Patterson, the linebacker, stepping up to make the stop.
So we've had 8 receivers catch the ball so far, 373 yards through the air. We have Isaiah Bond and Kendrick Law both in the game right now. They were split right to the right. So trying to get more guys the looks, more guys the balls right here in the second half.
2 wide out stacked right, 2 wide out stacked left. Single setback to the left of Young is Gibbs. Play action to him. Looking across the middle, catch is made. Cameron Latu, the tight end, able to fight forward. He'll pick up another bank first down into Vanderbilt territory at the Commodores 41, a gain of a dozen.
Yeah, pass right there to the left on Latu on the spin route. Guy flat underneath at 5 yards, and then an in cut from Latu right behind him. Bryce knows where he's going the whole time. He's looking to the right, looking to the right. Boom, right on time to Latu for the first down.
Law single setback left. They'll hand it off to Gibbs. Nice job reading the hole, getting it inside 35. Still on his feet, 30, and down to the 23-yard line. Tyler Steen on the left side of that line leading the charge for the Bama offensive front. A gain of 17 on the play.
Good vision indeed, Chris. The holes to the left off the left tackle. Gibbs is looking back to the right, trying to fight the cutback line, but is patient enough to see it open up finally to the left and able to get the first down.
Gibbs leaves an empty set going to the right, but Young will look left. He's got the safety valve if he needs him, doesn't. Has a man in the end zone, but it's just beyond his reach. Incomplete. Trying to connect there with Ja'Cory Brooks, who was at full extension, just couldn't quite reel it in.
If Ja'Cory Brooks could have made that catch. He's already got 6 on the night for 117, 2 touchdowns. This is laid across the middle. Bryce sees him coming after plenty of time in the pocket, and he fully extensions almost to pull it in, though.
Did he leave his feet too soon? There have been a couple of times tonight we've seen receivers do that. I don't know that he did right there.
I think that was just so far in front of him.
Yeah.
It was on such a line. That was the only way he could get to the ball.
Jace McClellan in the ball game. Handoff goes to him right up the gut 20, 15 and down. Finally, the 13-yard line as the pile gets pushed forward now to the 12. A gain of 10 on the play, and Alabama moves the sticks once more.
There we go. That's physical right there from Alabama up front. Just, Saban always talks about imposing your will on the other team. It looks like Alabama up front has decided they want to run the ball, and we're doing it tonight.
3 wideouts right. McClellan, the single setback to the right of Bryce Young. Alabama directing traffic with 3:05 remaining here in the third quarter, leading it 34-3. Young on the handoff. McClellan hesitates, gets inside the 5, runs over people, into the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama. Jace McClellan, 12 yards, leaving bodies in his wake, and the Tide leads it now 40-3.
Love this drive from Alabama right here, doing it both ways, through the air and on the ground. But when we got stopped short inside of our own 5-yard line on the last drive, it's running game for this time around. Roydell, Jace McClellan, Gibbs, all getting it done, but it's guys up front right now just pushing the pile. There's so much movement up front.
Tom Stipe just yelled donuts in my ears. I thought it was Bill Raftery's version of onions, but instead it's a giveaway, and we'll explain what that is in a moment. But first, Reichard to boot the extra point. That one's up and good, and it's a 41-3 Bama lead. And Bama fans, the Crimson Tide scored a rushing touchdown today, so you score a free donut for the purchase of a beverage from Dunkin'. Run by your local Alabama Dunkin' tomorrow and redeem this offer using your Alabama Crimson Tide app or visit rolltide.com/Dunkin'. Score more with Dunkin' and Bama touchdowns all season long. Donuts just doesn't have the same ring to it, but 41-3 sounds awfully good with 2:56 remaining in the third.
Hey, I'd much rather be picking up donuts in the morning than onions.
True.
And who doesn't love a good donut right now? I wish we had a donut on the board for Alabama. Gave up that one field goal, up 41-3, but we're playing all 3 phases tonight. And to me, what I like to see most is the balance on offense. You know, we've been running the ball. Passing games kind of been a little bit iffy, but tonight put so much air on the ball. 515 total yards, 385 of it through the air.
I bet you $1 to a donut right now. Jaden McGowan's going to let this kick go into the back of the end zone.
Not a bad idea on his part.
He's going to dodge that thing. As the kick, as I say that, it's short, but a fair catch is called, and I don't think he got the chance. Was it somebody else? No, that was 16 once again. That was indeed Jaden McGowan. Fair catch called for, made, secured, and the ball will be at the 25 for Vanderbilt. Bama trying to just keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Keep it up. And this at the point in the game, 2:56 left to go in the third. You got to keep the intensity. You got to keep the foot on the pedal right here for Alabama on defense. We got, looks like Arnold back in the game, the cornerback on the opposite side of McKinstry after we saw Eli for the first time, but unfortunately drew the pass interference.
Shepard and Schoenwald wide left, 2 men in the backfield now on either side of Swan. He will hand it off to Patrick Smith, going to the right side and picking up a yard, maybe 2. They'll spot him at the 27. Deontay Lawson there to help lead the way defensively.
Yeah, more depth at linebacker for Alabama right there, Christian. Just Deontay has really come on the scene here the past few days, and right there, good pursuit making the tackle.
So second down and 8, we'll call it, with 3 wideouts right for Vanderbilt, 1 left, and Smith the single setback. Play action to him, throwing it left side, and that one's going to fall incomplete. It was in and out of the hands of Will Shepard. Boy, Alabama tried to cheat over with a safety in Jordan Battle. Had the numbers there, but the pass was thrown toward the boundary, and that's the only reason it was incomplete rather than intercepted.
Well, at some point, I think Bama's got to do something off this back shoulder throw. I mean, usually you see one every 2 or 3 games, but it's basically all Vanderbilt's been doing through the air tonight is trying to hit that back shoulder play. And Alabama's defenders are playing it really well. Right there, throttle them down, turn your head. PBU knocking the ball down on a pass breakup.
Butch Owens showing me some of that Inslee High School math. Says they're 1 of 10 and puts 10% beside it on third down conversion attempts so far for the Doors, as Swan takes the snap, looking at the ground, and now up at the sky. He is sacked. Will Anderson there, along with Chris Braswell, 4th sack of the night recorded by the Alabama defense.
Yeah, Christian, not a lot doing for the quarterback right there. No time at all with pressure from Will Anderson.
That's exactly right. And we call that meet me at the quarterback. That's what us other guys like to call that. When both of us are going after it, we'll say, hey, meet me at the quarterback. That's exactly what Braswell and Will Anderson did. That's textbook right there, getting off the field.
That Swan got squished all the way back around the 17-yard line, and now a punt formation upcoming. Matthew Hayball standing inside his 5. The rugby-style kicker runs to his left, kicks a line drive that Kool-Aid will grab. 35, backs up 33, back to the 35. High steps 40, 45, brought out of bounds around the 47-yard line, and Hayball acted like he did something, and boy, that's just, I'll shut up. But the punter has made 2 hits all night long and acting like he's a Nagurski candidate.
Yeah, it's not good when your punter is the leading tackler on the punt right there, but little primetime action from Kool-Aid McKinstry with a high step. I like to see that, having fun, picking up some yards.
And holding on to the football. 1:24 remaining in the third quarter. The Tide on top, 41-3. And it looks like, unfortunately, Alabama's got Byron Young going to the locker room on the cart. Christian, I don't know if you saw anything more than that, but that is a tough sight to see.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. It looked like he was in a lot of pain right there. They went ahead and put him on the cart. I think it's a right foot injury that he has, and they're going to further evaluate in the locker room.
Senior out of Laurel, Mississippi, 6'3", 292, an important part of what's one of the top defensive fronts in all of college football. Handoff goes to McClellan. He will work across the 45. Jalen Milroe now in at quarterback as we pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. with Bryce in bubble wrap. The snap goes back to Jalen Milroe, who couldn't hang on to it. The snap was high and off the mark, and he did the wise thing there and just falling on it back around the 39-yard line. It'll be third and a bunch upcoming for the Tide.
Well, still starters everywhere else besides quarterback. Trying to get a replay on that and see. It looked like it was a little bit left, but you know, when you get in there new and you haven't been playing a lot, you've got to secure the snap first. Every snap's going to be perfect. That would look too hot to handle, but Milroe wisely got on it.
Looks like Roydell Williams in the backfield alongside Milroe on third and a bunch. He's got plenty of time to throw. Bounces to his right, rolling, looking, throwing out of bounds, and that's a wise decision as they were chasing him and bring him down after he throws the football. It's incomplete, and Alabama will have to punt it away.
Smart. That was really smart from him right there. Everything was covered downfield, and usually after you make a mistake or have something bad happen like a fumble snap, you don't want to compound that with forcing the ball downfield and throwing an interception on top of that. So really wise right there from Milroe. Rolling out to the right, eyes downfield. 5 wide receivers for Alabama. Everybody was covered. Just throw it out. Let's punt the ball.
Bama punted it after its first drive tonight. This is only the second punt of the entire game for James Burnham. It'll be caught inside the 15, spinning away and running over a couple of people. On a nice return was Will Shepard. He will pick up about 7 or 8 yards on that play.
That is the end of the third quarter.
As indeed the third quarter has come to a close. 41-3. The Tide rolling over the Commodores here in Tuscaloosa on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy. With only simple ingredients, water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar. Or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
Big Al, Rammer Jammer, and the $1 Million Band. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Farming is dangerous. There's dangers all around us.
We go through safety training and try and do these things to make sure accidents don't happen.
You don't want to hit a gas pipe because that's your life. The other part of it is if you hit certain things, you're liable for it.
Farm Safe 811 starts with you. Always call 811 and wait for any underground lines to be marked.
Always keep safety in the back of your mind. Just stay humble.
For more information, go to farmsafe811.org.
Question: what will you find on all over-the-counter or OTC medicine packages to help you choose the right drug and use it safely? The answer: the drug facts label. This label lists the medicine's active ingredients and purpose, how much to take, and warnings you should know before using it. Remember, even OTC medicines you buy without a prescription can cause side effects you don't want. So follow the information listed on the drug facts label. For more information, visit fda.gov/drug facts label. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
And our scores are presented live to you tonight by the folks at Alabama Power. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio. We've got a dandy of a ball game going on in Arlington. A&M leading Arkansas 23-21. That game about 8 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. LSU shutting out New Mexico 38-0. It is in the fourth quarter, and right now Kentucky leading Northern Illinois 31-23. 5 minutes to play in the game. Let's send you back to Brian Denny and Roger.
Thank you, Brian. The third quarter recap is presented by Auto Owners Insurance. Proud to support the Crimson Tide this season. Visit RollTide.com/Auto Owners to partner with an independent Alabama agent who can provide local, personalized expertise today. Alabama with 10 points in the third quarter is still in front by a score of 41-3 over the Vanderbilt Commodores. We still have 15 minutes to go in this game. It's brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar with zero sugar, and it's also refreshingly delicious. Is Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. Again, the score: Alabama 41, Vanderbilt 3 as we start the fourth quarter.
Roger Hoover, thank you so much. I'm Parker Wilson. It has been, if not perfect, very close to it for Alabama through 3 quarters. Nice to be in this spot. Want to see them finish strong, obviously.
Yeah, and right now Vanderbilt only 89 yards so far through 3 quarters. I mean, that's impressive. I don't care who you're playing. To be able to limit them like that, and then Alabama on the other side on our offense putting up 509 total yards, 385 yards to the air, and 124 on the ground. So we're being able to do it on both running and throwing, keeping Vandy on their heels. Now on defense, we got to keep this offensive line on their heels.
Commodores with it from their own 24-yard line. They'll throw the slant. Catch is made. Schoenwald, the tight end, making that grab around the 30-yard line. It'll be a gain of 8 on the play. 2nd and 2 upcoming for the Doors.
Yeah, just a quick hit slant for the inside tight end. He was in the slot position, run pass option. Running backs go to the left. Quarterback pulls it. Just a bang-bang play. Looked like Battle couldn't get down there fast enough. Was he playing a little too deep on that play?
Everybody stacked in to both sides. Nobody split wide. Single setback. Once again, Davis. Handoff to him, and he gets spun around, but not until he picks up the first down. Big hit delivered by DeMarco Helms, the free safety. But again, it was after he had gotten across that first down mark up to the 34-yard line.
Yeah, but Christian, a lot of effort right there and recognition of the play for Helms to be able to come down there. And sure, he picked up the first down, but nice tackle.
That's exactly right, JP. Hey, that's important for a safety. You got to be able to cover and come up and play in the box and stop the running. He did a very good job right there.
Patrick Smith in the backfield. They'll go play action right side. Looking, Swan, deep ball, and that is beyond the reach of his intended receiver. And it was actually Ray Davis who'd been split wide and was able to get downfield, but well covered. And Bama forces another incomplete pass. They are just 10. Make that 11 of 23 now of the day.
Yeah, but looked like Battle. He's grabbing his right hamstring. He's able to get off the field, but got a little limp going on. That's going to be a hamstring injury from Battle. It's not good to see.
It's not good, especially with Byron Young already being carted to the locker room. Score looks good, but the injury bug starting to bite us a time or two, it appears. Play action. Swan throwing it left side. Good coverage by Kool-Aid on Will Shepard. It's incomplete, and it will bring up 3rd down and long now for Vandy.
They tried the back shoulder again. I don't know if it's kind of.
It'll be news if they throw to the front shoulder.
I mean, they got to try to run past him. I mean, they got good receiver. Shepard, he was leading the SEC coming to this game, but I don't know if it's the pressure that Alabama is putting on them because they don't want to take a 3-5 step drop to be able to set it up, but just quick game, quick passes getting out for Vandy.
1 of 11 on 3rd downs, which reminds me that's less than 10% now for Vandy so far today on 3rd down conversions. The snap going to Swan, looking, throwing, catches made, trying to fight to get to the first down mark, but not able to get there. He got wrapped up initially, Jaden McGowan did, by the Tides, Malachi Moore, and there were others that came in to help out. It'll be 4th and a long 2, and I think Vanderbilt, the Commodores are about ready to give up the ship. They're going to punt this one away and try to keep this respectable at the moment with 13-15 remaining.
Yeah, but Alabama standing strong on 3rd down. Understand, hey, where's the first down marker? Where are the chains? Let them complete the ball underneath, and then everybody come for the tackle and force the punt. That's exactly what Alabama did. That's good football right there on defense. And Malachi Moore. So we've got depth coming into this game. Hopefully Battle's okay because Brian Branch moves to safety, then Malachi Moore goes into the nickel spot.
They tried to draw Bama off right there, I think, but procedure is going to be the call against Vanderbilt. So instead of 4th and a couple, it'll be 4th and 7.
It's Vandy's first penalty of the day.
Well, again, they haven't hurt themselves. Alabama's just better. And from what I've seen of Vandy, there may be a couple of wins still left somewhere along the way if you could play penalty-free like that in the future. Kick down to inside the 15-yard line as Kool-Aid just got away from it, and Vanderbilt is able to down it around the 13-yard line. A 51-yard punt from Hayball there. And we have come to another media timeout with 12:36 to go. Alabama 41, Vanderbilt 3 here in Tuscaloosa on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm Brad Bohannon, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Ashley Johnston, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Patrick Murphy, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nate Oates, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nick Saban, and I'm an organ donor.
And I'm John Parker Wilson. I'm also an organ donor. Saving a life has never been easier. You can register online at legacyofhope.org Give the gift of life. Be an organ donor.
Become an organ donor and save a life today. Learn more at legacyofhope.org.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Some of the best sounds you'll ever hear are generic. Safe. Effective. Even money-saving. Just like FDA-approved generic drugs. Even if they don't come in the exact same color or shape as their brand name equivalents, they have the same key ingredients and go through a rigorous review process. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist today and visit fda.gov/generic drugs. Generics are safe, effective, and can save you money. You'll like the sound of that.
Unused prescription opioid pain medicines can spell trouble. They can spell risk if taken by someone they weren't prescribed for, harm if accidentally taken by a child or pet, or overdose if they're not used as directed. Safely dispose of opioids before they can hurt your family. Find a drug take-back option such as medicine drop boxes. You may find these in your community at local pharmacies or police stations. Visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
12:36 still to go in Tuscaloosa. 41-3 is the score. Alabama leading Vanderbilt. Tide fans, you can take it to the house this football season with the Alabama Manufactured Housing Association. If Alabama had returned their first received kickoff in the second half for a touchdown during tonight's game, Roy Meeks from Northport, Alabama would have won $75,000 towards the purchase of a manufactured home from an authorized AMHA dealer. Register at RolledTide.com/take it to the house. Certain terms and conditions may apply. For a complete set of contest rules, visit RolledTide.com/take it to the house.
Roger, thank you. Bama's trying to take it to the house with 12:36 to go, leading 41-3 over Vanderbilt. The only real negative at all tonight for Alabama, the fact that we saw a couple of defenders have to leave the ball game. One of them, Byron Young, looks to be more serious perhaps than Jordan Battle, but we'll find out later on. Milroe at quarterback will dump it off to Robbie Oots out of the backfield, and he will get to the 15. A gain of a yard or two on the play, no more than that.
Yeah, I like this. Let's let Milroe go out here and run the offense, right? We still got 12-20 left to go in the fourth, up 41-3, but Milroe needs some snaps. Came into the game 8 of 12 on the season. Tonight he's 1 of 2, so good to see him, get in here running the offense.
Trey Sanders in the backfield for the first time alongside Milroe. Play action to him. He'll throw a deep ball. He's got a man down there, but it's going to be batted away and incomplete. And a flag comes in late, a couple of them, as a matter of fact. Ja'Cory Brooks was the intended receiver. Vanderbilt had a man in coverage. That appeared to be Stephen Sananiola. And a flag came in late. A couple of them, as a matter of fact.
Pass interference on the defense, number 28. That 15-yard penalty will be enforced from the previous spot. And it carries an automatic first down.
Sananiola, the freshman from Bowie, Maryland, guilty of what is the second penalty of the day on Vanderbilt for a total of just 20 yards.
Oh, a smart move from Milroe. If you're going to throw the ball, at least find the guy tonight, Ja'Cory Brooks, who just lit it up. 6 catches and 2 touchdowns.
So 1st and 10, Bama. As the Tide will hand it off right side. Sanders gets stood up, but not until he picks up 7 or 8 yards on the play. Tyler Steen running interferences. Again, a lot of those frontline guys are still in there for Alabama.
Yeah, it looks like the entire front is the starters for Alabama. Nice hole on the right side right there. J.C. Lathan kicking them out, and then good pickup on the first down, 8 yards. That's what you want to see when you're running the ball on first down.
Christian Leary in the ball game on this drive, the sophomore from Orlando, as the handoff goes to Sanders again. He gets strung out to the right side and stacked up a gain of a yard at the most. It was Tyson Russell who may have come up and made the stop.
Yeah, and this is, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3 right now. I'd like to see us put it on the ground and pick it up. Just the good old-fashioned way of pushing the defensive line and letting your running back do the rest.
3rd and a couple. Tight end shifts to the left side. That'll be Amari Nyblatt. Pressure coming, spinning away from it beautifully. Milroe throws it downfield. Ball is going to be caught. That's enough for a first down. Trey Sanders, a great grab right there. Is Milroe's athleticism bought him time until he found his target.
Yeah, athletic indeed. Blitz coming from our free rusher coming from the right side. Really nothing for Milroe to do. Most quarterbacks would have went down. He's able to spin on the high side, so releases back towards the end zone to find Trey Sanders for the first down.
Nyblack in the slot to the right, one of 4 receivers available. Milroe, his pass was batted into the air and falls incomplete. Probably could have been caught by Isaiah Bond, but the freshman made a smart move right there. He realized he was behind the line of scrimmage, and if he makes the grab, he's probably going to be tackled for loss on the play.
No question. That was perfect from him. It was tipped up the line of scrimmage, and then he just lets it go down. And it's smart, too. You run towards the ball so nobody else, other defenders, can come pick it off since it is a tip ball, but it goes incomplete and avoids the negative yardage.
Oots, the tight end, offset to the right side, one of 4 potential receivers. There goes Leary running to the left. Play action, no handoff. Will go up the middle for a gain of about 5 on the play. Sanders again on the carry. Check that. It is Jonathan Bennett or Jamarian Miller, either 2.5 or 2.6 that had that one. I think it's Miller who makes the carry. The 5'10 freshman out of Tyler, Texas, got his first carry of the ball game. Bama 3 of 8 on third downs. Third down and long 3 right here. They'll throw it across the middle. Catch is made by Bond. Fights forward for the first down. That'll move the chains, keep the clock running. And with 9:37 to go in the fourth, Bama still with the football up 41-3.
Yeah, 2 really smart plays from Bond on this drive. First, let that tip ball go incomplete, and then on third down, understanding and knowing exactly where the first down marker is. It was a shallow route from him, and he could either keep going towards the sidelines, but decided to cut it up, knife it in for the first down.
Miller, the single setback, gets his number called, bounces it to the right side. Tried to cut it back left, slipped up though on the turf as it's gotten a little cooler. I'm going to guess Christian Miller, not exactly cold down there by any stretch, or maybe even cool, but a little moisture on that turf right now.
Yeah, it's not hot at all, but, it's still, a little cooler down here. But, yeah, it's probably a little moisture on the ground, making it easy to slip.
I got no running backs to ask about that on my crew right here.
Yeah, I got nothing in the running back department.
I took my chances with Christian. Handoff Miller again. Bulls forward across the 40 and down to the 39-yard line. My bad, Christian. I threw a nasty curveball in the dirt on that one, my man. I'm sorry. Did you ever carry the football at any time in your career, ever?
At Alabama?
No.
Not.
I knew that. But I meant, like, did somebody do something dirty to somebody and put you in at running back in park ball or something?
Oh, in park ball, they threw me in there at running back. I ran a little reverse play, and, it didn't really go very far. So that was the last time I did that.
Third down and a couple for the Tide. Here's Miller up the middle, and he's going to fight forward. Flags come in. That'll negate probably a first down pickup from Trey Sanders, on that carry. We'll see what the penalty is for.
Personal foul, illegal hands to the face on the defense number 92. That 15-yard penalty carries an automatic first down.
We will absolutely take that as Darren Agu is going to be called for the 3rd penalty on Vanderbilt. They've all come here in the 4th quarter, I believe, with 8:04 remaining in the ball game, with the Tide looking to add to a 41-3 lead. They're right on the edge of that Chick-fil-A red zone. The nose of the football resting right on the Vanderbilt 20.
Is the 20 the official red zone?
Chick-fil-A red zone.
We always, in our meetings, it was always the 25. So I'm always confused, like, what is the official red zone?
We are for sponsored purposes, okay?
Oh, yeah.
But if Coach told you the 25, it's 25. Handoff goes to Sanders. A gain of a yard on the play.
So we had high red zone that started at 25 and then low red zone when you get into the 10. Because it's 2 different packages. I mean, you can't even run the same plays when you get inside the 10-yard line that you would out to the 25. So this is officially now inside the red zone, inside the Chick-fil-A red zone. But nonetheless, Alabama's knocking on the door right here.
From the 19, 2nd and 9 right there. Clock moving around the 7:20 mark here in the 4th quarter. Jalen Milroe, the 2nd-year freshman quarterback, play action, looking for the end zone. Has a man there, but it's beyond the reach, thankfully, of Bond, because also 3 black helmets were in
holding
the area.
On the offense, number 65, 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. We'll replay second down.
That will be on the Crimson Tide's J.C. Latham. I saw you shaking your head, partner, long before that ball got to the end zone.
Well, there was a couple bad things. Milroe was looking right. There's a safety in the middle, and he's reading his eyes the whole way. But Bond, smart things he's done on this drive. That was not smart. Of an inside release. When you do that, you put your quarterback in a bad position. So Milroe's got to see that. And once that safety starts going there, especially when you're on the right hash, that's a recipe for disaster. Luckily, they dropped the ball and it fell incomplete.
Seth McLaughlin and Tanner Bowles have checked in along the offensive front for the Crimson Tide. McLaughlin at center as they dump it off out of the backfield. Miller trying to make a man miss. The block attempt from Bowles didn't get enough of the man out there to really spring Miller, and so Alabama will not pick up much yardage. It'll be third down, and we'll call it right at 20. The line of scrimmage resting right on the 30-yard line.
All right, I bet they let Jalen throw it right here just to put him in a situation of 3rd and 20. All right, what are you going to do? How are you going to react to this situation? Are they going to blitz? Are they going to drop? Are you going to force it? We're kind of close to field goal range right here. So pretty good learning moment for Milroe.
5 of 10 on third downs tonight is Alabama. Milroe looking, trying to step up in the pocket, trying to bounce free. Gets into the open field, 25-20, stumbles 15, 10, 5, and knocked out of bounds right at the 2-yard line. Jalen Milroe showing that he may be one of the top runners on this Alabama roster.
Well, that was a good learning moment. 3rd 20 like that for Jalen Milroe, but he's got something you can't teach, and that is speed and vision right there. Pulling it down, pockets collapsing. He climbs up, trying to find the ball downfield. Just takes off and runs. This guy can run right here. He is dangerous when he gets the ball past the line of scrimmage, becomes a running back.
Another bank first down, 28 yards on the pickup. 1st and goal, Bama from the 2-yard line. Milroe with Miller in the backfield to his left. Oots the tight end, offset to the left side. Snap to Milroe, handoff Miller. Pushing forward, gets to the 2-yard line again, and a flag comes in very, very late from one of the officials in the end zone, throwing it towards the line of scrimmage.
Face mask on the defense, number 92. Penalty will be enforced half the distance to the goal from the end of the run, and it carries an automatic first down.
They're going to have to put Darren Agu in timeout. He can't keep his hands to himself. That's 2 face mask penalties on this drive on the star linebacker for Vanderbilt.
You don't need flagged twice. Same drive, same penalty. That's not good.
15th play of the drive upcoming from right here at the 1-yard line. 1st and goal from there. Milroe telling Miller to go to his left. Bama's going to throw. They will have that one broken up, but because of pass interference, it will be half the distance to the goal line, which means 1st and goal from about 1.5 foot away. Jeremy Lucian.
Pass interference on the defense, number 25. That penalty will be enforced half the distance to the goal from the previous spot. It carries an automatic first down.
Same exact pass play that I think was Holm that scored on earlier. Inside or outside slant, the inside guy's got a corner route or an out route. But the difference in Trayshawn Holden and then a young guy is you got to push it about 2 more yards deep so your quarterback has room right there. He saw where he wanted to go. He saw where Milroe wanted to go, but just didn't let the route develop and ended up with a pass interference, but that should have been a touchdown.
Milroe from the pistol with Miller to his right. He'll hand it off. Miller up the middle. Touchdown, Alabama. Jamarian Miller, the freshman from Tyler, Texas. First Alabama touchdown. And Alabama adds to its lead. It's now 47-3.
Pretty impressive right there from Jalen Milroe coming in. 15 plays, 87 yards. Ran the ball, threw the ball. But man, I tell you what, Milroe, I really like. He can great arm, quick release. But when he pulls the ball down, we saw it last week, giving his body up, trying to get a touchdown. He did it again right here, about the 1-2 yard line, just fighting for every single yard, giving it up. Didn't get in, but nice drive from Jalen.
Capped off by the extra point from Will Reichard. How about that? Ron Bird's scoring drive. The Tide able to go 15 plays, 87 yards, 7:25 off the 4th quarter game clock. A thing of beauty to add to the Tide's lead. It's 48-3. The Tide leading the Commodores. A little Dixieland delight on an Alabama Saturday night on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
The home of Bear and Saban. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Here at Payless Drugs, we continue to be just what the doctor ordered. We know getting the medicine you need is especially important during these unique times. And for your safety and convenience, we offer a drive-through at every location. Plus, we have prescription delivery and contactless pickup at all locations. Now's the time to take care of your immunization needs. Stop by any of our convenient locations today.
Just what the doctor ordered. Payless Drugs.
Are you thinking about buying medicine online? A search for online pharmacies yields more than 20 million results. But which ones can you trust? Medicines bought from unlicensed online pharmacies can be dangerous. You may get a fake drug, your condition may get worse, or you may experience a bad reaction. Don't put your health at risk. To learn how to find an online pharmacy that's safe and legal, visit fda.gov/BeSafeRx. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
City Stadium, Alabama 48, Vanderbilt 3. The attendance figures are courtesy of ATIX. The official attendance for tonight's game, 96,246 fans here at Bryant-Denny. ATIX, proud sponsor of tonight's attendance. ATIX says thanks to all ticket-holding Crimson Tide fans. Tonight's game against Vanderbilt has been presented by Greenpoint Ag. Find your local co-op or Greenpoint Ag at greenpointag.com as we continue from the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth.
Roger, thank you. Boy, when Nick Saban puts together the good, the bad, and the ugly, I got to think, JP, that drive is going to be there among the good for Alabama.
No, you're exactly right. 15 plays, 87 yards, 725 when you're trying to bleed the clock, but you're trying to get your young guy, Jalen Milroe, some reps out there with the first team. Did a perfect drive. Doesn't get any better than that.
Senior from Dothan, Alabama, Jack Martin on to kick off for the first time. And like the other kicks from Will Reichard, this too, a fair catch. This one from Cooper Lutz, a transfer from Syracuse, who will make the fair catch, and that'll start it off at the 25-yard line once again for the Commodores. Bama very solid in this one, 48-3, trying to finish it off strong in the final 5-11.
Yeah, and Christian, I've been really impressed with this defense. So close to keeping Vandy under 100 yards. Total offense, we got 108 right now for Vandy, but Christian, you got to be impressed with these guys so far.
That's exactly right, JP. They've played a great game. Besides one little series early on, I mean, they've done a great job stopping the run. They defended the pass. They adjusted to the back shoulder throws. They've overall just played a great game. They've been doing that this season, and I expect them to keep doing that going forward.
Next up for the Tide, the trip to Fayetteville next week. Please don't tell Coach Saban I was looking ahead with 5:11 to go, but man, that one next week, despite what happened for Arkansas and a tough loss to Texas A&M tonight, should be a great ball game on Saturday afternoon at Reynolds Razorback Stadium.
Yeah, tough place to go play. We all know that. We got to go every other year. They got a quarterback right now in Jefferson that can make some plays, and Alabama's got a lot of momentum right now. We had a tough road test when we went to Austin and had Texas, so want to clean up some stuff on the road. And see what we can do against Arkansas Razorbacks next week.
Another quick break. We're back after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Is bone and joint pain making simple tasks difficult? Don't just live with it. Talk to an orthopedic specialist at Ascension St. Vincent's. Options are available from physical therapy to minimally invasive surgery, which may mean faster recovery and less pain. By listening to understand you, your doctor takes a personalized approach to your care. Appointments are available, and we're here for second opinions too. So don't delay. Schedule at ascension.org/stvincents-AL-ortho.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy, so we show them how. With honest conversations that let them know what we expect. That's especially important when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. And when it comes to pain medications, opioids, they need to know that they should never be shared with friends or family. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. We all make choices about alcohol. Kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad. Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Hey, Em, remind me about that party again?
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations, and they want honest answers in everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path, because when you talk, they hear you. Learn more at underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Vanderbilt football, 1st and 10 from their own 25. Quick slant goes to the tight end, Gavin Schoenwald. A.J. Swan threading the needle right there. It'll be a first down as they'll spot it at their own 37-yard line. Damon Payne in at defensive end with Tim Keenan, and now Jamarian Latham along that front for the Crimson Tide. Also Quandarius Robinson in at a linebacker as we see some new faces in the game for Alabama defensively. Rocco Griffin, the single setback. Play action. Nope, they will hand it off to him. And Rocco, he'll work his way forward across the 40 to about the 42-yard line. Deontay Lawson there to make the stop.
And the play before was safety Christian Story that almost stepped in front and got the interception. And that's the tough thing. When you don't have any one interception so far from Will Anderson on the season, do you try to be greedy and go get it, or do you knock the ball down and have the incompletion? So Christian Story just missed it. Tight end was able to reel it in.
Jaquez Robinson in at one corner now for Alabama as the Doors look at a 2nd and 4 from the 43. Swan looking and throws it over the head of the intended receiver. He was trying to connect with one of the new wideouts in the ball game. That was Jamarian Carter who was trying to come up with that one. And it too is incomplete. Do we have a flag come in? I believe we did in the backfield.
Intentional grounding on the offense number 13. The ball will be placed in the spot of the foul. Lost it down. 3rd down.
What? I didn't see that one coming.
He threw it downfield and there was a receiver there.
Well, the receiver,
we'll take whatever we want. I mean, we'll take whatever we get, but good night.
The receiver ran a post, and he threw it like he was running an out. But there was no pressure. There was nothing. I think it was just a miscommunication with the quarterback and the wideout. But
just want to stick the laundry in the back pocket for a while. They're 1 of 12 on 3rd downs. That's 0.083%. Thank you, Butch. They'll try to set up a screen left side, trying to connect with Davis out of the backfield, but it's incomplete. And that'll set up 4th down. Vanderbilt's got a lineman down for a moment, but hopefully he'll be able to get up and get to his feet. That's their center, Julian Hernandez, and hopefully he's okay. The last thing you want to see in the final 4 minutes is anybody on either side banged up in a game that is very much in the books. It's a 48-3 Alabama advantage.
Yeah, we've already had couple injury problems tonight. We saw Byron Young getting carted off earlier. We saw Jordan Battle limping off with what appeared to be hamstring issue. So you don't want to see guys get hurt. It's actually 3:44 left to go. Alabama up 48-3, really on cruise control right now, shutting this Vanderbilt offense down. I mean, it's an impressive thing to watch. 120 yards total for Vandy, 115 on through the air, only 5 yards on the ground. That's going to take, we got 33 sack yards, but still, that's getting it done up front for defense.
Matthew Hayball on to punt once again for Vandy. He's been pretty good today for the Doors. An under-end kick that Kool-Aid will field at the 20. Hesitates, turns it up 30, 35, Kool-Aid 40. Kool-Aid knocked down as he gets across the 45 to the 47-yard line, and a return of 27 yards sees McKinstry get to his feet a little bit slowly, but seems to be all right as he hustles to the sidelines. It brings us to one more media timeout. 3:28 left to go, 4th quarter. Alabama 48, Vanderbilt 3 on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy. With only simple ingredients, water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar. Or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect, not easy.
Bancorp South Bank and Cadence Bank have come together to form a new, even better bank. The new Cadence is more than a merger. Together, we offer more convenience, accessibility, and simplicity through an expanded branch network, secure technology, and enhanced products and services. It's the best of both banks from the same financial services experts you know and trust. Cadence Bank, helping opportunity take shape. Visit cadencebank.com/the new Cadence. Member FDIC.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wing Creek Casino and wingcreekcasino.com.
Still 3:28 to go. It's the University of Alabama 48 and Vanderbilt University 3. Make sure you stay tuned after the game for the region's fifth quarter show and the post-game press conference with head coach Nick Saban. It's brought to you by Tri-Green Equipment, your John Deere dealer from North Alabama and Middle Tennessee.
Thank you so much, Roger. Christian Miller is our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter. I'll see Coach Saban in a little bit for the TV show, but I've got a feeling he's going to feel like his team got better tonight. What do you think?
I think so, Chris. You know, they played great overall. I mean, the special teams had a couple of hiccups, but besides that, offense did a really good job. Bryce Young looked really good throwing the football. I'm really impressed by the run game. And, I'll say, from down on the field, the offensive line did a great job stepping up to the challenge. They played a lot more physical today against an SEC opponent. And, again, defense did their job. So, overall, a very good performance by Alabama.
Far from the best SEC opponent the Tide will face, but JP, Bama did do some really good things against, as Christian said, an SEC foe.
Yeah, and I think what he said there is super important. We're continuing to get better, continuing to improve, clean up things. We're never going to play a perfect game, but I mean, this was trending in the right direction. As you said earlier, we're going to go on the field, on the road next week to Arkansas. We're going to need every bit of it.
Ty Simpson in the game at quarterback for the Crimson Tide, the freshman from Martin, Tennessee, in Westview High School, 6'2", 198. He handed it off to Jamarian Miller, who pushed forward for a gain of a couple on that play to the 50-yard line. It'll be second down and 8 from right there. Bama not doing anything fancy. Their wideouts are all in tight except for one to the far side of the field. Miller, the single setback. Handoff goes to him. He'll try to push forward and does so, but only to the 47 of the Commodores. And so with 2:37 to go,
got to get a first down here. Third down and 4. First down ends the game. You won't have to punt it. We've already seen a couple injuries here late. Vanderbilt had one. Alabama's going to take their time right here. Well, the coordinator already gave the ball. Usually the coordinator will sit on a little bit, give you to about 15 seconds so you don't run up and snap the ball too soon.
It is third, about 3.5. Simpson will get a chance to throw, does so near side. Catch is made. Taiyu Jones-Bell making that grab, and he has got enough for a bank first down. Emma wanting to throw it just enough to get to those sticks, hang on to the ball, and run out the clock with under 2 minutes to go. That is exactly what Nick Saban wanted to see.
That's it. Just a quick passing game right there. Taiyu Jones-Bell, nice job coming off the ball. 5-yard stop route. Ty Simpson throws it on time. So 2 of 3 now for him. That's 66%, Butch. Have to whip out the calculator real quick, but now Alabama's going to keep this drive going, just run it out.
Right at 90 seconds remaining as Miller remains the single setback. behind Ty Simpson in the pistol formation. Handoff. Going to Miller. Running hard. Getting to the right side. Gets to the 40. And they'll keep the clock running, nearing the 1:15 mark. The future very bright with that young man. He is down the list as far as running backs, but the stable is full for Alabama.
Oh, there's no question. I mean, Miller runs the ball hard. He's not scared to get up north and south and hit you with his pads right there. And he had to do it, taking on 3 Vandy defenders. His job is to stay in bounds. You got to take the hit, keep your feet going, protect the ball, and he did just that. Clock's still running, 50 seconds left to go here in fourth.
Second down and 10 upcoming for Bama with under a minute to go. 45 seconds. This is likely the last snap we'll see. Handoff goes to Miller. Pushes forward. 30. Still on his feet. 20. 15. 10. 5. Why not? Jamarian Miller. Touchdown, Alabama. 40 yards, and the Crimson Tide gets over the 50-point mark once again.
Yeah, we're going to go over 600 yards total offense after that run. And I like to see it. I mean, get the young guys, get the reserves in here. They're trying to get on tape. They're trying to show what they can do, too, against an SEC opponent. And Miller doing what he's done all year is just get yards, pick it up. That's going to be his first touchdown of the year. But Alabama right now just not stopping.
Second rushing touchdown. More donuts for everybody, courtesy of Duncan, as the kick is up. The kick is good from Will Reichert, and with 32 seconds to go, Alabama gets it to 55-3. We were prepared for that to be the final snap. We weren't prepared for him to carry it to the house, get the touchdown, but we will absolutely take it.
I'm okay with that. I got nowhere to be. I got nowhere to
go. Another Brombergs scoring drive recap, reminded thankfully by Roger Hoover. 5 plays, 53 yards, 256. The time of possession. That is great to see. Both quarterbacks that came off the bench behind Bryce Young engineer scoring drives for Alabama offensively.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Milroe did it, 15 plays, 87 yards. And right there, Ty Simpson convert the third down to keep the clock running. And then Miller runs it in the touchdown. But Alabama scoring points on every drive except 2. Had a turnover on downs and then a punt in the third quarter, but pretty dominant today.
Jack Martin on to kickoff for the second time. This one carries a tad further. It'll be fielded right at the 1, and Cooper Lutz says, why not? I'm bringing this one out. He does so across the 15 to about the 17-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 Vanderbilt from right there, and one would hope they'll snap it one time. And that'll be it, but who knows? They may opt to try to throw it here. Down 55-3. So Alabama last week a 63-7 winner. The previous week a 20-19 winner. The previous week, the season opener against Utah State, 55-0. And that's with people saying the offense isn't clicking on all cylinders. They were pretty close to humming tonight. Vanderbilt will hand it off. Patrick Smith will get the last carry of the ball game up near the first down mark, but about a yard shy of it, and the final 15 seconds are going to tick away, and Vanderbilt will not snap the football again. Alabama is going to go to 4-0 on the season. Utah State, Texas, Louisiana Monroe, and now Vanderbilt falling victim to a Tide team that came into this one ranked 2nd in the country. Clark Lee and Nick Saban shaking hands near midfield, and the Tide improves to 4-0. Heck of an effort in this one from Alabama today.
It really was, start to finish. Played hard, played efficient, played clean, got everybody involved. That's the difference today on offense. Ja'Cory Brooks, 6 catches, Burton catches, Trayshawn Holden with a touchdown, 3 catches, tight ends, Latu's involved, and obviously our running back. So defense played fantastic, and offense I think really improved on the first 3 games of the year.
Christian Miller, your assessment of this one from the Crimson Tide.
Christian's down there getting ready for the post, but
he is.
He's probably talk about the defense and the way, we really played a team game. Giving up 3 points, just over 100 yards. Henry To'oTo'o leading us in tackles with 6, but Deontay Lawson right there with him at 6 tackles. A lot of guys, Christian, got involved, but the defense to me, that we had a mentality coming in that we're a really good defense, but we've been showing it each and every week.
Yeah, sorry, guys. There's a lot of excitement down on the field right now. But the defense, they're looking really good right now. They're playing physical. They're playing fast. I really like what I'm seeing from the linebackers playing sideline to sideline. But most importantly, these guys have a lot of depth. You see them playing multiple guys at the defensive back position, multiple guys at the linebacker position, and plenty of guys on the defensive line. And that's what you're going to need going forward for a long season, especially with some SEC opponents coming up. So I'm loving what I'm seeing from the defense. They just need to continue what they're doing, and they're going to have some great results going forward.
Christian, great stuff. We appreciate it so much. Great to have you with us once again this week on the broadcast. Excited about Alabama's victory. Excited about the Tide going to 4-0. Partner, good W.
Man, that was a
Enjoyed it.
great win. Be a good one next week at Fayetteville. Hopefully we keep this streak going, keep our intensity, and keep control of the SEC West.
Folks, be sure to stay tuned for the region's fifth quarter show and the post-game press conference with head coach Nick Saban. It's brought to you by Tri-Green Equipment, your John Deere dealer for North Alabama and Middle Tennessee. I got a great team to work with, and I appreciate all of them so much. My time is done on the broadcast, but Roger Hoover will drive things the rest of the way as Bama wins it by a final again of 55-3 over Vanderbilt. I'm Chris Stewart on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Tide fans, flu season is just around the corner, and the Alabama Department of Public Health wants to remind Tide fans that this year it's more important than ever to get your flu shot. Research shows that it's possible to have the flu and COVID-19 at the same time. This flu season, protect yourself and the people around you from flu